Hey, welcome everybody. Sorry for the late stream today. Had some real life stuff come up. Was waiting on a phone call, which I never received. But we'll see. Maybe it'll come in a little later. I'll probably voicemail it. So it's been a little bit of an awkward streaming week. I got mandatory overtime at work, and the schedule is really goofy. And I work days. I work 12-hour shifts, and I usually start at 5 a.m. every day. And I got for the mandatory overtime, which recovers it's for the rest of this month and next month. Like every couple weeks, they have me rotating onto a midnight, and it's usually right after I come off a day shift. Not that night, but the next night, and it just so screws with me. So when I had to work that, it's from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So when I had to work that last time, man, it wrecked me yesterday, and that's why I didn't stream very long yesterday. I had a headache all day. I was tired. That was just awful. That was awful. So today, Sunday, we did, and if you're not familiar, if you've not watched the channel or not been around, well, first of all, thank you for coming. On Sundays, my wife and I volunteer at a local animal shelter, and we're one of two teams of photographers. I do photography work, and we volunteer our time there, and we take pictures of animals that need pictures taken, updated online. And so Sundays, we usually go through editing those. So if that's something you're interested in, please catch me on Sundays. Typically, I know the schedule says noon. Kind of depends on the day and how quickly we get out of there. Sometimes it might be a little later. I'm also sorry about speech. I just got back from the dentist, and one of the temporaries they gave me feels weird in my mouth, and it makes my tongue act weird. But anyway, so if that's something you're interested in, and you like dogs, dog pictures, editing process, you just want to talk about it or whatever, want to lurk, that's cool. Come by and see me Sundays. Tuesdays, I'm not real sure yet. We played Black the Fall yesterday for a while. It's kind of a fun little platformer puzzle game. Not for sure if I'll continue to do kind of alternate games on Tuesdays or not. It depends on how it goes. I really love streaming Elite. It's a lot of fun. I love the community. Great community. A lot of support. But the content is marginal as to whether or not I can keep it active enough for you. And I'm definitely going to try to do that. So we definitely will be doing that on Tuesdays. Mondays, still undetermined how we want to do that. I am just getting back to streaming from about 4 years ago, and even then I didn't stream too much, but I wanted to do it more. I've been a gamer my whole life. I really enjoy it. I enjoy the community. So I figured, well, I really should start streaming it. So as far as Elite goes, I'm not some know-it-all. For most parts, it's mostly experimental. See what I can do, what happens. I know a little bit about it. Feedback is always welcome. Backseat gaming, not so much. We kind of set up what we want to head for in the beginning. That may vary a little bit as we go, depending on what happens. But on that note, let's hop on over to Elite. And right now we are, and I'll show you on the galaxy map in a second, but we're somewhere half between the bubble and Sagittarius A, the center of the galaxy. I was actually headed for the other side of the galaxy because I thought, the game, as far as content's kind of winding down for me. I've done a lot of what I wanted to accomplish, except unlocking the cutter just for the sake of unlocking it. But after unlocking the Corvette not that long ago, that kind of wears on you. So I figured I'm going to fly to the other side of the galaxy and just do some exploration, see if I can find some new stuff and have some fun with it. And figure and bring you guys along for the ride. And I got about halfway to Sagittarius A, and I thought, I don't know how long I'm going to stay entertained doing this. Exploration, well, it is very, very interesting and very neat to see what the Elite Dangerous engine and developers have put into the game. And maybe find some new cool stuff, whether it's a life form or new sites. But it can get boring kind of fast. So I decided to kind of stop, and instead of neutron jumping back to the bubble, I'm just doing regular routing back, and we'll probably do that for a while. Might get tired of it, might not. If we get tired of it, we'll switch and just do neutrons to get back quicker, not quickly, but quicker. We're about 15,000-ish light years away from the bubble. But since I did the auto route coming back, it's been interesting. Most of the systems I've landed in have not been touched by another commander, which makes it fun and curious to kind of poke about. I haven't really found anything of significance yet. I have got discovery on a lot of planets and stars and things like that, but nothing really unique. But who knows? Maybe we'll run into that. So right now, I know that the last time I jumped and I haven't explored this system yet. So the system that I'm in, I don't know if it's been explored. I haven't looked. I jumped here and logged off. But we're going to kind of get started here and see what we're working with. I do use Voice Attack, and along with Eddy, EDDI plugin for Voice Attack. And last time I played and I did this, I don't know if you're familiar with Eddy or not, if you ever used it, and you can Google it if you're curious. But it will kind of text-to-speech information about what's going on in the game for you while you're exploring, and it'll tell you about the planets you're scanning and whatnot. And it's really neat information, but unfortunately it was a lot of it that they gave you every time you scanned a star. And it really, if you wanted to really hear the information that I wanted, is what it thought the value of that, whether or not I should map that star. It just took a good while to get to that point. So I went into Eddy and changed the script up a little bit so that it just now tells me, the only thing it tells me about it is what its approximate scan value is. And then from there, if I want to learn more about it, that information you can get from the game for the most part. If there's something about it we can't get from the game, we could always go out to a browser or something and grab it if we wanted. But I don't know, we'll kind of see how it goes. It looks like we're in the Sinokoi. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm butchering it. My HOTUS is kind of all over the place. If you're curious about my gear, and I don't have any of these Amazon links or anything. I mean, you can hop on Amazon and pop any of it in. But I've kind of decided early on that I'm not going to direct link any of this stuff or whatever until maybe I can get, if maybe I get partnered with them or something, it makes sense for me to do that. Otherwise, you can just hop on Amazon or wherever your favorite outlet is at Newegg or whatever and pop it in there and locate it. I'm using the X52, I don't know if they call it first generation. I think there's only 2 generations. The one where the original manufacturer was still manufacturing it, and then I think had the box here. I want to say it was Scitech was manufacturing, and I may be wrong. I think Scitech was manufacturing it, and then they sold to Logitech or some. I don't know. The manufacturing process got sold anyway. And I did a lot of research on it, and it's dusty. I'm in Texas, and everything is always dusty here. So I did the research on it, and it's a great HOTUS, it's a great HOTUS, it's a great HOTUS, and it has been great. But everybody recommended the earlier version, the first manufacturer version, because in the second version they put a lot more plastic parts and things in it, and it wasn't as rigid. And I don't know if that's the case because I haven't tried the second generation one, but I've had a lot of luck with the first one. I don't have a ton of hours on the HOTUS, maybe a few hundred hours, somewhere in there. And I've noticed that the flight stick, and you may hear that, it's not doing it right now. You may catch it on the stream in a bit, but it does want to creak a little bit, almost like a door or something. It needs cleaned out. I YouTubed how to clean it, and I just don't want to take this thing apart. Sounds like a pain in the butt, and it hasn't been too bad. So we'll just leave that there. But I do use that HOTUS, and as far as the streaming equipment, you can catch all that in the equipment list down below. So we're sitting still at the moment. We're going to go ahead and look and see what we got for a system here. I don't remember what the... I did honk when I get here. It looks like there's a few stars already popped. Doesn't look like anybody has discovered them, though. So it looks like we're the first ones here. And we got... What do we have here? We got M-class, another M-class, and a T-class brown dwarf. And there's probably more planets that aren't here because we probably did honk, and we'll FSS those and see what we got. Yeah, I'm sitting still, and I don't. It sounds like my priorities got reset because that shouldn't have been going on power support because I had priorities. The priority's still set. So why are we on life support? I'm not sure why. That's odd because that wasn't happening before unless they changed something. Pull the hard points back and I'll get all that back, but I had that specifically set up before not to do that. So we're gonna have to figure that one out. That is strange. Did I not? Power plant. Where's my power plant? Link power plant. Yeah, I knew that was engineered. It's got overcharge. It's just rank 1. I mean, if we could up that another one. I was just building an engineering to specific spec. This is my jump anaconda. Right now we are at almost a full tank of fuel, and this will go 70 light years. Pretty decent. I mean, I could strip it down even further, make it further, but I didn't see much point in that. I still wanted to have all my the modules that I wanted to have for exploration. I wanted an SUV on board. I wanted all my scanners. I think I even put a couple of really small beams on here. Yeah. Just in case we ran across a Guardian site or something, or something in space that needed shot at or charged without any weapons. Of course, that wouldn't happen. And that does take off our jump range just a hair, but it's not much. But I want to make sure that I have what I wanted. Take a look at our galaxy map. It looks like it did save our previous route. Back to the bubble here. Looks like it's going to recalculate it. And right now we've got the KGB foam selected and our non-sequence stars. I've thought about adding protostars and carbons to it just for the sake of exploration. I don't know. We can try that. I wonder what that'll change. Let me go back here and see. See, that's 191 jumps that way. I just don't want it to run us through a bunch of protostars or a bunch of carbon stars and I nerd out here and forget to refuel and don't have access to it. Is that going to recalculate? I'm going to resubmit the destination just to make sure. Actually, it's in bookmarks. We're going to recalculate that. Oh, it's recalculating it now, it looks like. Alright, and let's see what that did. We recalculated that. If that music gets too loud, because it's, I don't know why. Hey, buddy. Thanks for coming. I don't know why exactly the music is so much louder in my ears than you hear it. That baffles me to no end. I use a Go XLR, and one of its selling points is that the person streaming hears exactly what you hear as far as volume levels go anyway. I can add more channels to my headset that you wouldn't hear, but I'm just routing through the headset straight to you. I don't know why the volume's so much different there. I don't get it. But yeah, if the volume gets crazy or something, let me know. I can adjust it. And some of these songs on this playlist, which is by Justin Durbin of Edge Music, by the way, his links down below. He sells CDs of all this music and probably a little more. I did talk to him. I did get permission to stream all of his audio, or all of his music. Does some really cool stuff. A lot of movie type theatric stuff. Really neat. Really like the guy. So yeah, check him out if you're interested in these soundtracks. So we're still at 191, so I don't think that changed the route any. So we'll just leave it alone and just kind of see how things go. I'll keep an eye on my fuel and make sure that it doesn't route us too far. I mean, I run two 16-ton fuel tanks, so I am running 32 tons of fuel on this, which it typically comes with 16 tons. And that's another reason why the jump range is a little lower than normal. I wanted the extra exploration room to be able to go further between my fueling points if I needed to. If I needed to go through a spot, especially if you get towards the outer rim where jump distance is everything, and you may not have an M available that close. I wanted as much jumping distance as possible before I absolutely had to fuel, and it's been really nice to have. Even in general, I run a pretty big fuel scoop anyway, and it fuels really fast. I'm running the 6A fuel scoop. I need to stop scrolling so fast and read it. A 7A. I'm running the 7A fuel scoop, and it does 1.25 tons a second. So at most, we're talking 28 to 30 seconds if I was completely empty to fill that 32 tons of fuel tank. So it fills really quick. So usually when I run through, and that's an interesting one. Why is that red? I don't know why that one's red. If you notice that icon on life support, the little nut color there is red instead of orange. I've not noticed that. It may have always been there and I just never caught it. And I do have just lightweight 3 on that life support module, because from what I gather and all I can find out, to get lightweight 5 you have to go to Colonia and do that stuff and unlock that engineer to get it. And the weight difference I didn't think was worth the trouble, so I just haven't done it. It wasn't a huge change, so I left it as that. Power things got me puzzled though, because I don't remember that being a problem before at all. That's so weird. I do have an advanced docking computer on here, which actually should just be flat out offline. But it's set on 5 so that, the stuff I don't need, it's just there because I had the slots for it. Should shut off, but I didn't think life support. Let's just move life support to 4. That should probably solve it for the most part. Maybe I bumped it to 5. So now when we deploy... Okay, we don't lose our life support, but we lose the stuff we don't need. If we've got our hard points out, we're not going to be using our fuel scoop. We're not going to be using a docking computer, and we're not going to be using... Well, we will be using a multi-cannon. That looks like my settings got all messed up. Oh, I remember. I one multi-cannon and one beam. That's what I put on here, just in case I needed one or the other, for science purposes. Where's my beam at? Maybe I need to see, because it's entirely possible that I have bumped these numbers flipping through here. And where is my beam laser at? There's the multi-cannon. I know, I just seen it. And you guys have probably seen it 10 times, and it's right there, you idiot. Beam laser. Yeah, that shouldn't be on 1. That should not be on 1 at all. That's so weird. That's very weird. Yeah, I guess I'll have to go back through. I'll have to look. I've got a template on Coriolis I've used. I built this in. I'm just going to switch that to 2. And I'm going to bump that cannon down to 2. I'm not sure why. What happened? But the amount of power this thing used deployed is like 102% or something. It's really low, the overhead on it. So I have a problem with that. I just think they got dinked with one way or another. And multi-cannon beam laser, they're both active now. So I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, let's get into Super Cruise here and do a honk and see what we're working with. Oh. I do have Jackson in here with me today, And he's being a good boy and laying behind me at the moment. It probably won't last. I don't know why I'm a target. Really? I need to bind an untarget button. Actually, I have a Super Cruise button. Not the jump button. I don't know why. I didn't think about that before I did that, but anyway. It's all good. We'll make it through this yet. Okay. Let's see what we got. 12 bodies. And we initially showed 3 stars and 3 planets. So we still into the 6 that popped up. And this is all reported back real time on oh my gosh, brain fart. I have myself tied in with I'll have to find it in a minute. It's one of the mapping things for ED, and you can kind of watch it and it'll show you as I move what I explore, what's new, what I discovered, if you're curious about such things. Go back to my map, see what we got. Still going to show the 3. I need to get the FSS out and get them to show up now. So it's all going to be metal and high metals, which typically aren't worth much. We'll see what Eddie has to say about it. There's been a couple that I've been surprised about the value, and I don't know, and I'm still new enough to it. Sometimes I'll catch a high metal content world and it'll be worth a stupid amount of money, and I try to look and it's like, well, why is this one worth so much money opposed to the other one? And I don't know. I don't know why it is, and it's just because I don't know enough about it. And Eddie is not talking to me. Why isn't Eddie talking to me? Let me make sure that it is loaded. Which it should be. It is not. I'm just gonna start Eddie up. 'Cause typically, if it's loaded as a plugin, it won't let me. Yeah, Eddie is running. Oh, I know why it is now. Sorry. The script that I edited, it runs every time I scan a planet like this, FSS scan it. If that planet isn't worth at least 250,000 credits, it doesn't say anything. If it is, it tells me, and it says, go map it. That's what it is. I added that at the end of when I was editing this stuff, and I didn't want to target that. So it was for the sake of getting through these faster, because really the only thing I'm waiting on... So 360,000 credits for this. Eddie just told me to map it. I don't know how loud that was on your end, if you're able to hear it. It's kind of quiet. Might need to turn him up some. So he told me to go map this one. So we will do that. See what else we got. And I do use my HOTAS for this. I've been wanting to remap it. Sorry, getting stuff out of the way. To my mouse. Just because I think it would be a heck of a lot easier and faster. But I haven't. That memory. I'm doing... Actually, I don't know what my memory usage is, but I've got plenty. I built this machine Actually, I built this machine specifically for VR. That planet is oval shaped. I have not seen that. If you look at my reticule on the screen in the blue, that's circle. That's a circle. And the planet is egg shaped. That's kind of cool. And I have seen planets that are smaller I don't know how big this one is. I could probably go in the info and find out. Like if they're small enough not to have a lot of gravity on them, they'll be deformed. They'll look almost like an asteroid in some places. Been beat up pretty good, which is kind of neat. Did we really get all? That's all there was? Okay. And yes, my HOTAS is a clicker. So is my keyboard. My keyboard's quite loud too, mechanical. Discovered a new one there. Rocky body. High metal content. And I remember when I first started scanning these planets and I would see something like that. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's got clouds. It must be terraformable. And why I linked those things, I don't know. But that is not the case. FYI, it does not mean they're terraformable. Looks like we got one more. Did I? Nope, I thought I seen it right there. And I don't know what is up with my HOTAS, but it's not wanting to be still. It's sliding around my desk. Probably dust on the foot pads.
System scan complete.
And scan complete on that one. Other high metal content. So we have one that we wanted to map. How far away is it? 127. Not too bad. And I'm going to move this mic over. Get it out of the way of my HOTAS a bit. So we're going to check this high metal content out. And this should be worth... I think it said 360,000 credits. Let me just add to that bank. If I make it back in one piece, who knows? I may lose it all. But it's kind of fun to do anyway. Speed up a bit. Looks like it might have... I guess that's just the terrain on the little radar screen there. It looks like it's got continents on it. I'm sure that's just the terrain. Otherwise, it would probably be an Earth-like, which would be very cool to find as well. Alright, let's see what we can get here. We get a 6 probe impact. So we'll do this the easy way. 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll probably get it by the time the 4th one or 5th one lands. 2 landed. 3 landed and scanned. I've got increased or expanded probe engineering.
Efficiency bonus granted.
Alright, that one's done. Next destination. And he's not listening to me. My voice attack. Oh, I got my configuration screen still open. Next destination.
Selecting next system en route.
There we go, William Shatner. And it didn't select it though. Well, damn it. I'll have to demote him to my number 2. Class K yellow. I don't know if we'll be jumping through any neutron systems with this route. I do have non-sequence stars on the route, so I guess it's possible. But I don't think we'll be using it. If we do find one.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels. Completing system scan. Stand by. Gathering information. Cartography has now been updated.
10 bodies. In this one. Go ahead and fill up my tanks. Because why not?
Fuel scooping complete.
Is now at 100% fuel capacity.
Get away from the star a little bit, because when we do FSS, I found, originally when I was doing this, I found that I would slow down because you have to be at your lowest throttle in Super Cruise to do your FSS. I was always so close to the sun that like almost, probably not half, at least a third of the system, if I happened to take off on the axis, was unscannable because it was all behind the doggone star. So this should solve that. Oh, we got an Earth-like. Did we get, I'm gonna back up. Did we get, are we the first ones here? Looks like we are the first ones here. Fantastic. That's gonna be cool. See this Earth-like. Oh, it may be not. It may be an icy. It's right there on the border. Looks like it might even just be an icy. Doggone it! I was all excited. I was all excited about that. There's our stars. I guess because it's an icy rocky, I guess that's why it's on that end of the spectrum. Rocky ice worlds, yeah. I don't know that I have seen a rocky ice world before. That's kind of cool. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like in the preview. If it looks like something neat, maybe we'll go peek at it just to see it. Because again, I don't know that I've seen one. I'm also kind of watching the locations on these, and if I happen to whiz past one or don't let it finish scanning, you guys catch it, holler. Because I definitely get sidetracked. And don't catch it. Excuse me. Had Chinese for lunch. I say Chinese, it was General Tso's. I don't know, you can really classify that as Chinese. It's more American than anything, but we're still really good. Well, what happened to that? Back out here. I just like scanned it and glazed right by it. It's the ice world. That's the rocky ice world. Doesn't look like there's really anything that unique about it. Low gravity, methane atmosphere. Not worth much on a scan. Curious. So nothing really here. So on to our next destination. Still straightening out my windows from playing that Fall to Black. Or Black the Fall. Sorry, I'm back. I'm gonna flip that around. Because I can only play it in full screen, it doesn't have window mode. So I had to rearrange all my windows over to my smaller monitor yesterday.
5, 4, 3,
And it kind of made a wreck on my desktop.
Fuel level now at 88%.
completing system scan. Stand by.
Let's see how many we got here.
Complete.
1 bodies. And I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the body count includes the star or stars. Does it not? I'm pretty sure it does. Let's take a peek here just to make sure. Yeah. Yeah, it includes the star. It was showed up there. So on we go. 189 more jumps if we decide to keep it this way, which I may or may not. Depends. Yeah, I think so too. KT, I think it is.
Destination confirmed.
And I was hoping that last one was an Earth-like. Because I don't think I've had first discovery on an Earth-like yet. But where we're at, did I show you guys on the map? I said I was going to, and I don't know if I did. I'll look here real quick after I refuel, and I'll show you guys again, if nothing else. Kind of where I'm at. I'm sure these areas are well traveled, but they're probably more well traveled between the neutrons, which is how I got out here. But heading back to the bubble, I just kind of plotted a regular route. I did, I put non-sequence stars in the filters so we could also pop through a neutron. So probably won't use it. If we get bored of it or tired of it, we'll just neutron back to the bubble and sort out something else. How many bodies did it say? Because I was totally not paying attention. I let go of the button right at the end. I'm trolling myself. How does that work? 19 bodies. Wow. And we are again the first ones here. Looks like we've got a brown dwarf, and that's probably an M. Yep, that is an M-class star. Back out of here. We'll go to the galaxy map. I'll show you guys again where I'm at in case you missed it earlier. So I'm the blue marker here. That's where I'm at right now. I think we're a little above plane. Yeah, we're on top of the plane. Not by far, but a little bit. No, I did not mean to click that star. Stop it. And we are... There's the bubble, is where all these bookmarks are. And there's Sagittarius A. So we're close to the middle-ish. Where I was headed for originally, I bookmarked it, was out here. That was where I was going to head to. And just to check it out. I don't know, just to do it. But when you do something like that, especially if you plan on streaming, you're committing to a lot of flat-out exploration. And I'm not sure that that's what we want to do on the stream that much. So I decided to just kind of turn around. We're going to do some of it and kind of scoot our way back until we get tired of it. And if we do, we'll neutron back to the bubble and find something else to do. I need to do some more really exciting stuff. I need to do some mining. I want to try to get my funds up a little more. To kind of pick at that for the 2020 release. I'm sure there's going to be money to be dropped there, and I'll make sure I got plenty of it for that. I also still need to grind that Imperial rep, another really exciting thing to do. And I need to get my combat rank up. I need my next rank to unlock the Lori Jameson, I think it was. And because I am I'm the level below what she requires to unlock her. So I need, and I picked at that a little bit. I haven't found, and if you guys know a way, please let me know. But I haven't found a good way to really, I say grind that because no matter how you do it, it's a grind. But the way I was doing it was super grindy. I mean, I was trying corrupt nav beacons. I was trying different level of extraction sites, kind of see what rank and size ships I could find in them. I was trying to get the biggest ships with the best ranks I could find. And I wasn't too many elite in any of them, but there was a lot that were over my rank, and it still was just slow tick, just real super slow. And I didn't really want to do that either. I've played enough MMOs that I grind enough, have ground enough. I'd just rather not if I don't have to. I'd rather do it passively, but I can only imagine how long that would take to do it passively. All rocky bodies and one rocky ice. So there's another rocky ice. Maybe I have seen them before and just didn't pay much attention to it. Which is entirely possible. I don't know if you guys are explorers, and you've seen a lot of those. I'd be curious to know. Or if you see something out here that you haven't really seen before, or you want to take a closer look at something, holler. That's what we're here for. I'm just the co-pilot here. In a manner of speaking. Nothing there. No sights even. High sulfur though, 22%. A little bit of chromium. Yeah, Eddie used to tell you, he'd tell you whether or not the planet's landable, what its orbit was, whether or not it was tidally locked, its surface temperature, day cycle. I mean, cool stuff, but for every planet, it was a bit obnoxious. So now it'll only speak up when the planet's estimated scan value is over 250,000. which is convenient. Because right now, if I had Eddie in its regular state, we'd probably still be listening to scans from the last system if I kept at this kind of rate. And that was just too much. Oh, I don't know if you heard my HOTUS creak there, but it's starting to do it again. Yep, hear it? There, you can hear it. More high sulfur. A lot of sulfur in this system. More sulfur. I've never really been out to a nebula either. I guess I haven't been because a lot of people, oh, you want to see something spectacular, go to your nebulas. And I guess I haven't because I feel like everybody's been to them all, at least on this side of Sag A. And I kind of like finding the new stuff if I'm going to spend the time to get somewhere that far out. Otherwise, I can just look at screenshots. What do we got? We got one more rocky body here somewhere. There it is. There it be. So nothing really of note here. Feels full. So on we go. Oh, my coffee's good, but it's starting to get a little cold. I have to go heat it up something.
Jump in progress. Yours traveling from the Silicoid UE-VB30-5 system. This is your first visit to the system.
And are you guys hearing Eddie okay? Enough to at least tell what he's saying if you want to hear what he's saying. I don't want to be all obtrusive, but if you're curious what he's saying, I try not to talk over the top of him so you can hear him if you want.
Scanning for information.
Fuel scooping.
And we're going to go ahead and fill up here.
Fuel
Just because we're here.
Maximum fuel.
Get away from that star a bit. And drop down, see what we got. Some ice, another icy rocky. They must be far more common than I thought. It's an asteroid belt, yep. Alright, well. Get started. Icy body. Look really cool. I'm looking forward to them putting in some more interactions with the planets. I think it would be neat. When I did play Eve, I really liked the PI, planetary interaction. I thought it was a really cool idea. Not necessarily the way they implemented it, although it was pretty interesting. But they've got to do something, because the bubble consists of such a insignificant percentage of the whole universe, the whole solar system. So, oh my gosh, galaxy, context is everything. Galaxy that we have to work with, like all the iron and carbon and sulfur this has, and the belts that could be mined, and the rings that are out there. There's no way that makes any sense, and no need to, the whole backyard. No need to go out there and, and get those materials. So they've got to be putting something in that gets people out, not everybody like, oh my gosh, if you're going to play the game, you can't be here kind of thing as far as the bubble's concerned, but more about if you or a group of people or your squadron or whatever decide that, hey, we want to move 30,000, 100,000 light years away from the bubble and just kind of try to, organize some kind of civilization out there, we can do that. And the same resources that are in the bubble, excluding NPCs and services, are all over the whole galaxy. So, it doesn't make a lot of sense that we as players can't go exploit that. So I'm sure they've got to be adding something so that we can do that. And that's the kind of content I'd really love to see for the game. Over the whole Space Legs thing. I get why some people want it. And it's not that I'm against it. There's so much to me in the game, in its current means of transportation and the way it currently works. There's so much content that can be used just with some more development and adding functionality to what's already here instead of trying to add new vehicles and people and planets, or not planets, but environments for you to walk around in. I'm okay with the SRVs or similar vehicles to do those things with. Presumably, I was hearing the other day, and it might even say in their description. I don't know. I haven't read them. I just thought it was curious. It made sense, but maybe they only said that because of the names. But like the Orca and all that those ships can go underwater. I don't know if that was part of their lore or description or whatever, or if they're just saying that because of the name. But I thought, that would be an interesting thing too. It's kind of a tour ship. And take people on excursions for water worlds, underwater. That'd be neat. Not that I would necessarily do that, but that's the kind of immersion and enjoyment that a lot of people get out of a game like this. Being able to go out there and kind of lose yourself in it for a while. There's that rocky, icy. We have to land on one of those at some point. See if they look much different than an icy or a rocky. I'm guessing they look a little like both. Not sure. Yeah, this whole process is a little clunky on a HOTAS.
System scan complete.
Rocky World. Nothing here worth anything either. But we got first discovery on a lot of stuff. On to the next. Class K.
Adjusting for jump.
Cool to discover a black hole or something somewhere too.
Traveling from the Sinopoint DD-8.
Well, heck, at this point, I would say it'd be cool to discover anything over and above your typical planets. Just something really neat.
Confirming exit.
Black hole,
telemetry.
biological signs.
Gathering information. Cartography has now been updated.
11 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
Get away from the star a bit. I don't know why, but I just got a cramp in the side of my hand. That was weird. Maybe I held it or something. Alright, we're away. Let's see. Actually, I wanted to look.
A very common M-class main sequence star identified.
So that's 2M class. Yeah, no, that's a K and an M. And asteroid belt. So we got a lot of new stuff here. Let's see if any of it's cool. Icy bodies, rocky bodies. Nope, just icy bodies and asteroid clusters. Doesn't even look like, doesn't even look like there's any. There may be one rocky body down in here. And this must be the asteroid cluster. Nope, some of the ices. Oh, there was more in there. No locations. I haven't even seen any geological in the past few systems, which is a little odd. There was still more in there. Why didn't I see the arrows? Perhaps I wasn't close enough. What in the world? Wow, is that... That orbital plane should not be moving that fast. It's not. There's something up with my HOTAS. Or something. Because it was just going the other way. See, if I'm below the plane, it slowly goes up. If I'm above the plane, it slowly goes down. I wonder if that's a bug. And if I'm on the plane, and there's my phone call. Hang on just a second, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. It was actually an attorney I was waiting on a call back from, and because their schedules could be so fickle, I didn't want to miss that. I wanted to make sure that I got to talk to him. It's kind of ironic. I released some studio space that I had for my photography. I just really wasn't capitalizing on it enough to keep it. So it happened to be that an attorney was taking over my lease, and I had been talking to him before because there was some stuff that I had did to the studio that he wanted, or the space anyway, that he wanted to keep. So I'd been talking to him before about some of that stuff. Really nice guy. And I had some legal stuff come up. Good legal stuff, not bad legal stuff. And I thought, I wonder if he does that. And he, sure enough, he does. At least a little bit of it. So that's what that phone call was about, to make sure that I could get that done. So anywho, back to what we were doing. I don't remember how many bodies we had here. Probably not that important because we're going to scan them all anyway. I would say scan them quickly. But between using a HOTAS and me being old, nothing in my life happens quickly anymore. Wow, what happened there? Did I miss? Yes, I did. I missed a lot of stuff in there. Wow, I wonder if everything's right here. Possibly. This has got more than one in it. Another interesting thing, if you don't know this, when you look at, let me see if I can find another one. Watch this be the last one and I'll get to show you. Just something kind of interesting. It gives you a heads up about what's coming. Oh, there's more here. Okay, when you hover over a circle or a signal, this signal you'll notice is a solid ring. What that means is when you zoom in, it's going to be a body, or of some kind. If it's two rings, there's more than one in it. And when I say two rings, there's like a darker line on the outside and a lighter one on the inside. And you can tell that like from this one here, I think. I don't know if you can really see it. You can't really see it with a big red dot in the middle, but that has two rings around it. That means that when you zoom in, there's going to be more than one body in there. And sometimes, typically, if I have a bunch of signals together, I'll pick all the two ring ones until I get to the bottom of the barrel and then work my way back up through them. Or if you prefer to work it the other way, whatever. But just an interesting little thing I thought might be neat.
System scan complete.
And that's last one, nothing worth much there. Sinukoi. That's got to be how that's pronounced. Sinukoi. Sinukoi. How else it would be pronounced, at least in English. Or Sinukoi? Koi, like the fish, is K-O-I, right? Maybe Sinukoi.
Jump in progress.
Sinukoi.
BD5-16 system.
Faster than
This is
light
your
Hmm.
first visit to the system.
Not sure.
Engaging exit protocols. Completing system scan. Stand by.
Fuel scooping.
Scoopable. Now we got a discovery on it. We got codex entry. We got something unique there. G-type star. Let's have a look at that in the codex. Is that the same one? Well, this is a different one. So I found one before. This one I discovered because it says G-type supergiant reported. Now this says supergiant and not star, but reported. And from my understanding of how this works, when it says reported, that means you are the first person ever to see it. No one else has. When it says confirmed, that means that someone else seen it first and no one's confirmed it, and now you have, so you're the second person. So this is where we're at, Sanuk. And oh, you know what this is? This means what this is confirming that that type of entity exists, not that type, not that specific star or planet. That's what this is. Because you notice up here it says G-type star confirmed. Now it shows the reported location of another one that was turned in. So there is a G-type star in this Blau AEC. And I have found another one right here in this system. So I've confirmed that this type of entity does exist, at least in more than one location. That's what that is. A G-type supergiant. So this is the class that the G-type things. There was a supergiant reported in this system of that class, of that type. Now, if I was to find another G-type supergiant somewhere, and a second one, it would go to confirm status. Or even if I went here to this system, and I'm pretty sure if I went to that system and found that one again, I would get confirmation on that one as well. More than one person has seen it. That's, I'm pretty sure how that works. And of course, I didn't pay any mind to how many bodies were here, but there's quite a few, it looks like. High metal, and an asteroid cluster. Curious. Should have looked at the map first. This is the asteroid belt. That out of the way. Now see, here's an example. Double ring, right there. Single ring. So that tells me if I click there, that'll be a single body. When I click here, I'm going to zoom in. There's going to be more than one. This will be a single body. Oh, and we got some geologicals on this one, it seems. Be geological sites, undoubtedly. Just geological. Yep, 31 of them though. High iron. Another high iron. Couple in here. High iron. Scanning. Bunch of geologicals, no doubt. Six of them. Not many at all. Oh, there was still more in there. And I completely glazed over that. Another high. Oh, this is rocky. Nothing on it. High metal. More sites. Probably just geological. Be cool too to see a biological in a new system. And you can go to your codex. And exactly, I've only done it once, so I don't remember exactly how you do it because I was just curious to see it. You can go to your codex and they're in the way in there to look for life forms and where they were. And you can go and see them or interact with them more, or some of them aren't confirmed yet. They just tell you where they've been seen. And you can go there and confirm them if that interests you. High metal, no sites. Wow, that's a lot of something there. It's just one. Why is that so doggone bright? Holy cow. just the one. 10% chromium. That's pretty good. Nickel, sulfur, carbon. Lots of iron. More iron. What's the matter, buddy? You wanting to go out now? I don't know. In fact, maybe I'll get him over here. You can meet my Jackson. He's a 140-pound turd ball. I love him to death, but he's a big puppy. He's a little under 2.5, or he's around 2.5. Come here. Come here. Come here. Say hi. Say hi. I don't know if you can see him. I can't. Hang on. Let me switch the screen. Yes, I know. There we go. Pick your head up, knucklehead. Sorry, I know that's clunky. Come here. No, not down there. Nobody can see you down there. There you go. So, I'm sitting in a regular sized chair. And he's actually ducking his head down right now because he wants to play it on me. But, hey, my big baby. Aren't you? Yeah, he's my big pain in the butt. Aren't you my pain in the butt? You're waiting for him to be an asshole. He does it to me. Like sometimes I'll be playing Elite or something, and when he wants attention, he'll come in and he'll lift my arms up because he's so damn tall and make my joystick go everywhere. He does it. Are you gonna lay back down, or you wanting to go out? Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Well, then go to bed. Go lay down. It gets a little warm in here because I have the door shut. And I do have a ceiling fan, but I turn it off. I need to get a little buzz ball or something for the microphone because you can hear it from time to time hitting the fan. No, you can't drink my coffee, sir. No. No, you can't drink my coffee. I do have another cam, actually. Right here. Just to prove it. Right here. That I am going to set up as a puppy cam. For when him or one of the other two. Actually, Cage doesn't come in here. He's my German Shepherd lab mix. He doesn't come in here very much. He doesn't really like the stuff. It's too scary. It's too scary for the puppies. Yes. It's too scary. Alright. That's enough loving for now. We don't want to overdo it. Move, I don't want to run over your foot. Anywho. Alright. So where were we at? Were we leaving this system? We scanned the system, right? Did do that. That's how easy I get sidetracked. Squirrel! We did. Looks like we got discovery on all this stuff as well. No one else has ever been here. Was that a type of planet was that? A Class A star. Lush white main sequence stars. 1.4 to 2.1 solar masses and have a surface temperature reading 10,000 Kelvin. 1,714 years old. Very cool. Very cool. Like I said, I enjoy that kind of stuff, but not on everything. And he looks like he decided to lay back down.
Telemetry obtained. Always heading to the Silicoid ZE-HC10-31 system. This is your first visit to the system.
And he does tell me, Eddie tells me if it's my first visit to the system,
Confirming exit point
which is
below
cool. It would be nice if he could tell me if
84
anybody has been to the system, but I don't even know if that's possible.
Stand by. Gathering information.
Because as far as external things go, which Eddie is, you're not allowed to data mine Elite Dangerous. It's against the terms of service. And from what I understand, 18 bodies. From what I understand, some time ago, I don't know how long ago, 4 years ago, 3.5, 4 years ago, Frontier encoded the engine so that it couldn't be data mined, from what I understand. So they're and as far as the information goes, unless the person exploring is running an add-on, kind of like I am, that talks to those services to feed it information, nobody knows. And you know, and except for like when you're in game and you hover over a body and it says whether or not it's been mapped or explored or whatever, that's the game telling you. But there's no way to really, in game, there's no way to data mine that, other than being there and seeing it, that I'm aware of. I've never seen anything like that. So we rely on those third-party sites to do that. It'd be kind of cool though if, I don't know, I was just thinking whether or not it would make any sense. I mean, even though I know there's different faction things, but you got the Pilots Federation, or I think there's another one, isn't there? That's kind of a global organization for everybody. Is it just the Pilots Federation? But why isn't there like a global database of these bodies and systems? There should be, you would think. We're flying around spaceships and building space stations, but we can't seem to manage a centralized database for what we know is out there. Even if it was faction to faction, you know, if you take that data and you sell it to a faction, then that faction should have the data. Now, if for political or military reasons they wanted to retain that data and not share it, I get it. But, well, I guess maybe you could say that for those reasons they don't even share it publicly. I don't know. You would just think there would be a way in the game to see what's been explored and what hasn't. I don't know if it's just either a feature that just hasn't been implemented that they want to implement, or if they've never thought about it, or if they think it would be too detrimental to gameplay. Because all the explorers would just clean the places out. If they had a means to find out where people haven't been, then your random guide that's just kind of out learning how to explore something might have to go an awful long way to find something that hasn't. That's kind of a cool looking world. Yellow. Dark spots. Let's try to see what the primary iron. Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me that. Because I forget to switch. I know, you just wanted to see my beautiful face. That's why you let me do it for so long. Sulfur. I do have a mini screen up of the stream, but since this is only like the third or fourth time I've been streaming since I got back into it, I'm still getting the habit of keeping track of everything that I need to be keeping track of. So thank you guys for putting up with it. Iron nickel. Icy bodies. Nothing. Nada. What that? No. For some reason I thought that was lighter blue. Sanoki sulfur. That's kind of cool. Now it's interesting. I don't know how these maps are generated for these bodies, but this one is kind of a gray brown. The majority of it's gray brown. It's got that deep red. Now, immediately, I would think iron. And I guess that would depend on its atmosphere. It has no atmosphere. Because when I see that, I think iron. That's why it's orange like that. But I think of it that way because here on Earth, you get oxidation of iron. And I guess iron's natural color is going to be a dark gray. Without oxidation, it's not going to come that rusty color. Unless, I don't know, can you oxidize iron or create that same process in a different kind of atmosphere? Like if you completely removed oxygen, can just water oxidize iron? I wonder. In other words, does metal in space rust? I don't think so. I mean, I was going to say, well, you find like if you found a piece of metal in water on Earth, it would rust. But there's oxygen in the water on Earth. So that doesn't eliminate the oxygen factor. And I'm sure there are other chemicals that can create the same process on iron or any other metals that oxidize. Copper. And probably a million others. I'm no metallurgist.
Leaving system.
Jump in progress. Doors unmuted. Silicoy NC-SB18-.
Star Wars 8 is this next track.
Fuel tanks are at 86%.
Scanning.
Turn that music up just a little and see if I can
System scan
hear it. I'm curious what his interpretation of it is. Oh, loud. How many bodies do we have? I didn't look. One. So, we got discovery on that. We don't need to stay here. We don't need to stay here. Debating on how Star Warsy this is.
Traveling to the Silicoy TD-TD3-103 system. This is your first visit to the system.
I don't know, I'm definitely not a music guru when it comes to Star Wars. Just so far it doesn't really make me think Star Wars. Things like there's a little bit much on the strings.
System scan complete.
Now that's more Star Warsy to me.
Fuel is now at maximum fuel capacity.
And that sounds like a Star Warsy run there. That's definitely Star Warsy, all those horns.
A very common M-class star identified.
Just 2 stars, yeah. How's that music volume for you guys? Can you hear it enough to kind of tell what's going on, or is it too loud? Or it's a little bit loud for me, so I'm assuming it's probably pretty good for you.
Destination confirmed. The Silicoy IL-EB12-2 system. This is your first visit to the system. Fuel levels are now at 88%.
Scanning.
Okay. Well, let me know if it gets to be too loud, or it can get too quiet at times, because with a lot of Justin's music, there's a lot of ambient style music or ambient style pieces to his work, and it's really quiet, and it's just, you know, the winds or strings playing really light. 9 bodies here. Here, like on this part, a lot of piano. say a lot. It's not a lot. But it's really light. It's icy and rocky. Excuse me. So I was watching last night. I like watching the science stuff. I've always been intrigued by astrophysics and quantum theory and all that. Not that I'm any genius and not that I know anything beyond what they're called. But I like hearing about it. I like listening to people that are way smarter than me talk about it. Because it just tickles my imagination. But there was a show on last night. They were talking about black holes. And they said something I was a little puzzled by. They said they don't know if black holes, at least in the sense that we think of black holes, actually exist. And I thought, what? There's one right in the middle of our own galaxy. What do you mean you don't know? And it's not that the body, it's not that a black hole itself, it doesn't exist. It's just how we think of it may not exist because they don't know what's inside of it, whether it's a singularity or whatever. That they don't actually know what a black hole is. And I was baffled by that. I was like, I thought we were pretty sold. I mean, yeah, we knew we couldn't get past the event horizon. We knew we never knew what was in them, but I didn't know that changed the definition of kind of what we know about it. And that's the way they made it sound. They made it sound like it's more of a working theory of what a black hole is, or that they're even a black hole. Again, in the way we think about it. And I found that interesting. And they were talking about the way, now I don't know if they've ever witnessed this. And again, I'm half talking out my ass here because I'm no big scientist and I'm definitely not a geek. But again, I like watching this kind of stuff. But they were talking about that the way they believe the black hole works is there is a singularity at the middle, a super condensed mass, obviously. But they say that mass will keep condensing and condensing until the point that it explodes. And then they said that in one of their theories, and there are lots of them because nobody knows what happens beyond the event horizon, that could be the Big Bang. It could be the Big Bang, the same process, the same thing that happened, is all this mass condensed at the middle of a black hole and exploded. Because so much mass can be put in the middle of those, so much. And I thought that was interesting. So that particular theory was that, and this is going to sound bizarre because it sounded bizarre to me when I heard it, but that we may actually be inside of a black hole. Our galaxy and, well, everything we know, our known universe, might be inside of a black hole. And that could create, you got a black hole. We have black holes, so we got black holes inside of black holes, which could be another black holes with other. And I was like, wow, okay, a little bit deep for me, but I thought it was interesting nonetheless. It's kind of cool to think about. There was nothing of significance here. 2-3 landable. No, nothing really. Nothing fun to look at here. But that kind of stuff, like I said, it intrigues me. I'm too much of an idiot to understand it to much of a degree. If I had life to do over again, boy, if we all only had that, I would have definitely went into astrophysics. Definitely. Because it just fascinates the crap out of me. The downside of that is I'm not a huge fan of math. I say I'm not a huge fan of math. I am a fan of math. I'm not a fan of algebra. Definitely not a fan of algebra. And it's not even because it's kind of an abstract math. It's that it requires memorizing a lot of formulas and applications for those formulas. And I don't have the greatest memory. I always fell with Einstein on that thought, you know, why remember what you can look up? It's just a waste of space to do that. And I liked it because it fit. It meant that I had to work less, so I use him as an excuse. Which, relating to Einstein, they were when that whole black hole thing, they were talking about that if black holes worked in these other ways with the singularity, not where without the singularities, but more with the mass and stuff going on. I don't know exactly how they explained it, but
Destination confirmed.
that it means that
Similar UV-BB6-6 system.
a lot of Einstein's theories are also incorrect. I don't know. Again, intriguing stuff for people that are way smarter than I am. But I like hearing about it anyway.
System scan. Stand by. Gathering information.
Because it makes me think,
Now being
I
updated.
guess, is why I enjoy it. 19 bodies. Oh, we almost completely fueled just by flying away. Get away from the star a bit. Oh, and I think that show is How the Universe Works. I think that was the name of that show. Science Channel. So if you're ever curious about that particular subject. Damn, we still didn't. We're going to get these rocky ice worlds instead of Earth-like. Yeah, you can probably Netflix or YouTube that to hear that same show. Or it might even be on demand on their website. I'm not sure. It's really starting to warm up in here. I may have to turn that fan on anyway and just deal with the intermittent choppy noise. Kind of a cool looking planet. Sulfur. Rocky ice. Icy with nothing on it. Oh, this must be... This is not a belt. This must be all the planets right here. Or a lot of them. I see. A lot of nickel. Now that was curious, unless I didn't. I think maybe I didn't see that the way I thought I seen it. I thought that was a double ring before I zoomed in, but it was just one planet. See, now that's a double ring. I think the reason that it's a double ring when they're that close together, yeah, because see if I pull back a little bit, they stack, is because even though they're side by side here, when I click, I will be able, even though I'm going to zoom in, I can still scan both of those things within the zoom. Pretty sure that's what's going to help. It did go single body. That's a strange one. But I have noticed that before. If the planets are close enough together and you zoom into one, you can still, within the zoom in, go see the other. And there is still a lot more here. Rocky icy, high sulfur. Icy body, high sulfur.
System scan complete.
Kind of cool looking planet. All done with that, nothing exciting there. And unfortunately, just statistically, I think we're bound to hit a lot more unexciting than exciting. And that coffee is just getting too cold to enjoy.
Telemetry obtained. You are traveling to the Silicoy CF-AD-132 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Let's see what we got here.
Fuel scooping.
24 bodies. I got a codex entry there too for something. I'll check that out in a second.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
Get away from the star because I don't want to fry. Non-terraformable confirmed. A metal-rich planet that has a large metallic core. It's a metal-rich planet with atmosphere. Well, here's all kinds of them. So why did I get it confirmed on that? I don't understand that. There's a lot about this particular process that I don't get why I got a codex entry for that. And it says confirmed, so I know that I'm not the first person to see this type of planet, but why is there so many of them? Oh no, this planet has got all of the records. The one that I just found. Hang on, let me... Well, I don't know if it'll go back here. I was going to go out and slow down so I didn't get too far away from the star, but... So this Sinukoi is where we're at now. So the planet we found... Okay, one other one has been found, and that's that blue AEC, same region as before. But the one we found has a bigger mass. How can I have a bigger mass and a smaller mass? That doesn't compute. It's got the smallest and greatest radius. So I'm not sure how the records work either, or if they're working at all. Not sure. Very curious. Oh, doggone it. Thought we might have another Earth-like there. Got some gas giants. Some ices, rocky, asteroid belt. There's 24 bodies here. And I think we were the first as well, so. Yep. So we're going to get a lot of exploration out of this one. Oh, sorry, I'm smacking the mic. Find our plane here. One of our gas giants. In here somewhere. Right there, it's a class 2. I think class 3 are the rare ones. These are rocky bodies. Didn't stay on long enough. Yep, make sure it didn't have any sights on it. Nothing. Nada. Well, eventually we're bound to run across some sites that are not geological. I don't know what that percentage would be. Significantly low, I would bet. There's our asteroid cluster. Holy cow, there's a lot of stuff right here. Another gas giant. Good night. I guess there was something else in there. I thought that... Oh, I guess it didn't. Thought that took us right to the star. Here's one of those little yellow planets. I always thought those were kind of cool. I don't know exactly what makes them yellow. Atmosphere type sulfur dioxide. That must be what makes it yellow. Which is kind of funny because if it's got a sulfur dioxide atmosphere and the surface is yellow, but its highest content is iron. Like, or did it even have sulfur in it? Yeah, it does. Okay, it's just slightly lower than the iron. Okay, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. And I wish this joystick would stop slipping around. Holy cow, the amount of bodies right here. It's a celestial massacre. Okay, maybe not. Bad joke. Iron sulfur. Oh, glass 2. Gas giant. Oh, there was another gas giant there. I didn't even notice it. I'm not looking forward to going back to work tomorrow. Especially when they threw that midnight in the middle of my work. My off time. So now I feel like, almost feel like I haven't had any time off. And that sucks. Okay, this one's got something on it. Probably just geological sites. I'm gonna flip if it says other. That would be cool. That would be exciting. No, geological. 3. This one has also got some sites. More geological, undoubtedly. Iron and sulfur. Yep, 4 geological. What's that? Oh, we are all the way out. Holy cow. Two more. My metal content, that is ice caps on it. That must not be tidally locked. No, it's not showing me the information on it. That was still in there. Last but not least, this is the odd one out. Rocky ice.
System scan complete.
Nothing here of significance out of all those bodies. Oh well. I never have asked, what do you guys think of the... Got on green screen. I actually have my office space set up. What do you think of that? The lights. And looks like I'm a little off center again.
This is your first visit to the system.
Is it too far?
Exit destination
Camera low.
confirmed.
Too far over.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hang on, I don't want to burn up in this star, and I'll adjust that again.
System scan. Stand by.
Fuel scooping.
Homemade mushroom Swiss brisket. That does sound amazing.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
7 bodies.
98% capacity.
I'm not a huge mushroom fan. I don't mind the mushroom Swiss combination though. That I can usually do. But I'm not a big... I like morels, fried. But just like mushrooms on pizza or something like that. Not the biggest fan. A little too earthy for me. Alright, trying to center that camera up a little bit, but I'm not liking it. Maybe I'll just scoot over. I don't know, whatever. Let's see what we got here. But yeah, I had the room done up. I mean, I said I had it done up. I didn't do anything to it. I hung some lights and some, so that sound foam. Try to get rid of some of the echo, but need some more dirt. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But yeah, a good morel, some light breading on it. I used to hunt those up in the Midwest. Down here in Texas, I can't imagine you can find them anywhere in this dry, sandy state. Could be wrong, but I think they require quite a bit of water when they're in season to pop up. I used to go and hunt those morels, and even did golden seal and ginseng root for a while. We'd go out and hunt all that up and sell that to root buyers.
System scan complete.
Pay pretty good if you have something I like to do. More earth, less grit is good to me. I like breaded fried mushrooms, but not battered fried. Okay. I get that. Yeah, I don't have a preference for breaded or battered. I'd probably agree that breaded is probably a little better. Battered tends to hold a little more of the grease in, make them a little mushier, where breaded probably makes them a little crisper. You know, it sounds amazing though. When I'm thinking about all this deep fried stuff. It's been a long time since I had a really good funnel cake. I think the last time actually I had a funnel cake, I was in Tennessee, outside the Smoky Mountains. And there's a place downtown. They did it right there. It was an actual storefront, which is kind of weird. I'm used to seeing them in like kiosks, but an actual storefront, and that's what they did, funnel cakes. I think it was the last time I had one.
Check out. No unusual activity.
Levels are now
Very bad for you, but damn are they good.
Fuel scooping.
8 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
fuel at maximum.
Elephant ears, huh? I actually, have I ever even eaten an elephant ear? I don't think so. I love funnel cakes. I love anything that, even within the realm of a pastry. Trouble. Sometimes my wife will bring home donuts left over from her meetings because she'll buy them when she goes in. They do not last around here. It's bad to keep pastries around me. I cannot help myself. But a lot of people have their own preferences with donuts too. You know, whether it's Dunkin' or Krispy Kreme or whatever. There's a place around here I heard about called Round Rock Donuts. And I was at work the other day, and one of the supervisors brought in a dozen of them. Rocky Ice, and he told everybody, grab you one. He said they're the best. And I'm always skeptical when people say, "Oh, try this; it's the best." Like anything, especially with food, it's up to personal taste whether or not you think it's the best. It was definitely different. They were regular glazed donuts, as you would think, just regular hole in the middle glazed donut. But it looked to me, and I've never homemade a donut. Actually, I probably have, but it's been a long time. But it seemed to me, it was, first of all, it was much softer, like super, like if you put it in your hand and went like that, you could probably flatten it to a 1/4 inch, and if you took your hand off of it, it would have stayed that way. So it was that kind of soft, which I wasn't a huge fan of. I think I like them a little more firm than that. And it was darker brown than most donuts. I don't know if they just cook it longer, but I don't know how they cook it longer and keep it that soft. I don't, it was different. But as far as the flavor goes, it was good, and they were warm. They were just made. But it was definitely different. I've not had a donut like that before, and they were pretty good. I don't know that I would pay some higher price for a donut like that. I just like pastries in general. They don't typically have to be that fancy or great or unique.
System scan complete.
Nothing here. Good night. Yeah, I like pastries of all flavors. Just cakes, pies. There's some cakes I'm not a huge fan of. My favorite cake,
Jump into
and I've never had one quite the same.
Telemetry obtained.
Of course, my grandmother used to make from scratch red velvet cakes.
This is your first visit to the system.
Oh my gosh, they were so amazing. Now I've had red velvet cake from other places. I've had
scanning for information.
I've had the box kind. I've had them from bakeries, things like that, and they just never taste the same to me than my grandma's did.
Fuel is now fully refueled.
I'm a snob when it comes to donuts. I don't like any cake donuts. I prefer yeast donuts, and I don't like plain glazed. I'm not a big snob when it comes to donuts. Don't get me wrong. I don't like a bad donut as much as the next guy. But as far as does it taste like this or is it flavor like that? I don't have a huge preference for that. I'm not the biggest fan of cake donuts either, but I won't say no to them. I will not say no to them. I don't know that I could say no to any donut for that matter. I'm not a big fan of chocolate. Milk chocolate is okay in small doses. If it's a cookie or even, just a little Hershey square or something, I'm okay with that. I don't like a lot of chocolate. I don't care for chocolate ice cream. But I love vanilla and stuff like that. And I love all kinds of flavors as well. So the cake donuts I don't have a problem with. Regular glazed, I'm good with that. I can do regular glazed. I prefer Bavarian custard filled. Those are definitely my favorite by far. With or without icing. Without, preferably, because they're not the custard. As long as the custard's not super sweet, which I don't think I've ever had one where it has been. So it's just the right balance for me. And I think that's why I don't care for the chocolate, because it seems to me, and maybe I've just always had bad donuts, but it seems to me when you get chocolate, they're always so damn sweet. Super rich. And I don't like foods. I don't mind foods really rich if there's only a little of it, but I can't handle a lot of it. It just.
Closing map.
Closing map. I didn't tell you to open the map, goofball. But, even with the cake thing anymore, which has been just my wife and I here at home now for past, I don't know. I would say the past 5-6 years, but I have had a daughter back from time to time for a while, so I don't know, it's not in one big span, but it's typically just my wife and I here. So when we make a cake, if you get a cake in a box anyway, it's always a full-size cake, and half to 3/4 of that cake will go bad before we eat it. So we just don't eat a lot of them. But I like my sweets. Oh, and that's kind of a cool looking planet. Was that the third scroll or the first one? That wasn't the highest chromium. Okay, no, it wasn't. It was iron. 21% iron. But I am definitely a fan of sweets. I won't say no to many sweets. I am also hypoglycemic. Not to any severe degree, not that it needs medication or anything. But my mother's a diabetic. and she's also a nurse. So, but now I live almost 1,000 miles away from my mom now. But when I'm there, she's always on about my health. You're doing this, you're doing that. Let me check your blood pressure. Let me check your blood sugar. Oh, because I'm not big on going to the doctor. Not because I'm frightened of them or something. I just don't. I'm the kind of guy, I don't even take an aspirin unless I just have to get through the day or whatever I'm doing. I just don't like to. Because in my opinion, personal choice, when you take medication to fight things, not necessarily the headache thing, but you get a cold, no, I want to take NyQuil, I'm going to take this and that and the other. Your immune system doesn't have to fight it. Because the medication's going to. And every now and then I think that's fine, but if you overdo it, you weaken your immune system for doing it. You're not giving your immune system the kick in the butt it needs to keep it healthy. Again, personal opinion, I'm not a doctor. When I went through the beginning stages of that sinus infection a few weeks back, I don't think I was streaming then. But I was just, sitting here doing my thing, and I started to get really cold. And then I started getting the shivers, and I was like, great. And I started getting tickle in my throat. I was like, great, I'm getting some kind of infection. Something bacterial, because I'm starting to get a fever. And I started feeling worse and worse, and I was like, screw it, I'm just going to go to bed and lay down. Went to bed, freezing my butt. Oh, I mean the kind of freezing when you don't feel good that has you shivering. I mean, it gives you chills. And that was the first time in a long time. I think my temperature got up to 102, 103, 102.
Key systems are at optimal
But
levels, readying for exit.
again, in my opinion, and I'm no doctor, the reason you get a fever, it's your body's immune system trying to kill off the bacteria, generating a body temperature high enough to kill it. That's why you get a fever.
Fuel at maximum.
And I want my body to do that, if it can do that successfully. But I'm not an idiot either. If it gets too high, if it would have hit 103, I would have went to the emergency room. Just so it didn't get out, because that can give you brain damage. Maybe that's what happened. No, I'm kidding, but I kept, I consciously, I kept the thermometer there by the bed, and I checked it from time to time, just to make sure it wasn't getting out of control. The fever, that is. And I got through it. It knocked it out. Fever went back down. It broke. Throat was still erect, though. I did end up going to the doctor,
Course adjustment.
but it was a work thing. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to have something contagious and take it in. Make sure it wasn't the beginning of the flu or something like that. And it was just a sinus infection from all the rain and stuff we've had here in Central Texas this year. Because I've been here 2.5 years, and I've never really had. I've had a little bit of the sniffles. I get that sometimes during cedar season or whatnot, but it's never really been that bad. Man, this year I got wrecked, and I hope that's not going to be a yearly thing now. 10 bodies, because that would be awful to have to go through all the time. Holy cow! And they're all icy bodies. Yeah, that would be a terrible thing to have to go through every year. I did ask my doctor, I said, well now, since this happened, is this something I'm now going to just experience every time allergy season hits? And he said, well, it's hard to say. He said, odds are if you get it again next year about this time, yes, it's now going to be a recurring thing, and then we can get you on something, or get you a prescription when that comes around. And again, I'm not a fan, and he knows this as well. I'm not a fan of taking medication if I don't absolutely need to. Just me. Even my dentist, when I get my dental work done, I've had root canals, my teeth. Genetics, I'll tell you. My teeth have never been that great, and that's why I'm going through so much dental work now, getting everything straightened up. But he's asked me before when I get done the procedure, like a root canal or something, you want a prescription for some pain medication for afterwards. And I always tell him no. If ibuprofen, regular ibuprofen or something won't kill it, if I need it, I'll call and let you know. And I think only once have I really needed to take the ibuprofen, and that was just a tenderness issue. The site was just really tender. I did get them all. But other than that, yeah, I don't even take aspirin if I don't have to. I just don't like to. Again, I think it keeps your immune system healthy. Keeps it fighting the battles. One of my good friends, semi-good friends, I haven't seen him in years. But when I was in high school, one of my good friends, his older brother had a child. And it was their first child. And I only remember this because it was just so
Limits all other systems.
true of how all this happens, or at least it seems to be. They had a kid, and it was their first kid.
Cartography has now been updated.
And they were, make sure you sanitize your hands before you touch the kid. You can't hold the kid unless your shirt's clean and everything. You can't have held a pet or touched a pet or have done something outdoors or anything. You got to be all sterile to be around their kid. There was no medical reason for this, by the way. It was just their choice. And after the child was about 3 or 4 years old, developed some nasty allergies. Nasty allergies. And in my opinion, though, all that came from the fact that they didn't give the child's immune system a chance to develop by fighting those things off. Is that true? I don't know. I believe so, but I'm not a doctor. But that's the way I pretty much take the whole health thing. Unless I'm just dying, and it can be bad. I'm not saying don't go to the doctor, but the time before when I didn't feel well, I had it was a sinus infection, but I didn't go to the doctor because it didn't really hit me like this one did. It was a little lighter than this one. And I let it go, and I let it go, and I was like, I'll get over it, and I didn't take any medication for it. And, it went from there in my nose, and it got into my lungs, and I ended up with pneumonia, and that can be life-threatening. So definitely know your body if you plan to do something like that. You know when enough is enough. Don't overboard it. Sometimes your body just cannot deal with it. Especially because we have so many, the vaccines and all that nowadays that people's immune systems are fairly hardy to begin with. And because of that, all the diseases and bacteria also evolve with that and get stronger. So eventually we'll have a bunch of super viruses floating around that are incurable. Imagine colds with no cure. I mean, they don't really have a cure now, but I think you kind of know what I mean. That would be awful, but it's coming. It's coming because we continue to overprescribe, not let people's immune systems. All that needs to be done is in an extreme, in an extreme case, in a moderate case, is sometimes your immune system needs some help. That's all. It needs a little boost. It doesn't need something to come in and replace it and do everything for it. It just needs a little boost. It's unfortunate that even that happens, but I don't know.
Destination confirmed.
Oh, we've actually been. Oh, it's been about 2 hours now. Just about to our break session here. We'll take 5 minutes to get up and stretch. Keep them legs pumping. Talking about all this health stuff. If you don't keep those legs pumping, you get clots in your legs. Go right to your heart, man.
Completing system scan.
Fall right out of your chair.
Gathering information.
Dead as a doornail.
Has now been updated.
Again, very rare chance that would happen. But why chance it? Doesn't matter getting up and walking around for a minute. Walk to the kitchen, grab a drink, use the restroom. Got 2 bodies here. Looks like 2 stars. It is. So there's nothing here. So we're just going to head in that direction. And I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm going to get up. I'm going to take my coffee cup in the kitchen, stretch my legs here for just a minute. Or I recommend you do the same if you've been here with me for a while. And Then we'll be back. So, see you in a few. All right. So I opened the door and Jackson decided to leave. And Gracie came in. Now, she's shorter than Jackson. She's also a Great Dane mix. I don't know. She's a little bit shy, but we're going to see if we can get her up here and I'll show you. Crazy. Come here. Oh, if I can lift her. Oh, here. Oh. Oh. She says, "What are you doing to me?" Oh, come here. Come on. She's got her head in my lap. And I don't know. She get her head up. Come up. She's being a little shy about it. I can't wait to get the dog cam going, but she is a doll. She's our princess. I mentioned on the stream the other day, she's a Great Dane Blackmouth Cur mix. And if I had to guess, it was probably a female Fawn Dane and a male Blackmouth Cur. Because I don't know that a Blackmouth would be big enough to have a puppy. I don't know how big she was when she was a puppy. We got her as a rescue, pretty much the size she is now. But she is such a sweetheart. She is such a good dog. She does have a pretty big prey drive, and that's that Blackmouth in her. But she doesn't have a lot of those Dane traits that make her a crazy puppy like Jackson. She's really sweet and gentle and loves attention. Yes, loves attention. I don't know how that stand. I was going to say maybe I can tilt the camera down, but the way that stand works, I don't think it will either. No, not happening. I'll have to get that other cam set up. Yes, so we can show the puppies too. Yes. She's so beautiful. Okay, come back. I don't want to run over you. You want back out? Because I know it's warm in here. You want back outside? You want to go back out? Oh, I said the O word, didn't I? I said the O word. My wife got I don't even know what kind of plant it is, but it's a plant that's supposed to keep mosquitoes and stuff away, flies. And we have a lot of sparrows around here, and they'll try nesting in these plants. She's pushing on my arm because she wants petted. You can see her nose in the bottom of the picture. So she's seen a sparrow fly out of that little plant the other day. And now every time we say the O word, she just goes nuts because she wants to go see if that bird is in that plant. Don't you? You want to go chase the bird. We have lizards around here too. I don't know exact species of lizard, but want to get a dog as crazy as me, something husky-ish probably. No, you don't. No, you don't. If you're curious about huskies, if you've never owned one or you don't have a close family member that does, foster one. It's a great thing to do. First of all, it helps save animals. Fostering helps save animals. Highly recommend it. Foster one for a while. Because worst case, and you can't handle it, you can take the dog back to the shelter or rescue. Best case, you fall in love with them and you adopt them. It's a win-win. You get to experience the dog. They get to possibly have their life saved. And see if it's something for you. I wouldn't, personally. Because huskies are crazy, huh? Huskies are crazy. She's such a doll. She's just sitting with her head on my arm, just staring at me. Wagging her tail. Because she loves her attention. Yes, she loves her attention. But yeah. They're my loves. They're my kids now. Because our kids are gone. No, that's enough attention. She's an attention hog. Aren't you? Yes. Alright, back to what we're doing here. Let me get you out of here. You're going to sit here and bug me the whole time. Come on. Come on. So she got outside the office door, and my office door has glass panels in it. So I said, when I opened the door, she just kind of stood next to me. I was like, go on. And she walked out the door, and I shut it. She turned around and looked at me like, but you said the outside word. No. She's a turd. All right. Did we... I don't think we did anything with this system. Or was this just the 2 stars? I don't remember. Yes, it was
L5
just 2
ground
stars.
detected.
On to the next. Only 171 jumps to go. Short trip. Super short trip. Like I said, we'll just see, you know. If we get too bored, if I get tired of talking to myself,
Destination confirmed. Full in transit to 3
or if I start putting you guys to sleep,
system. This is your
I'll
first
switch it
visit
up,
to the system.
neutron, jump it back or something. I don't know, we'll have to see.
Security is within limits.
2 years later. It's not quite that far. 171 jumps. If I was,
System scan.
well, if I wasn't scanning, it wouldn't be too bad at all.
Information. Cartography has now been
But
updated.
my objective in doing this when I was coming back was really only to scan whatever hasn't been discovered quickly.
Refuel.
But of course, I don't do much of anything quickly. But, you know, we'll see. We'll go and keep going. We found a few interesting things. We got some confirmation on a star. Got confirmation on the non-terraformable high metal planet with an atmosphere. That was kind of neat. I'd really like to discover something new. I mean, like totally new though. Like not, oh, nobody's seen this planet before. I mean like a new type of planet. I think that would be cool. And I'm not sure what in the world just beeped at me because Discord is on mute. That's weird. Anywho. Let's find the orbit line here. Oh, you had a screenshot. Well, that still shouldn't be beeping at me because Discord's in streamer mode. At least supposed to be. Yeah, it's in streamer mode, so it still shouldn't have. Let me see if that's what it was. It looks like that's what it was. The picture's not loading though, it's just sitting there grinding. It may just be, there it is. I don't know what kind of pet that is. Is that a pet or is that a mount in the background? And I don't know if I can. Yeah, do it that way. It's a mount. So, and I did play ESO a long time ago, but it's been a while. Do your mounts fight with you in ESO or no? I don't remember. No, they don't. Why do they show up here then? I mean, do you just have set like a favorite mount or something? And they show up there? Is that how that works? And I still don't think anything beats the original Guild Wars Necro outfits. Those were so cool. I really like those. Switch back to my regular view here. Whichever you have selected. So you make an active mount then. Or preferred mount or favorite mount or something along those lines. Like I said, I played ESO once. It's been a lot of years ago. I would be scared to try to get into it because I mean, I'm sure I would enjoy it because I like MMOs. But I just don't want to get my head wrapped up in another MMO. My OCD kicks in and I spend way too much time doing it. I'm trying to slow that down a bit, get more in the sci-fi genre, stream some stuff, have some fun with you guys, kind of build a little bit of a community, do what we're doing. That's my goal. That's my goal right now. I heard another beep. I'm guessing it gave me a new screenshot. We'll look at it here in just a second. But yeah, I'd be afraid to get back into it. I did think about, before I got back into streaming here recently, and I say back in lightly, when I did stream before, it probably didn't even qualify as streaming. I thought about, I seriously considered resubbing to WoW only because I played that game from launch. I did take a few breaks, but I played it from launch all the way up to about a year ago. So I knew a lot about the game. Power leveling wasn't a problem, instances weren't a problem, rating wasn't a problem, in-game content wasn't a problem. But, I don't know. The Elite community in itself is amazing. I've been playing Elite. I played it when it first came out for a while. And I stopped. And the reason that Sorry about my mic. The reason that I stopped was because at the time, I really enjoyed the bounty hunting in the game. And it never failed. Every time I would go bounty hunting, and money credits was a lot harder to come by then. Every time, a cop would run into me and blow up my ship, and I'd get sent to the rebuy. And again, at the time, money was difficult to get, fairly difficult to get. And when you had to constantly rebuy because cops kept running into you, the local cops. I mean, I could have went into the no security places, but I wasn't in ships big enough to handle that stuff at the time. I just got sick of it. I did complain about it to FDev at the time. And I explained that I'm not going to be playing the game anymore because I'm not going to keep getting my ship blown up every time I go bounty hunting. Just because the cops are running into me. It's not because I'm taking on stuff I shouldn't be taking on. It's because cops keep pathing into me and blowing up my ship on impact. So I stopped. And then they came out with Horizons. And a friend of mine was like, hey man, you need to check this out. You need to get back into it. They had a lot of really cool stuff. And the only thing that was burning in my head was getting blown up constantly by ships running into me. I said, yeah. And so I didn't. Did other things. Excuse me. And I finally decided to get it back out. The X52 I have, I actually bought the X52 I have for Star Citizen. Honestly, that's why I originally bought it. Star Citizen was just in its launch phases. Say launch phases, that's kind of funny. And it's like, well, I'm going to get Elite Dangerous back up. I built a PC specifically for VR. Elite Dangerous is built for VR. I had a good HOTAS. Made sense. I'll get back in there and try it out. So I did. And that's been several months ago now. I've been playing it again ever since. I'm enjoying it. I like streaming it. I like talking about it. Not that I know a lot about it. But I guess that's kind of why I like streaming it, because I don't know a lot about it. And there's a lot of people out there that do. And the Elite community right now, and I'll explain the why right now in a minute. The reason that I enjoy the Elite community so much now is because it's a smaller community. And it's a smaller community because it's been a little, it hasn't been, I would say not EVE inaccessible, like when EVE was in its prime and the learning cliff for that. But it was still a little inaccessible to newer players or people that weren't familiar with this kind of game. So it was a smaller community, very supportive community, mostly mature community. And it's been great for that. And I enjoy that too. You know, I'll hop in, you know, with Christopher Clever, Big Rick, Warpath, any of those guys. And they run into things or questions or problems that I know something about. And I love helping. And they're the same. Matter of fact, Warpath helped me build my mining ship. And that's the kind of community that Star Citizen, wow, shoot me now, Elite Dangerous has. Star Citizen, I didn't play a lot of. I've been in and messed around with it from time to time because I did buy into it. I bought into the hype and the marketing when it first came out, and bought one of the big chip packages. Not too crazy, more than I should have, but you know, it was a cool concept. I mean, why not? It came out. It was everything that, you know, a person that likes sci-fi, likes simulators, likes space games. It's like, you know, our wet dream. And it pulled a lot of people in. And I don't know where it goes. You know, I hope it does come out. I hope it does well when it does. But until then, and hopefully even the 2020 update that we're supposed to get for this game is really gonna knock our socks off. I'm looking forward to fleet ships. That would be cool if they're coming. I know that carriers have been a thing for a while, promised. This is all new. How many planets do we have, or bodies? But I'm looking forward to that. Like I was saying earlier, I'm really looking forward to the ability. There's so many This galaxy is so huge and the bubble is so small. And while there is explorers out there exploring it, there's so many resources and potential for the rest of the galaxy that can't be exploited. At least, and it make any sense to do so. I mean, it's not like you couldn't slow boat your ships out there and do something with it, but to do what with it? There's no quick way to get any of it back and sell it or any of that. So that I'm sure they have to be putting something in the game. That is not what I wanted. Putting something in the game to let people do that. They've got to be. To me, it seems like the next reasonable step. Yeah, there was 5. Okay. 1 planet. Is that right? But I'm excited about what they might bring. I think it would be. It can't be anything but good stuff. I'm sure. Because while not everything that FDev has done has been stellar, of course. I mean, I know they try. But right now, I don't know how they could do wrong. Where is this thing at? If it's not on the orbit, it has to be on. Bumping my microphone here. Wow. Oh, here we are. Off to the side. High metal content. Well, that's a cool looking. Well, I can see of it. It's like a solid color. Kind of neat.
That's already done.
But yeah, it. I don't know. I really enjoy. I enjoy playing this game. I enjoy the community that's around this game, even though it's a smaller community. Because a lot of people are very helpful. It has its people.
Destination confirmed.
Jackson's staring in the window. He wants to come in the office. No, he walked away, so we won't let him in right now.
Exit point telemetry. Stand by.
It's 3:30. That's probably what he's getting on about. It's about an hour from their time to get fed and go out. So,
Stand by.
but yeah, I really enjoy the sci-fi games, the sci-fi genre in general. I like space exploration. I don't typically, again, if you're kind of new here, I don't typically do exploration stuff. Not like this. This I've dedicated, and we'll show it again. I started jumping from the bubble, and I was headed over here. That's where I was going. I was neutron jumping out there, and I was just going to get out here and I wanted to see kind of how far I could go out here. But I got about halfway to Sagittarius A and decided if I go that far outside of self-destructing, it's a big commitment in time to go that far. And since I'm getting back into streaming and whatnot, and exploration can be somewhat dull in itself, not a variety of things, I didn't think it was a good idea. So I stopped neutron jumping. I just kind of mapped a regular route back to the bubble, just using the standard filters. I did add the protos, the carbons, and the non-sequence stars to the route for the sake of exploration. But so we're just kind of slow boating back and doing some exploration and chit-chatting and whatnot. And when we get too bored of it, or I feel like it's enough's enough, I'll neutron jump it back to the bubble. Did we repair? We're down a little bit. We didn't repair the last few neutron jumps we did, but that's all right. Did I scan everything that was here? I did not. I haven't started getting distracted. How many bodies were here? Oh, and you sent me another screenshot of something you wanted me to look at, didn't you? Throttle down here. Let me find it. Okay, that's you on the mount, and I'll share that with the stream. I don't imagine you care. We don't. Got open original here. Get a little bigger for us. Holy cow. Is that fitting on the screen? Not like that. Windows snapped it. So that's you on the mount. I get it. That's an ugly mount. Sorry. It's different. It's different. It's amazing. Yeah, I don't know how significant mounts are in that game anymore. Like I said, it's been so long since I've played it. I don't remember how game changing they were. I mean, I remember back in the WoW days, it's like a mutant turtle but without ninja. Back in the WoW days, getting your first mount was pretty significant because it opened a lot of the world up for you to reach in a reasonable amount of time. Class 3 gas giant. If I remember right, that was kind of rare. Or was it the class 4? I thought it was a class 3. But we didn't get a codex entry on it, so it must not be that rare. At least a 3. And now we've got high metal contents, rocky. Got some sites here. Maybe we'll get lucky. Get a biological or something besides simply geological. Yeah, dogs are going freaky. Wife just got up and was moving around the kitchen. They're all like, time to go out. Just geological. Rocky, nothing on it. Another rocky. Here's another one with high sulfur. Its atmosphere is probably sulfur based or sulfur something. If it's going to show us, is it going to show us? Gotta zoom out and back in. Yeah, sulfur dioxide atmosphere. 3% oxygen, 5% silicates. Tidally locked. Now that's interesting. I wonder how far it is. Just to science out for a minute. I wonder how far it is. I'd have to look in the different thing to see how far it is from that sun. Because if it's tidally locked, I don't know. Every time I think of something that's tidally locked, I think of it being scorched on one side and frozen solid on the other. But that one wasn't. That one was pretty much the same all the way around. Or maybe that's the case and their engine just doesn't handle that kind of stuff yet. Which could be. What do we have here? This is just a smorgasbord of planet types here. There's a gas giant hiding here somewhere. Somewhere in here. There it is, another class 3. And we have something else in here. 2 gas giants. Are they side by side? Yep, pretty much. At least at the moment. I don't know if they're both orbiting at the same speed, but there's something else over here. Rocky? Another high sulfur rocky. And another. But no sights. Oh, come on. Asteroid belt. That explains a lot of those. We are all the way out. Kind of a cool looking ice planet. See, I'm puzzled by that. And I imagine that's something's probably a work in progress. Holy Toledo. Look at all these. Sometimes when you zoom in on a planet, let me get zoomed in on a planet or a body. Now this one says activities, exploration, mining, and it says, you know, up there discovered system name. And that's it. I'm going to zoom out, I'm going to zoom back in, and it shows me all the information about the planet. I don't understand that, why it does that. You would think it would do all that at the same time. So again, maybe that's a bug, maybe that's not intended. Not sure. Scanning. All right, probably got some geologicals here. Again, not that we're looking for geologicals, we're looking for actually any other kind of signal sources. We're bound to find one eventually, if by complete luck. Geological. I'd like to find a biological. Not too many people, at least if you're newer to Elite Dangerous, have experienced a biological site. Now, I have a few, not that many, I have a few, and I've seen people do a few on streams. One I've never done, and I actually don't know exactly how they came about getting it, but it was a life form in space. It was around something. I don't know if it was maybe it was a signal source, but it was a life form actually floating around in space. And that was pretty neat. Ammonia-based life. So you would think you'd be able to do something, probe that, or something to learn about that life. Maybe something that's coming. That'd be cool to kind of have roles in the game of some kind. So more science or more combat or mercenary or law enforcement or whatever you wanted. Is there more? Yeah, there was another one in there. I don't know. There's so many ideas float around in my head. Notable stellar phenomena. I think that's what it was. Low string derivative. Let's call you low string, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'll just call you that if you don't mind. Thanks. You've only found one. Yeah, I haven't. I don't do a lot of exploration like I was saying earlier if you were here. This is just kind of a thing I decided the game had kind of... I say the game, it's not really the game. I was just at a point in the game where I'd done most of the grinding I wanted to do. I got tired of grinding and I just wanted to go chill for a bit. Italian. Nice. But yeah, we don't typically do a lot of exploration. It's just something I wanted to get away from grinding, from the mining, saving up some cash, grinding my combat rank to unlock Laurie Jameson and just go out and goof for a while. And that's kind of what we're doing. Just slow boating our way back to the bubble right now. I don't know for how long. We may get tired of it and I just start neutron jumping back same way I got out here. We're about halfway between Sag A and the bubble. Oh, we got a codex entry there. Gas giant discovered. We'll have to take a look and see what we got out of that. A standard gas giant? Really? It's just confirmed. So we must have got a record on it. I don't see any records on it. I don't... Like I was saying earlier, I don't completely understand the codex and why it does certain things and doesn't do others. And it doesn't mean it's doing it wrong. It just means I don't understand it enough to be able to understand why it's doing that. Because, again, like I was saying earlier, to me, the, what was it, discovered and confirmed? No, I forget what the heck the other one said. But the first one is if you're the first person to experience that type of entity, or, you know, whatever that is. And confirmed means that you're the second person, or maybe there's something new about it. I understand it. But it makes it seem a little less significant, I think. Again, there's a ton of cool stuff in these codexes. If you've never, if you kind of like to geek out a little bit on the game, there's a ton of stuff you can go find out what's in these different sections and whether or not there's stuff to be confirmed or found, or where somebody else has found something and you'd like to go see it. Really handy tool. I don't use it much. Again, I like the idea of the exploration, but I don't know. I guess to me, the exploration just isn't quite there yet. It's almost like everything's always a lot of the same. And it gets old kind of quick. I mean, there's always the idea of discovering something new, which kind of got me doing it to begin with. But it's so rare. I mean, I won't say it's as rare as like winning a lottery, but and holy cow, where is this icy body at? Must have its own thing going on somewhere. I am all the way out. I'm zoomed all the way out. And it looks like it's just one planet. Did I just completely overlook it? No. Whoop. By luck, we ran into it. It's one with rings. And I know, KT, you were asking the other day. Let's just see how far this is away from us. About whether or not you got money for rings. And I don't know. Because I haven't turned it in yet. Yeah, it is kind of cool looking. That's not too bad. You do get an what was it called? An astronomical. It'll pop up here. We'll do it. We're just gonna go probe the ring. You do get some type of discovery on it. I just don't know if it pays out. If it pays you anything when you turn it in. I know we were gonna see when on the turn in. Might beat us, yeah. Bait shop. Totally bullshit. No, I had bait shop on there for a long time, but it was so distracting because it ate up the whole damn dashboard. So I just went with BS. I like that better anyway. But yeah, I still don't know if the ring part gives you any money. I would think it would, even if some insignificant part. And I kind of like seeing what's out here too, as far as any hot spots or whatever, which refers back to what I was saying earlier. I can't imagine that they're not bringing something soon in to give this stuff purpose, because right now it has no purpose. I'm probably 13,000 light years from the bubble or so. And it would make no sense to come out here and mine and try to go back. For one, it would take you so doggone long. And there's nothing out here that's rare enough to make the track for. So I don't know why you would. Let's see what's in it.
Mapping of body breeding MHC-MD7-1406. A ring is now finished.
So you discovered one new astronomical object. And it tells me the ring. Now what that means afterward, I have no idea. Which planet was this? I think it was the only one here with rings, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. So which one was it we were just at? D7-146. D7-146. 3, 4, 5, 6. Ring type. So it shows me the ring type there. I was just curious. I'm going to go to another planet that has a ring and see if it shows the ring information, which I'm sure it will. So I don't know really if scanning the rings, and there was no hot spots on it that I noticed. Yeah, this is a ring type here as well. So I don't know. It's curious that it gives you an astronomical object discovery, but it doesn't seem to have any significance. So I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. There's no visual there. I don't see anything. No, there's nothing here either. So I don't know. I don't know why you'd want to go scan it unless you were just there. See if we can get voice attack to work right now. Next destination? Next destination?
Next system en route.
Finally, we got it to work that time. Last time he said that, he didn't do anything. I almost had to demote him to number 2. Alright, we got everything here. We're going to jump a little further. Class M. And so far, like, my past dozen jumps. Nobody's ever been at any of them. And if you're just popping in, we're just doing some random exploration about midway between the bubble and Sag A. I was actually going to the other side of the galaxy, decided that was probably a bad idea, stopped. I neutron jumped that far, stopped, turned around, just plotted a course back to the bubble. And we're just kind of exploring as we go. If we get bored of it, we'll neutron out of here.
Gathering information. Cartography.
But I'm learning a lot too. I haven't done a lot of exploration. I think it'd be cool to find some new, I don't know, life form, new site, something. I don't know. Anything. 20 bodies. Good night.
Maximum fuel.
Get away from the star for a little bit. Because I was mentioning earlier, if you weren't here, that when I first started doing this, I found when I did exploration, I would usually, scoop real quick because I'm running a 7A fuel scoop on this. And I'm running 32 tons of fuel versus 16. I'm running 216. Or is it 232s? Does it even say in here what my fuel tank limit is? Does it say? I don't remember now. I've built so many ships here recently, but it's got twice the normal capacity. I added an extra one because I wanted the extra jump range, or the extra leeway if I got out to the edge of the galaxy or whatever where stuff was so far apart and I needed to go a long distance between fuel stars, I could do that. But I got about 70 light years on this build. This is my jump conda, and it's decently engineered for what its purpose is, which is just a cheap exploration. Rocky, ice, and high metal content. Nope, just icy and rocky. So 20 of probably not worth much. I do have Eddy plugin. I'm using Voice Attack, and I am using Eddy, and I'm using the Eddy plugin for Voice Attack. And Eddy, if you've never used it, EDDI, will give you text-to-speech information of things in Elite Dangerous as you go. And specifically, the reason I'm using it here is to tell me whether or not I've ever been to a system, and then any good information I might want to know about the system. Maybe if there's a station in it or something like that, it'll tell you that. But when I was doing my system scanning, it would always, every time I would get done, like I would do that right there, I would just do a FSS on a planet, and it'll spew off sometimes upwards of 10 seconds worth of text about this particular body. And while that can be amazing to geek out, after a while it gets kind of old and you're like, this is taking way too long, and I was always waiting to get to the important part of whether or not this body's worth mapping. Should I spend the time? And I'll still debate on that, whether or not how far it is from the star. So I tore into it the other day. There's still something in there. I tore into it the other day into the script for EDDI, and I rewrote the scanning script. So now I've got it set to where if the estimated scan value of that body isn't at least 250,000, it won't say a word. If it is, it'll tell me the name of the planet, its estimated scan value, and tell me you should go map that. And that's all it does. I find that incredibly useful for what I do. And if at some point somebody else is interested in that, how I did that, I'm happy to share. It wasn't overly difficult. It took a minute to sort out the language that it's using, but it seems to be just typical object-oriented scripting. Not too crazy. Did we get everything in there? No, I didn't think we did. But it would be nice if we're going to scan this many bodies. And if I happen to miss some signals or something, just holler. Because sometimes I get ahead of myself and miss the fact that it wasn't done scanning. And I thought I got everything down here. More icy bodies. Nothing and nothing. 12 of 20. Nothing. I don't know, how many systems we've been through since the beginning of the stream today? At least 7 or 8. At least. So I've been doing a lot of talking. I tend to do that. Squirrel. And It's been a few. And we found, what, 2 planets worth scanning? And I say worth scanning to me. That were 250,000 or more. Even that's probably on the lower end. If I was dead serious about this and it was just kind of a money thing and finding new stuff, I'd be burning these a lot faster. I'd probably crank that up to about 400,000 credits and just be booking it on. But I don't know. Like I said, I took off on this little exploration event because I got sick of grinding for a while. Mining, getting cash up, getting all my engineers unlocked. Which I've got pretty much everybody I want now. I gotta finish Lori Jameson, and I need to finish this current combat rank to unlock her. There is the life support lightweight 5. I think you have to go to Colonia for, which I have not done. Other than that, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, because again, if you haven't been here with us very long, while I have been playing Elite since launch, I didn't play it very long when it launched, because I got tired of cops ramming into me, because I really liked bounty hunting at the time. And I stopped playing. And I would touch it from time to time, but very rarely. And then about 4 months ago, I decided to give it another look, because I got a machine that I built. I'd been telling myself for years I was going to build a machine for VR. Because, at the time, the Rift, you could only get like the original CV1. And I wanted to build a VR machine. And you had to have a pretty meaty machine for that. Nothing here. And so I did finally build that machine. And I've got my HOTAS. I use the X52. And I actually bought the X52 for Star Citizen. Don't play it though. And I wanted to do some VR stuff. And I thought, you know what? I have Elite. And that thing's built for VR. I'm going to check it out. Wow. If you haven't experienced VR, it's one of those things where you just can't explain it. I mean, you can of course get the idea of it and what it's about, and it's not like, oh my gosh, this is super real. It's not that either. Actually, the graphics quality inside of especially in the Rift, well, the original Rift. No, I'm not talking the new S that hasn't came out or anything, but you get a screen door effect. Graphics aren't fantastic. I mean, after a while, you kind of get used to seeing it, and you don't really notice it. But it's not that good. It's nothing like playing on a flat screen as far as the graphics quality goes. But the immersiveness of it in Elite, because it was built for VR, you get the scale of everything, and that's the most mind-blowing thing to see in something, especially something you're a big fan of, like the sci-fi genre, space exploration, ships, asteroids, planets, exploring. So damn cool to see when you pull into those starports and you see the scale of these things, or you're sitting and you see the scale of your cockpit and how long the nose is, or how far you are from an asteroid. I remember being blown away by the I did scan this, right? Or did I not? Have I left here yet? I'm getting behind. See, squirrel? Told you that happened. Did I jump here or did I? No, I didn't. Okay. So the scale is just so mind-blowing to see it. And combat, in my opinion, is a lot more fun. 56 bodies! Holy crap! And this is a brand new system. Jeez Louise. They all have asteroid belts. But it's kind of it's a luxury for sure. Definitely do not need one to play. You do not need one to enjoy this kind of game, obviously. But it adds such a cool experience to it. If you have the opportunity just to check it out, if you never have, I highly recommend it. Even if me, even before I got it, I'm fairly prone to motion sickness, and that worried me a lot about VR. But I found for me, if I'm flying these ships or whatever, I can do it for hours on end, no problem. You put me in the SRV on a planet, I'm getting sick fast. And the only thing I can relate it to is, for one, the SRV kind of bounces and moves, and you're not, obviously. That, and you have a visual horizon line. So your brain is expecting certain things to happen and they're not. In a spaceship, not so much. That's the only thing I can boil it down to. And I still try doing the SRV from time to time to try to get my brain used to it. But you don't want to, what you don't want to do is overdo it and try it and try it and try it, because you'll program your brain, you'll condition your brain to say VR goggles means get sick, because then you'll never change it. That's what'll happen. Doesn't matter what you do, you put your goggles on, you're going to get sick. You're going to condition your brain to do it. Don't do that. Man, I can't believe it. I was tempted to not even scan this. There are so many. I wonder if it's counting all the asteroid clusters as individual. That may be why there's so many, because every one of these stars has its own asteroid cluster. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe when it pops back up. Oh, it says 5 of 56. Well, actually, it still may crank up the count by more. You guys will have to help me watch that and see when I scan that asteroid cluster if it goes up by more than one. And it is really getting warm in here. I'm going to turn my ceiling fan on. And hopefully it doesn't interfere with the mic too much. But I'm seriously about to break a sweat. It may not look like it on the stream, but my studio lights, and they're LEDs, one here and there's one back there, are very, very bright. And they do generate a small amount of heat. But because I have dogs and stuff, I keep the door closed, and there's really no circulation in here to speak of, and it's getting really toasty. I wanted to find an asteroid belt. They were all here. Well, see, those are already discovered. Because they were all right next to the stars. Where's the other stars at? We just did A, right? Yes. Here's B. Let's go in here and see. I'm going to zoom in as far as I can on that star. This has got to be the asteroid cluster. Yes, okay. So it says 10 of 56. Let's see how many. It might just be one. Yeah, there's only one in that case. Well, it still says 10 of 56. Do they not count? I guess they don't count as bodies. So just the opposite of what I anticipated. Because, man, that's a lot of bodies in one place. Yeah, these don't even count as bodies. Wow. There's still stuff in there. What am I missing? It's not coming up. Oh, I guess they're just super close. Holy cow, the amount of planets. That's ammonia-based life. But wouldn't it be cool to be able to, you know, just have maybe an additional type of probe? Not a mapping probe, but maybe it's a science probe. Because you can shoot into stars like that, or planets like that, and find out what kind of life forms are there, and maybe learn a little bit about it. I think it would be neat. I don't know that it'd be necessarily useful for the game in itself, but I think it would be cool nonetheless. Okay, I said I was going to turn the fan on. So I'm going to do that real quick while this is scanning. Some circulation in here. Geologicals. That's pink. I wonder what causes that pink. No atmosphere. Mostly ice. Sulfur. 27%. I wonder what causes the pink. So I was asking earlier, and I don't know if anybody, you know, maybe it's in the channel now that wasn't earlier, but I noticed there was a planet. It was kind of a brown planet. It almost looked like a beach-colored sand kind of brown. and it was a high metal content world, and it was iron. Oh, thanks for the tip, anonymous tip at that. 1337. I really appreciate that. It helps a lot. It means a lot to me. Thank you. There was some cracks in it that looked like oxidized iron. And actually, I don't remember. Maybe some of you that were here at the time can help me remember. Yeah, it was high. It was a high metal content world. It had high iron, and there were cracks in it that looked like rust, but it didn't have an atmosphere. So what else oxidizes iron? Do you have to have oxygen to oxidize iron? That was the question. I don't know. Like, can you know, if there's a piece of metal in space, it's not going to rust, right? It'll look exactly, outside of what radiation might do to it, it's going to look like it did when it was put there, right? If you find metal or iron in the water, like on the Earth, well, the water has oxygen in it, so you can't really say, well, water's going to make it oxidize. Like, if you just put salt on iron with no oxygen, would it oxidize? No. 2 chalubas. Nice. It was interesting. I don't know. I'm just kind of geeking out a little bit. I like the idea of astrophysics and the science of it. Not that I know much about it. Yeah, I really appreciate the donations. That's amazing. Means a lot. And you stream snipe those discoveries all day long. Scanning. Let's hope for something more than just geological. Stir things up. Come on, you can do it. 42 geological. Just geological, but man, a lot of them. Holy cow, there are so many planets in this system. Goodness gracious. Was that all of them there? Yeah, it looks like it. What do we have here? Gas giants. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Now that's got 2 rings. That's got a... To the rocky or high metal? That's rocky, I think, and ice. Water-based life. See, yet another one would be cool. Be able to science that up a bit. Find some new life forms. I don't know, I could totally geek out if they would do all that. I could go on and on about features that would be awesome. Come on, you can do it. Geological 45. Nothing. Nada. Scanning. See, it looks like it has water on it. See how the blue? I mean, I guess everything in the universe doesn't have to mean blue is water, but actually there's a lot of minerals that are blue, isn't there? Geological 18. No atmosphere. Nitrogen magma. Volcanism. Nitrogen magma. That's interesting. Nitrogen magma. I'm not science enough to understand exact. I'm trying to just visualize what nitrogen magma is. I mean, is that superheated nitrogen, or is it like nitrogen infused rock and metal? Not sure. Very curious though. And this one's the same way. As far as its makeup. Or color anyway. Makeup, not sure yet. It hasn't come through. Carbon dioxide geysers. Now that I can visualize. That makes sense to me. That my little brain gets. This one? Some more. It looks like similar. The terrain looks similar to the other two, so it's probably... Well, I don't know. That first one was that nitrogen magma, and the second was carbon dioxide geysers. This one is also carbon dioxide geysers. 82.5% ice. That's the blue. But that being the case, looks like the texture is backwards. Shouldn't it be about 82% blue and 16% brown instead of the other way around? Maybe not. Maybe it's more of an icy core, huh? I don't know, we can imagine, right? Scanning.
Affirmative, Commander.
Oh, you turd. That's not what I meant. I said that and Elite's like, oh, you're done? Okay. Damn it. And I don't even know where I am now. Where I was. I just gotta start somewhere else. Ah. Sometimes voice attack. Sometimes I want to wring your neck, and other times I want to hug you. Class 3 gas giant. That's not the first time I've had my battle with voice attack. Actually, that one wasn't a battle. That was just something goofy. But I've had times where I was in a station and I said something that was along the lines of undocking. And I don't know exactly what I said. And they're like, oh, okay, well, let's go. And voice attack starts undocking me. I'm like, no, I didn't want to leave yet. And then you got to go out. You got to turn around and fly back in. It doesn't happen that often. And a lot of it's also to do with the voice training, because I haven't done a lot of that. But it's still frustrating when it happens. I don't know. I don't know if they were landable or not. I didn't pay attention to that. I can tell you in a minute. There's probably not... I say probably not, but there hasn't seemed to be a rhyme or reason to why planets are landable. Well, I can tell you if they haven't... Well, actually, I can't even tell you that. I was going to say I'd tell you even if they have an atmosphere. If they have an atmosphere, they won't be landable because that's not in the game. But I don't know that's necessarily the case. I think it's more if they have a thick atmosphere, like an Earth-like or something like that, they would be landable. But it may be that all of them can't have an atmosphere to be landable. But we'll check that out. Now, see, this one I get. These are close to the same numbers, 82% ice, 16% rock. 82% blue, 16% brown. That I get. No atmosphere, water geysers. Colors make sense to me for that one. But that other one that had the same numbers being mostly brown and a little bit blue didn't make a lot of sense to me. Just an icy. High sulfur content. That's got a green tint to it. You know why? What color does yellow and blue make? And we got the brown. So I bet this went into 8215, isn't it? No, this is a 926. Water geysers. 0.03 G. That's tiny too. 0.0002 Earth masses. And I have a train going by. Sounds like a heavy one too. I don't typically have bigger trains go by. So I apologize for the racket for a minute. It'll go away. They're never that long here. That's what she said. Icy body, nothing on it. This one's mostly a yellowish color. There's gonna be sulfur and there must have been a lot of sulfur out here. Yeah, that's 27% sulfur. One geological site. Carbon dioxide, no atmosphere, 82% ice, 16% rock. I don't know. I don't know how the colors for the planets are really determined. How it generates them. And that train needs to go away. There it's going. Nickel. Cadmium, mercury. Another high sulfur. 25 geological. Come on, give us something cool. Give us a biological. A new biological would be even cooler. And we're going to check that landable status here. Once we get all these scanned down, we'll go and see what it looks like on the system map. Because I imagine it's going to be fairly impressive with that many damn bodies in it. 56 bodies. And this is a previously undiscovered system. So that's kind of neat to, you know, even though there's probably nothing here of significance. The uniqueness of it, just, I say uniqueness. I don't know how many systems out there have this many bodies, but I don't think I've been through many that have that many. So that's kind of a cool, it's like a bright orange. Carbon dioxide geysers, ice and rock, a little bit of metal. What was the highest density metal on it? Sulfur. Yeah, I don't know exactly how the colors are determined. Maybe they're just sort of random. Semi-random anyway. They surely can't be completely random. Had 64 bodies? Yeah, I think I remember something about that, but, you know, even at that, it's so rare. That many bodies. Gas giant with water-based life? Excuse me, icy body. My wife's phone ringer kills me. She never can leave that thing alone. She's always got to have goofy sounds for all the stuff. It's like my girls. I say my girl. Well, they're still my girls. They're just grown up and going now, but they always put some strange ringers. Like my phone. It's an iPhone. It's all the default sounds. I don't change any of them. Maybe I'm just a boring guy. Which wouldn't surprise me, because I'm sure my girls would say that. Another icy with nothing on it. Was there more? There was more there. Well, where is it? Right there. Yeah, I don't know if you knew or not, but you know you can zoom in and out when you're zoomed. You can zoom steps in and out while you're zoomed in. I know that sounds kind of like an enigma, but it can be helpful. Trying to split apart bodies so you can scan them better. Holy cow, there's a lot of something here. Class 1 gas giant. My loud HOTUS. Nickel. This has a bunch all together as well. I need to find that link for you guys for the... I think I pasted it in Discord the other day. You can kind of follow along with where I'm at and where I'm going, what I found. If that kind of thing tickles your fancy. Which I don't mind. Oh, we might have some sites here. Icy body. It's gonna be geological. Waiting for it to say location, scanning. Pops up Raxla. What? Make you internet famous in a minute. They say it's discoverable by pilots right now. It's in the game and discoverable. Now, what exactly that means, I don't know, because one thing I've always found interesting, and I'm not necessarily tying these particular two things together, but I've noticed sometimes in the bubble, I've never really noticed out of it, I haven't done a lot of flying outside of the bubble besides neutron jumping. You'll be flying through a big distance, a big gap from one planet to another, a star to a planet that's kind of far away, with nothing around you. And you'll hear and see your ship slow down and speed up like you passed a gravity well. There was nothing there. And that's always made me curious. I don't know if that's a game glitch, a black hole that doesn't show up on, because I mean obviously you wouldn't see the black hole, but it doesn't show up on your scanner, or something else entirely. And I thought, well, you know what, the next time that happens I'm just gonna slow down and I'm gonna try to path that a few times and see if I can figure out where or what's causing it. But then I was kind of had a reality check. Like, you know how damn big space is? How long do you think you're gonna need to narrow that down? So I haven't done it. Just for the sake of knowing whether or not it's a bug. And that was like, the other day. I say the other day, it's been, I got all this discovered. It's been a couple weeks ago probably now. But the Thargoids stopped taking, I say they stopped taking, they stopped getting pissed if you were carrying meta-alloys. And there was some speculation as to what's going on with that and why. And I had asked Malik BR, who also streams Elite. If you haven't seen him, I highly recommend it. Brilliant guy. I asked him, I said, well, is that a bug or intended behavior change? And he said, well, you know, Frontier's not going to tell us that. Which I kind of understood when he said it, but then I thought, and I mentioned this to him too, I said, they wouldn't confirm if it was a bug? Because you would, if it was a bug, why wouldn't they confirm it? It's a bug. I don't know. But I haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know if they're just like, oh, well, screw it. It's creating some press about it, so we'll leave it alone. But in my opinion, especially something like that, as lore-driven as that is, and as much fun as people have with it, if it's a bug, then tell us it's a damn bug. Because that's frustrating. So, but he went out and collected a bunch of meta-alloys. He had a cutter that he, like, I don't remember how much inventory space he put on that thing. Hey, we did them all. And there was nothing here, even nothing to map worth anything. We're gonna look at this system map though. He filled up his cutter with meta-alloys, and it took him all damn day to fill it up. Because he wanted to take and drop them, give them to the Thargoids. Just in case there's this hidden rep, or either hidden reputation thing, or possibly events, you know, kind of like the background simulator that takes a certain amount of stuff to happen before another event occurs. Which is cool, but Holy crap. Look at all this stuff. So everything on this map that has all these planets have a halo are landable. So it's damn near every planet here. Well, every solid planet here. Of course, not the gas giants, but almost. These up here, get that tooltip. Like none of them on this one. Those are all icy bodies, I think, anyway. Yeah, icy. They're all landable. The whole lot of them. No atmosphere, no atmosphere, no atmosphere. And I was talking earlier is that I wonder if something with the thin atmosphere is landable. But I think if it has an atmosphere at all, it's not landable. Those are all no atmosphere. I bet you these have an atmosphere of some kind. Yeah, this has an argon atmosphere. Nitrogen and argon. Methane. Yeah, these all. So that's what it is. If it has an atmosphere of any kind, it's not landable. If it does not have an atmosphere, it is. Learn something new every day. It has helium. That's why. Now that's a big planet, though, for what it is. 6.81 Earth masses. It's a biggin.
That's already done.
What's already done? What did you think I said? Oh, she thought I said to turn the lights off.
Vectors.
What happened?
Progress. Close on route IBK-FC11-37 system. This is your first visit to the system. Fuel level now 60% capacity. Commander.
Scanning now.
Let's see how many we got now. 20. Well, they are not giving us any lack of crap to scan, that's for sure. On that same token, the reason that's kind of a bummer
Fuel is now at maximum fuel capacity.
is because we don't get through that many systems. Because I spend my time scanning the damn things. That's curious. Okay, got away from the star. No Earth-like and no water worlds. I don't know, maybe we should do that. Maybe as we start jumping more, you guys can tell me what your vote is. If it doesn't have Earth-like or water in it, we're just gonna move on. Because honestly, I mean, it's not like I need the money. I'm just doing it for the sake of science and goofing mostly. That's a cool looking planet. It's an icy with icy rings. Actually, that may be a metal rich and an icy. I'm not sure if that's... Yeah, inner one might be metal rich. That's kind of cool looking though. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Or do you even not care one way or the other? Metal content. But I don't mind doing this either, you know, just to scan all along as long as I'm not boring everybody to death. That was more my worry about jumping so far out with the bubble, not having access to anything. Is that it would just be too boring for people to watch. I mean, more boring than even I am, which is pretty boring. Another cool looking planet. It's pretty big. It's either pretty big or we're pretty close. I'm not sure which is the case or if that matters. I wonder when you scan in on a planet like that, if your distance from it makes any difference on its scale. It's 2.1 Earth masses, 2 geological. So it's pretty big. That's the gas giant. Looks like it. Got here iron. Nothing fancy. Rocky, nothing. Maybe we should just talk more and I can do this scanning more passively as well. Anybody's curious about anything or has questions about something? Not that I will know the answer, but I'm happy to throw my opinion out on the table. Except the question about where babies come from, because that is clearly Diet Coke. Don't drink that. It'll pop out babies. What do we have here? Gas giant class 1. An opinion. All I heard was an opinion about Diet Coke. I said that I had an opinion on anything if anybody had any questions or anything. I said, except for the question about where babies come from. And that's clearly from drinking Diet Coke. Don't drink Diet Coke. Or you'll pop out little ones. My grandfather used to tell me, because during the summer and whatnot, we'd eat watermelon and they'd bring a fresh one home and cut it up, and I'd be eating it, and he'd say, like, now don't you eat those seeds. I was like, well, I don't like the seeds. He says, yeah, but sometimes you might eat one by accident. Don't eat one. I was like, why not? He said, because you'll grow a watermelon in your tummy. And I believed him for a long time. Asshole. He's a good guy. But, anywho. So we had 54 planets in the last system, 20 in this one. That's 70 something planets. And we haven't even found anything that has a mapping value. So, yeah, maybe unless they have an Earth-like or a water world. Wait, that had sights on it. Earth-like or a water world, we'll just skip through them. Because I don't know about you guys, but little old 5. Onward. 165 jumps left if we don't neutron it out of here.
Jump into next
Get a
system.
drink before long.
Telemetry obtained.
We're running out.
3 IUJ-RD4-267 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are now at normal levels. Completing system scan. Stand by. Gathering information. Cartography has now been
Gathering
updated.
information.
Fuel scooping complete.
Refuel.
10 bodies. Another brand new system. Class A star. Nothing but rocky bodies. Oops. We're going to leave that for somebody else. Put their name on it. Onward into the darkness.
Leaving system.
Jump in progress. Course heading to the 3 IMSV-TB17-0 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Don't run into the star, knucklehead.
Fuel scooping.
15 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Refuel.
Just take a peek real quick. Got ices and a couple gas giants. We might look at the high metal content planets. I mean, even those rocky bodies in theory could have terraformables, but I do want to make it back sometime this year if we decide to keep running this.
Jump in progress. Close on the 3IMLX-UD2-175 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Well, now we're in a new sector. AM? AM? AM.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Fuel scooping.
15 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Refuel.
Take a quick peek. Oh, we have a water world here. Gas giant, some rocky bodies, some high metals. Who did this one? Get away from the star a bit. So it doesn't block our view. Voice attack is eating my screen at the moment. Oh, where's my other? That is not the one that I wanted. You go away. And you go away. There we go. Okay, let's take a look. What do we got here? Lots of goodies. High metal. And this one. High metal. That's a big one too. That's a super cool looking. I bet that has an atmosphere. Almost looks like a smoky. Back out and zoom back in to see what it is. Nitrogen. It's cool looking one. I like it. I like it. Here's our water world.
10 scan value is 699,717 credits.
700,000 credit scan. Yep, not a problem. We'll do that one. Is there more in there? No. So we did target it. I don't know how far away it was. Hopefully it's not too damn far.
3IMLX-UD2-175 8 scan value is 411,307 credits.
8 is a half a mil. I gotta write it down though because my old ass will forget the name of it was. Oh, find something to write on. I don't know what this is, but hopefully it's not important. If my pen will write. Thank you. Just in case we find some more that need mapped. It's just finally nice to have something to map. I've seen one here. Gas giant class 1. Nothing there. Oh, Oh, this is that Terminator disc. The tracks from Edge and Music. I like those too. They're really cool. Really industrial sounding. High metal. That one obviously has an atmosphere. There was another one in there. Rocky body. What else we got here? Nothing of interest. High metal with nothing on it. High metal with nothing on it. I was thinking there was an actual... Didn't it tell you on the screen whether or not they're terraformable? I know my camera's... Here. I'll let you guys look at what I'm looking at for a second. I thought there was something over here that said about terraformable. Yes, no. Yeah, there's not. I could have swore there was. Or somewhere. Or maybe it tells you it's terraformable only when it's terraformable, but it doesn't tell you it's not. I don't know. That's... So the only way I really know is if Eddie tells me that it's worth a good amount of money. What in the world is going on? Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, looks like we got maybe one more right here. Then we're going to go map that water world in that high metal. Icy body, nothing on it, some rings. Alright, let's go chase down this water world. Not too far away. And then we'll go over and map that high metal real quick. And that'll give us almost 1,000,000 credits for this system. It's not bad. Not too bad. Add a little bit to the bank. Of course, we're not out here for money. Money's so doggone easy to get in this game nowadays. You know, we're out here because I got tired of grinding for a while. Sorry, wife's letting the dogs in. Just got tired of grinding and stuff, and I'm gonna fly right by this because I'm goofing with my HOTAS. And I just want to come out and chill and scan a little bit, maybe find something new. Maybe not. Waste some time. Turn, baby, turn. Which is the downside of a jump conda is your thrusters on this. Oh, actually, thrusters don't have anything to do with this. I'm not for sure. I think it's just hull mass that have to do with your turn rate in Super Cruise. I'm not sure. FSD? I don't think the FSD has any effect on that. Not that I can recall. I don't know. That's an interesting question. Or does all ships have the same turn rate in Super Cruise? I don't know. No, they can't be. Because I remember my Corvette, before I had it engineered or anything, that thing was like turning a small plane. Or the Type 9, for instance. You can't even fight, barely. It takes forever. You can't even fight an interdiction in those things. They turn so bad. So what does determine your turn rate in Super Cruise? 7 probes. We'll probably do it in 4. Probably. We'll pop them all down and see when it hits. One, 2, 3,
Surface scanned
3.
by 50%.
No, that was 50%. 4 or 5.
Mapping is now finished.
Took 5.
Efficiency bonus awarded.
Complete.
So there's the water world. So there's 700,000 credits. And then we wanted number 8. Right? Yeah. That was the other one worth almost a $500,000. Not far. If I go the right direction anyway. Because that helps. What I hate is when you get into one of these systems and you find something you want to map and you target it and it's like 6 digits away from the star. Nothing that important. Nothing that important. Not for me anyway. Because this is bad enough. But yeah, I think we'll continue on like that for now. I think as we jump through the systems, if they don't have a water world or an Earth-like or something in it, or maybe a lot of high metal worlds, I'm not even gonna stop. We're just gonna fly on through. May miss some opportunities at some sites though, because you can't land on water worlds, and you can't land on Earth-likes. Can't land on water worlds because they're water. Can't land on Earth-likes because they have atmospheres. So that will significantly reduce our chances of finding a site. Whatever type of site that might be. Unless there's a lot of high metals, like I said, but those are landable. And I haven't really noticed, as far as like Guardian sites or even outposts, if there's specific types of planets that they're mostly on. Are they mostly on rocky? Are they mostly on high metal? Is it random? I want to say they're probably most likely on the rocky planets. That's my guess. I don't think I've ever been to an icy planet that has outposts or sites on them. I don't think. Not that I can recall. But now I haven't been to a lot of sites either, so. I locked that? I thought I did. Why is that not coming up? See how close I am. So, yeah, we might limit our ability to find sites there. Holy cow, that took off fast for some reason. We're gonna map this one, and then we're out of here. Because there was only the 2.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Mapping of body pre IMLX-UD2-1758 is finished.
Just making sure no funny things show up, and they didn't. Next destination.
Locking next star system.
And we are going to go through here and see what lies on the other side. Class M Red Dwarf.
Adjusting for that's already done.
Man, the amount of dust in my room. I need to dust. Don't tell me why.
-5 system.
Hyperspace
This is your first visit to the system.
I really need to dust in here. It's getting pretty bad.
Key systems are at optimum levels, ready for exit.
Fuel levels at 86.
Pretty bad.
Scanning.
So, how many bodies do we have? 8 bodies? Finished topping off here.
Eagle is now fully reviewable.
Full. Take a look here real quick. Icy and
Last
asteroids.
round dwarf detected.
No, thank you. We'll move on. We will move on. Because I think that would be... I don't know. I just think that'd be a waste of time. We got so many ways to go, or so many to go through.
Transit of free IMAM-LB8-7
I don't know. I'm still game to neutron out of here. If People are getting bored with
Key systems are at optimal levels.
watching me roam around and forget things like an idiot. Maybe we'll get lucky. Fine. We got the water world. The last one. We'll get another cool one here. 22 bodies. Surely there's got to be something here of interest. Finish scooping up here and we'll find out.
Maximum fuel.
Anything? No. There's rocky ice and ice.
T-class brown morph detected.
And another star. Not interested. Not interested. Now, of course, we scanned the tar out of the first few systems we went into, but kind of over that for the moment.
Jump in progress. Horizontal 3 IMNT-QB5-13 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Your first visit.
Scanning now.
I don't have an occlusion zone for this star. And I don't know why it does that from there it is. Sometimes I just don't get it. Typically, if I get into the system and I'm landing on the star, I get it. I get the occlusion zone.
People is now fully refueled.
But when I went to the star, like I was neutron jumping and there was a scoopable star in the system and I flew to it, then the occlusion zone wouldn't show up. And I thought that was the catch for it. But apparently not, because that one didn't want to show up either for a minute. Gas giants, rocky, icy. There's a few high metals. We'll poke at them real quick. And we'll just skip all the other garbage. Oh, if they're behind the star, forget it. And that's why I was saying earlier that that's why I always fly away from the star before I do my FSS, so that those bodies aren't hidden. There's a high metal in there. There's several high metal in there. Where are they? They're not. None of them are high metal. They're the damn icy bodies. All the high metal are behind the sun. Skip it. On to the next. On to the next.
Destination confirmed. Closing transit to 3 IMZU-YC-10 system.
Hyperspace
This is your first
velocity
visit to the
reached.
system.
Hull integrity is within limits.
What
All
is it
other
now?
systems are at normal levels.
I'm at 99% armor. I'm not sure why.
Scanning for information.
'Cause I actually thought I remembered
Fuel scooping.
fixing that a while back. The armor, that is.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel at maximum.
Do I have... I do. I am still carrying 2 limpets. I did fix that earlier. Excuse me. What I did. I have those limpets from that happening. I don't know. I did something and it dinged up my arm. Oh, it's when I was jumping out. My FSD was getting down about 70-ish%. I decided to go ahead and fix it. Forgot to exit Super Cruise. It dropped me out. Wrecked me up a little bit. So I made the limpets and fixed some stuff. Or fixed my armor. Still carrying 2 of them. I don't know where that other 1% came from. What do we got here? Gas giants. Gas giants. An icy, rocky, and asteroid clusters. Yeah. Move on. More of the same old there.
Leaving system.
Crap, I don't know what that was, but that was loud. Must be here on the TV.
NE6-10 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Must be A class? Yep.
Fuel scooping.
B? We got a codex entry for that. T Tory Star.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
That's a beautiful blue color. We're gonna look at our map here in a second. Oh, check that out. It's a cool looking planet. This has a first discovery on it. Somebody's been here. So I've got confirmation on it then. One, two, three, four, 5 bodies. How many were on the scanner? Six. Did they miss something? Yes, either they missed it or that's just not what the scanner is doing. It's a gas giant. That is a cool looking star. Oh, that was there. I remember seeing that. There's another one. There is another one. Maybe it's off axis? Yep.
System scan complete.
Yes, with that one, it looks like we're going to get discovery on. Dang, let me check though. Oh, not the galaxy map, you turkey. Yeah, we got discovery on that. So they either came in here and didn't FSS, and they didn't scan it. So I missed that one. That's all right. We are going to get out of here. And here in about 3 or 4 minutes, we're going to take another short break, spend a couple hours. I need to find out why
Vectors.
Telemetry obtained.
that donation earlier didn't. It did show up on stream, but it didn't say anything in chat.
This is your first visit to the system.
Key systems are at optimum levels, readying for exit.
And I'm not sure. Get away from the star.
Gathering information. Cartography has now been updated.
Six bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel at maximum.
Let's take a quick peek at the. I thought there was a. Oh, I want FSS. I don't want that either. I know I had a hotkey for the map. I just don't remember what it is. At the moment. Doesn't look like anybody's been here. There's 6 bodies. Icy high metal content. It is only 6 bodies. But let me look real quick. I don't know why earlier when I got that donation, anonymous donation for $13.37. It did not show up in the chat. And I want to correct that. I just got to figure out where that was. It's not there. Events. Oh, that's a different kind of events. Notifications. Follow, hosts, subscribers. Cheers is not on. Okay, so that's through Streamlabs. I use. I know it's kind of stupid. I say it's not stupid. I have my reasons, but I use a Streamlabs chatbot, but I use Stream Elements notifications. And that's just how I like it. But the downside of that is when I take my donations is through Stream Elements. Because it's not Streamlabs chatbot, it doesn't say anything in chat. But I thought I had it set up to do text to speech when that happens. And I'll have to verify. Actually, I'm going to make myself a note of that because that's an important thing. I'm going to do something special for donations. Make sure that works right. Because that's a big deal. That's super cool, somebody to take their hard-earned money and throw it my way. Help improve the stream. So I want to make sure that they get noticed for it. But there's only 6 here, so we're just going to scan this real quick. And this song is kind of loud. High metal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I know it had to have come up in stream because I heard it, but it didn't do the chat as well. And I definitely wanted to do that. Nothing here worth anything. Oh, you know what? And it's after time I said I'd do that. So it's been about another 2 hours. We've been streaming for a total of a little over 4 hours, which is cool. I'd be doing this anyway. Not necessarily the streaming part, but the gaming. But I want to get up, stretch my legs. We get turned up. Nice. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs for a minute and get the body pumping. Get me a cold drink because that one's getting warm. I recommend you do the same if you've been with me, and if you have been for a while, thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. If you know anybody else that likes these kind of games, or is just likes watching slow people play games badly, let them know that I'm here. I'll be glad to have them. But so I'm going to step away for a minute, and we will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. It was a little longer than I anticipated. I kind of got up, walked around a little bit, get the legs pumping, took my drink, got rid of it, and I forgot to grab a cold drink. So I got in here, I sat down, I got it back up. I need to go get it. It's one of my favorites, Gatorade Frost. It's a little on the sweeter side, but I like it. Alright, so we were jumping out of this one into the next one. And I appreciate you guys hanging out through the break there. And we'll see what's in the next one. I don't know what we're going to do when we get back to the bubble. I'm not sure.
Destination confirmed. Those traveling to the Selenia CN-BD13-116 system. Caution,
Which,
neutron stars.
technically, if we jump this way all the way back to the bubble, it will probably be a few streams before we got back there.
Fuel levels now at 86%.
Neutron.
Scanning.
So 155 jumps out. What do we got for? This has probably been mapped since it's a neutron system. Yep. Mapped and scanned. Could cheat a little. Charge up here. Skip a few systems. I kind of like the idea of that. Oh, exclusion zone. So we're going to do that. If I don't blow past this neutron anyway. We are going to charge it. I was going too fast. Way too fast. I hate it when I do that. Totally my fault. Out of practice. Slow boat this turnaround. Finish charging up. I'll make a long jump. And that'll knock off 4 jumps.
Frame shift drive boosted by 400%.
Yes, thank you. Now let me out of there. So next destination still says 69 light years. And this is something that I wish would update automatically. Now we have a jump range of 283 light years. So what we have to do to fix that is you have to go to the galaxy map. And I don't know if we have to, I don't think we have to remap. Yeah, we have to go over here and we have to turn on right here, turn on use JetCom boost. And it still didn't remap. Because that's the only way it will use that boost. Yeah, we gotta re-click our end. To me, that's all a pain in the butt. That shouldn't go that way. Yeah, that's how far we gotta go yet. Still way out here. Yeah, now you'll see that blue line. A blue line is a charged jump, a supercharged FSD jump. So this planet is probably right at the end of that. 280. It's very close. Yeah, see how it changed now. So we're going to make this jump. Since that neutron was conveniently in our path, I don't mind skipping a few jumps. To get where we're going, it's not like we don't have enough anyway.
Destination confirmed. Full scanning for the FlyOMIJ-FB39-4 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Oh, excuse me. Let's see what we get when we land. Class M.
Scanning now.
Fuel scoping.
9 bodies. Holy crap, I must have been kind of lower on fuel when I left that last system.
Fuel scooping complete.
People is now at 100% fuel capacity.
back the right direction here. So we were 150 something, now around 120. And I'm curious if it did go ahead and map me through some neutrons on the way, which I'm not against. Those are, yeah, here's a neutron jump right here. I know it's not. That's unmapped, you know? Yeah, that's a neutron jump. I thought maybe that was an unmapped jump. So yeah, it's kind of putting them in there as we go. So we're going to leave it like that for now, just to see how it goes. I haven't really ran it in that way. Usually when I run neutron routes, I'm running from a specific system, like every jump is a neutron. And I just keep jumping that way. So they're all neutron boosted, really get where we want to go. This is no, this probably has not all been mapped. Actually, I should have checked that first. No. Nobody has been here. We have icy bodies. They're all icy. And there's 9 of them. We're just going to skip it. We're just going to skip it for now. Again, if it's not a lot of either high metal content, water-based, or Earth-like, they don't pay much, but we'll have less of a chance of finding sites that way. But or if there's only maybe a few planets in the system, we might scan it just for the sake of scanning it. But you know, with 120 jumps, that's a lot of scanning, and I don't know that I can handle that much scanning, let alone handle streaming that much scanning. But we'll see. Let's see how many we got here. 10 bodies. Top off the fuel tank and get headed in the right direction.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel at maximum.
Get away from the star a little bit. So yeah, just 1 star. Nobody's been here. Get away from this so that it doesn't block a lot of the system scan for us. Fuel down. Rocky ice, icy, rocky bodies, and high metal. There's only 10. And some of it might be a little promising. So we'll check it out here real quick. I say real quick. I'm so damn slow. Here's a lot of them. Right, yeah. Rocky icy with nothing. This has got a couple in it. Rocky body with nothing. What is it orbiting? High metal.
UCTC 17-11 scan value is 356,127 credits.
360,000 credits for mapping this one. Go ahead and mark it. We'll go ahead and mark it. Pick up a little extra change for mapping that. Nothing on that one. Got a few in here. Iron, nothing on that. Rocky, nothing on it. Rocky ice. I still don't remember seeing a lot of those, and I must have just completely glazed over them when I did see them. Because there's been a lot since I've noticed it. These must be off axis somewhere. Bump my mic. Hope it doesn't like kill your ears when I do that. I don't think it does. I have a compressor on it. Holy cow, where are these stars? Stars. Planets. Planets or stars. Oh, they're definitely planets, and icy and a rocky. But they're off axis. Okay, for a second longer, and we'll go do this another route. I'm gonna spend all day trying to find the glowing dots. Oh, here we go. Icy. So now we just have this rocky body. But we have a new orbit. Maybe it's on this one. Yep. Oh, we got a couple. And another.
System scan complete.
fan and my dog's jingling collar is keeping the mic on. Just let me know if that gets annoying and I'll fix that. It was just getting so damn warm in here. 370 light seconds away, not far. So we're gonna go here and grab this. Maybe. I don't know why that joystick is sliding around my desk an awful lot today. Not sure why. Maybe I need to clean the feet on it or something. I don't know. So this high metal content world, and again, I'm not real sure why some of these high metals are worth so much more than the other high metals. There's obviously something about it other than terraformable, because I don't think that's the case, at least not in this case. What makes them so pricey? Is it, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the kind of metal that's on it. I'm honestly not sure. I don't know enough about the exploration part to answer that question. What do we get? 6 probes. But we can do it in 4. What do you think? 1. We're going to try it. 2, 3, 4. The downside of trying to do that is if you don't get it, sometimes you're out of luck on getting your bonus. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mapping is now
Got it.
Efficiency bonus awarded.
So there is. Why is. Yeah, nothing significant on that. But it got us a few thousand credits. Next destination. Yeah, let's keep my mic open so they're not. Voice attack is not going to play well with me with that mic staying open. Because a lot of the commands on voice attack, they have to be said with silence at the beginning and silence at the end, not in mid-sentence. And voice attack, if you're not familiar with it, is basically a voice processing software that lets you talk and make your computer do things. In this case, it interacts with this game, and I can tell it to do things, and it will do things for me in-game. Save some clicks. But it got so warm in here, I had to turn my ceiling fan on, and the ceiling fan kind of keeps the mic cued.
Destination confirmed. Traveling to the Plioline SW-UC16-33 system.
So voice attack doesn't always catch what it's supposed to catch. That's alright, we're not doing much with it anyway. Not right now.
Scanning for information.
Asteroid belts.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel is now at
More
maximum
belts. Looks like there's a planet there. How many bodies were here? I didn't even notice what it said. Spacing out. There's 2 stars, and here's 1 body, but we probably got that one just because we landed so damn close. Yeah, slow down. It didn't scan. Okay, I must have been off my D-scanner.
Okay.
Oh, now she'll do that, you knucklehead. Closed my scanner again on me. So we got gas giants, rocky, icy, high metals, a metal rich. Let's poke at that real quick. Is it that one? No. I want to find this metal rich real quick. Maybe. Where are you at?
That's already done.
that's not the metal rich. That is a high metal. We'll take it. Not worth anything. There was just the one. I don't know where this high metal is. Is it in here? Oh, it might be in here. There it is. No, that's asteroid. Why is it giving me? This it? Oh my gosh, enough with the discovery stuff. Another thing, process I think could be improved is when they put that stuff on your screen, you gotta sit there and wait and wait and wait. Yep, it's the metal rich. Nickel, 15% chromium. Polonium. I mean, it's not worth anything. It's just got geologicals on it. What else do we have? Asteroid. Yeah, down here is where I'm waiting for something to show up. Down here in these signal sources on the bottom, because those are going to be unnatural, not natural phenomena. Otherwise, there's nothing else here I want really. So we're going to go on to the next one.
Jump in progress. Always en route to Kalioline RZ-WB29-5 system.
Now
This is your
engaged.
first visit to the system.
About to unlock my prismatics. I'm not sure. I think next week.
Fuel levels are now at 88% capacity.
Gathering information. Cartography
Yeah, I think
has
it's
now
next
been
week is
updated.
my 4 weeks with this gal.
I sound like a 14-year-old, but my boobs are huge.
Every time I see that gal, that's what I think of. Blue hair. I'll show you. If you don't know what this gal looks like, and you'll go, "Oh yeah, I get it." Slow down here. Is she under here? Yeah. Her. Asling Duvall. Uh-oh, Jackson's getting into trouble. He's getting hollered at. Why did he scan go off again? I need to fix that. Icy bodies, rocky bodies, and a gas giant. There's our D scanner back. Next. Maybe I'll bring him in here and make him lay down if he's in there bugging the wife. And he has a tendency to do that. He's a 140-pound puppy. He thinks he weighs about 20 pounds. Because if I'd asked him to, he would totally climb up here in my
This
lap.
is your first visit to the system.
He would squash the hell out of me, but he would totally climb up in my lap. No questions asked.
Fuel tanks are now at 88%.
Scanning now.
What do we got here? 10 bodies. Yeah, it would be hilarious for you. It would totally suck for me. I don't know what it would do to this chair. I'm more over that. A sub goal, maybe. Maybe we'll do that. Sub goal of a certain amount of subs, and I'll let Jackson sit in my lap. Dude, he's about as big as I am. I have a picture where I went up to the shelter that we volunteer at, and I took him with me. I think I was up there checking his weight because I don't have a scale here to weigh a dog as big as him. Icy bodies. And I took him up there and we walk in. And it's the shelter he came from. He was only there originally for a few hours and then he got shipped to the vet to the veterinarian's office because he had something wrong with his leg at the time he came in. And so we went back up there because everybody's always asking how he was doing. I took him in, and they have a big counter area. You know, it's at least 4 foot up to the counter. Actually, it might be 36. I don't know what the code is, but somewhere in there. And so I walk up and I kind of put my elbows on it, and I had a harness on him. And he decided he wanted to be involved in the conversation, so he jumped up and put his paws up there too. They got pictures of it. It's hilarious. It's like he was sitting there chatting away too. Here he comes wandering by the office door. I'm gonna let him in here real quick. Come here, knucklehead. Come on, quit bugging mom. Come on. You in there bugging mom? You in there bugging mom? Hang on, yes, thank you. You bugging mom? Is you bugging mom? You bugging the crap out of mom? Hmm? Yes. He's a turkey. I love him to death, but he's a pain in the butt. Aren't you? Aren't you? You just a big pain in the butt. Big BB. Okay, back up. Back up. I want to get up here and play. Not with you. No, not with you right now. You tried to play with mom and you made her mad. Apparently. Apparently, yes. Can I have my arm now? Can I have my arm now? I need my arm. Yes, I need my arm. Quit. Alright. We're gonna try to jump into this next system and not die. Don't lick my bottle. Quit. You had water. You had water. Oh, I guess I could switch it back to the game. That might be helpful. Did that camera freak out? Huh? Something did. That was strange. I am... Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why that did that. Or when it did it. I wasn't looking at the screen. There he lay down. For the moment. We'll see how long that lasts.
Scanning for information.
Fuel scooping.
10 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
Yeah, he's a handful. But if you like affectionate dogs, it's hard to beat a Dane. All gas giants, icy body, asteroid. 10 of them. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on for that. Oh, he's down and out now. I've got everything I need to mount that camera. I think I need to get another USB extension. I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember how long that cord is, but I'm gonna put.
Destination confirmed.
I'll probably put it up there with my my VR sensor. One of my VR sensors. A little mount. You can tilt it. I'll tilt it down to the floor. Puppy cam. I have to get my desk cleaned off first. If I was to turn this camera and you see my desk, oh my gosh. You're like, you pig? It's not trash. I mean, I've got one paper towel here.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum
It's just stuff. It's mixing boards and Stream Deck and joysticks and headphones and mice and light controls. It's a wreck. I need to fix that. How many were here? You guys gotta help me out. Help me out. 8. 8 icy bodies. I'll pass.
round warp detected.
Oh, 7 icy bodies and a star. 6 and 2 stars because it counts the star you land on.
Jump in progress. Always on route for FlyOIM CE-PD3-64 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Exit.
This is your
destination
first visit to
confirmed.
the system.
Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fuel reserves are now at 86%.
Completing system scan.
Class A?
Gathering
Yes.
information. Cartography has now been updated.
33 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
Head in the right direction. Take a peep at the system map. All undiscovered. Get away from the star a bit. See what we got. Waterworld. Woo! Gas giants. Rocky bodies. An asteroid cluster. We'll scan it all out. It's quite a few, I know, but since they're giving us a water world, why not? We'll take the time. Maybe we'll get lucky. There'll be something else here too. Right? There's asteroid cluster, which doesn't count as a body, by the way. Which is fine. I get it.
FlyOIM CETD3-64 forescan value is 259,240 credits. You should map this body.
It's only 250,000. This is the water world, right? Because it certainly looks like it. If this gets the discovered spam over with, they really need to change that, in my opinion. Yeah, it's the water world. Well, we'll go ahead and tag it. As long as it's not too crazy far away, we'll go scan it. What? What the hell is going on there? Oh, it's just right next to it. I zoomed in and it would only go on the water world. Class 3 gas giant. It would only go on the water world, but it kept showing signal arrows that way. Rocky body, high sulfur. Rocky body. That one has atmosphere. Oh, it says no atmosphere. Sure looks foggy to me. What are you doing? Okay. He's just readjusting. I have to keep an eye on him because, like I said, he's a puppy. And if he decides to, he'll grab something and start making it his play toy. Rocky body, nothing on it. Looks like it was it for that area.
That's already done.
Oh, I did not say lights off, so calm down. Voice attack, going crazy. We got a codex entry for that. Standard gas giant again. I still don't understand that. If it's standard, why is it so significant? Riddle me that. A miniature horse. Well, he does weigh less than a miniature horse, but he's bigger, taller than a miniature horse. Than many miniature horses. I said not all of them. I had a Christmas event I photographed for the city, and they had miniature horses, 2 younger gals following around, super cute. Oh, I got the picture. If you remind me sometime, I'll dig it up. But they're really cool too, the miniature horses. Not me. I mean, I wouldn't want them. I would like to someday have a horse. I like horses. I photograph horses. I've been around horses. I've never owned a horse though. I rode horses. I remember when I was in 5th or 6th grade, I was kind of dating a gal. Dating, if you can, in that age, but a girlfriend, if you will. And she had a horse. And she had 2 decent sized pastures, probably a couple acres each. And they only had the one horse. It was her horse. His name was Cinnamon. I still remember it. And we would get on and ride the horse, bareback, no saddle. because why not, right? And it was a good horse. It was a pretty tame horse. It was really good with the kids. And we were out riding it. We were both on. She was sitting in front of me. And we get going across one pasture, and it had rained not long before. And where the pastures meet, there was a fence. It was always open, because like I said, they only had the one horse, but it was for the sake of sectioning off the pastures if you wanted. And we were going along, and that girlfriend of mine, scan here, was decided to be cute and get the horse running, trotting. Cause I don't know if you've ever trotted on a horse bareback, but that can leave you with a sore bum. But she got him trotting, thought it'd be funny, and she's sitting there laughing and whatever. And I'm guessing for the trotting, she started kicking the horse in the side, and that horse took off, went through that gate, and turned to go into the other pasture. Threw us both off. I hit the ground first, she hit the ground second, and we were both pretty much the same size, but we were up on a horse, so by the time I hit the ground, she hit the ground. I thought the horse rolled over on me. I never said that to her, but man, I'll never forget that. I thought I was dead. Jackson, what are you doing? Why are you staring out the window? Is there something out there you want to see? I'll never forget that. Here's one of these planets I was talking about earlier. This knot circle, it's kind of smashed. It's a small one. 0.0002 Earth masses. Stay off the desk. Gravity, it's actually got decent gravity, 0.04 G, but it's not perfectly round. It's not big enough. I thought the gravity would determine that, not the size, but I guess not. I don't know. Sorry, slobbered on. I'm not a scientist, but I really did think that the gravity of the planet would determine whether or not it would turn in, round. Maybe it's a little of both. Rocky body. Nothing on it. Rocky, nothing on it. It's another reason I don't scan, because I tend to talk and I slow down. And we never get through these damn things that way. Practice makes perfect, right? Gas. Rocky with nothing on it. I'm hoping I can sell all this stuff to Empire somewhere and help save me a lot of grinding on that rep. If I make it to the back to the bubble in one piece, that is. It could all be for naught. I could get blowed up on the way. Can happen. Right. Gas giant with water-based life. And here is a bunch. This is probably the rest of these planets. I'm just hitting them real quick. Unless sites show up. I'm not interested in it. More than one. Somebody's being loud. Sounds like a plastic bag. Nothing else there.
That's already done.
I did not say lights off. Thank you. So we are going to go scan this. It's a little ways away, 2,500. That's funny, 2,500 light seconds for 250,000 credits. Not that great of a payout either. But it's not like we're doing anything that much better at the moment, right? We could maybe learn a little about it. He's got the cutest eyes. I grabbed my drink and he turned around and just stared at me. Do you want back out? You don't have to be in here unless you're going to harass Mom. And then you can't be, because then I'll hear it. Because then I'll hear it. And I don't want to hear it. I don't want Mom yelling at me. Because you're being a turd. Do you want out? I'll let you out in a second. Let me get where I'm going here. Let me get where I'm going. I looked for that, if any of you here caught my Sunday stream. I edited our volunteer at a local animal shelter and take pictures, and on Sunday we edit those on stream. Talk about them. But I mentioned the rescue collection that I did last year for the animal shelter that they now put into 24 by 36 prints on the walls up there. And I was going to pull out some of the photographs to show you guys, but I couldn't find them. I looked for them earlier and I still didn't find them, so they must be archived off on my drive already. So I'll have to go out and get those at some point. Share those. But they look really good. They're all black and whites. And low-key lighting, the way I really like to shoot. Beautiful pictures. They came out so good. I was really impressed. Not with myself so much, just that I got lucky enough to get such great shots of the animals. And I was for a while selling limited edition prints of them. And all the money, I say all of it, I don't remember exactly what the promotion was now. It was like 30% or something of all the proceeds went to the shelter. That ended some time ago. 7 probes. We're gonna try something. Let's try just 4. These will probably overlap too much to do 4. We'll see. Let's see if we can pull off 4. Two, 3,
Surface scanned by 50%.
4, 28, 98. Come on. Nope. Have to do a 5. Oh well. We tried, right? I should have just launched it anyway, knowing that it was going to take another one. Any day now. There you go.
Mapping is now complete. Efficiency bonus awarded.
Make sure no significant sites come up. They do not. I do have them on my... Yeah, just asteroids are not on here right now. Next destination. Next destination. Oh, you turkey. It's because I got my fan on. It's not here. It's not reading me properly. But it's me being lazy as well. Oh, I was gonna let you out of here, wasn't I, buddy? He's laid down now and comfy, so maybe I'll keep him in here. Less bugging Mom.
Course adjustment.
Telemetry obtained. Orders on route to fly OIMA-CB14-3 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Alright, let's see what we get now. Give me something. Worth more than
Fuel levels now at 88%.
Scanning.
worth more than 250,000.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
One body, so this place is empty-ola.
Fuel scooping complete.
Maximum fuel.
So on we go. He's behaving. That's a rare thing for him. He's getting better. He's maturing a little bit. I figure another 6 to 8 months, he should be pretty much done with the puppy thing, which will be incredibly nice.
Key IT systems are at optimal levels, readying for exit. Now,
Fuel levels are now at 88% capacity, Commander.
scanning for information.
Fuel scooping.
13 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel is now at maximum fuel capacity.
5, 6. Was thinking about maybe hopping over to Everspace in a little bit. Just playing with that for a while. I didn't play much of it, a little bit. So high metal, metal, and a gas giant. And there's 13 of them. I am curious about this high metal one. If I can find it. I wish you could just like filter these out. Like if you weren't interested, you could just not see them. Is it in there? Because it seems like, and maybe I'm wrong. Oh, that's it right there. Not worth anything. Was there more there? Yep, there's more. There's another one. See, I checked that one already, right? There it is right there. That was the last one. It's not worth anything either. Onward. I was going to say it seems like the arrows, if there was more than one and you were somewhere around the bandwidth of that planet, it would still tell you to zoom in even if it wasn't in there, but it seems like it was. So that's good. Save us some time.
Destination confirmed. Fuel is traveling to the Plio ZI-LV8-11 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Completing system scan. Stand by. Gathering information. Cartography has now been updated.
7 bodies?
Fuel scooping complete.
Refuel.
Refuel. First one's here. Wait for the star enough. Rocky ice and ice. Yeah. I'll get Discover credit on the star. Good enough for me. Good enough for me.
Course adjustment.
Telemetry obtained. Fuel is traveling to the Plio IVC-NV7-4 system. This is your first visit to the system.
My first visit. How many jumps are we down to, by the way?
Connectivity is within limits. All other systems are now at normal levels.
Find out. I'll take a look after I
Gathering
get fuel here.
information. Cartography has now been updated.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Fuel at maximum.
Just the star. 110 jumps. I do have. I've got a fresh account. Fresh Elite Dangerous account. Like it's literally sitting in the pre-last patch station. I could also do something with it.
Adjusting for jump.
I just don't know that I.
Fuel is traveling to the Plio IMNQ-YD150.
I wish they let you have more pilots.
Neutron star detected. This is your first
And you
visit
didn't have to
the
unlock the damn engineers again. That's the part that gets me not wanting to play another character, is doing all that grind again.
Levels.
Fuel reserves are now at 88%.
And another neutron.
Scanning.
Let's see what we got for planets. 7. And they, because it's a neutron, yep, somebody's already been through here. 200 light years on the next destination, so we're just going to charge up and do it.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive.
Frameshift drive boosted by 400%.
That was a good charge. Wish I could do it like that every time. do it. Seems like a waste though if I had... Oh, it's 280. Yeah, so it's alright. I thought it said 200 down there because the 0 and the 8 in my not so young vision made it look like 2 zeros.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Fuel tanks are now at 76%.
Scanning now.
Fuel scooping.
Took a good chunk of fuel. Don't remember eating that much fuel. Unless the jump before that took a bunch.
Scooping complete.
Fuel at maximum.
I need to look at that next time I hit a neutron, see how much fuel I have and how much it eats. See if they changed it. How many bodies were here? 9. Brand new, first time discovered. Icy high metals. How many high metals there are? Those are all ICs. Not worth anything. Not worth anything. And that was all of them. Onward. Onward we go.
Jumping to next system.
Jump in progress.
I need to figure out how to put
24-17
Frame
system.
shift now
This is your
engaged.
first visit to the
No
system.
anomalies detected.
how to put the Streamlabs stuff into chat. I don't want to add another bot.
Engaging exit protocols.
Not sure how I'll do that.
Scanning now.
Fuel
Hmm.
scooping.
I don't think there is another way.
Fuel scooping complete.
Refuel.
8 bodies. Nobody's been here. An ammonia world. Ices. We're gonna do this one for the sake of the ammonia world.
Pro AEC STGC 24-17 one scan value is 360,645 credits.
360,000 credits for that map. So we'll flag that. That one's not worth anything.
That's already done.
Nada. Nothing.
That's already done.
She keeps hearing my HOTAS clicks and interprets it as lights on and lights off. Baffles me.
Already done.
See, she's still doing it. It's marvelous.
Pro AEC STGC 24-17 3 scan value is 315,811 credits. You should map this body.
So I do want to map the ammonia. 315,000. I'll write down which one it is, so I don't forget. 17.3. My pen is not being agreeable. Really. know, if you take a pen and you go to write with it, and it doesn't put ink on the paper, you'll typically go to another part of the paper and you'll just scribble a little bit, get the ink back on the tip. So I was trying to write and it wouldn't write. So I went to the edge of the paper and it wrote. Went back to write, it wouldn't write. Did it like 3 times. And I finally moved to a different part of the paper. I don't know if there's some wax on the paper there or what. That was incredibly annoying.
System scan.
Okay, so we got 2 bodies to scan here. The high metal and the ammonia. Wouldn't it be cool if that ammonia plant had a sight on it? But I think it had an atmosphere. Didn't it? Yeah, ammonia and oxygen, so it won't be landable. Won't be any sights on it. That would be cool though. Get an ammonia planet. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why we haven't really found any Thargoids, like inhabited places yet. Because they're on these ammonia planets with atmospheres and we can't land in atmospheres yet. Makes sense. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna see or hear anything about that stuff until they are ready to pump it into the game. I don't think it's some long hidden conspiracy theory and it's all there, and while yeah, you might be able to discover it, I think that was, my guess is that is a very misleading statement. Yeah, it's out there and yeah, it can be discovered, but maybe it's, you know, 800,000 light seconds off of a star off axis and it doesn't show up on radar. Well, sure, technically you could find it, but how in the hell would you ever find it like that? You wouldn't. The odds of you doing it would be astronomical. They say it's a ghost planet. And I don't know what that means. You'd think that'd mean either a dead planet? Not sure. What do we got? We got 6 probes. And that should do it.
That's already done.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Is that the ammonia?
Mapping of Body Pro AEC ST-GC24-171 is now complete. Efficiency bonus awarded.
Nothing of significance there. So we'll map this ammonia, and that'll give us about 600,000 credits for this system. Better than a sharp stick in the eye, I think. Again, if we make it back home in one piece. I have done a couple neutrons. 89%. I still don't know where that 1% hull ding came from. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I've been out doing this now though for, I think this is my 4th day out roaming around like this. So maybe I did and I just don't remember it. That's the more likely of the answers, because I'm old and forgetful. And there is an update for the Twitch app, by the way, if you run the Windows app. That probably explains the crash earlier. They were probably pushing that out. Probably pushing that out, and it wiped out the servers for a minute. Speaking of all that, I need to go back to the live preview. Nothing like watching an ad on my own channel. Video producer. live. I like to watch the live view just to make sure in case the stream dies or something. And I still probably won't catch it for who knows how long, but at least then I have the chance to catch it. Alright, let's get up here, map this, and move on. Move on! And I'm still a little wrecked from that midnight the other day. That just really screwed my schedule up. But on the plus side, this is what I was told. I don't know if it'll happen, but I might actually get the entire next weekend off rather than working Saturday. Because technically with this overtime thing, instead of working days on Saturday, which I normally do, we're supposed to wait and work midnights on Saturday. Dumbest thing ever, because Friday we go in at 5 a.m., work to 5 p.m., and then they want us to come in, not that night, but the next day at 5 p.m. and work until 5 a.m. And, I mean, if you're a person that works in a plant and you do like swing shifts or something, more power to you. I don't know how you do it. But my body just has a lot of trouble computing that internal clock change, you know? And it did. That whole next day, I had a headache. And I was just tired all day. And I'd rather not do that again. But hopefully, I'll get all of next week, or all of next weekend off. That'll be amazing. Be fun. Let's pack some more Elite in. Maybe we can even do. We used to do this on Mondays. We need to do some more of our group combat sites with the fighters and all that. So we had a lot of fun doing that, but I don't know where everybody's been lately. Well, I know where Raph has been. But that's about it. The rest of you, I don't know about. 6 probes. 1. There's ammonia planet here. 2, 3, 4. I'm sure I've got it. It's ammonia planet. Of course, it has an atmosphere, so of course we can't land on it. So of course it's not going to have sights. But I would get so excited if it did.
Surface scanned by 50%.
I'm gonna get 300,000 or so credits.
Surface
Efficiency
scan
bonus granted.
complete.
Out of that, nothing fancy came up on that. So we are gonna mosey on to the next. Next location, which is completely behind me. $68 light year jump, which 70 right now is about where I'm at. It says 107 jumps. Again, I can't imagine doing all that. I don't
Destination confirmed.
foresee that many jumps in my future.
146 system.
We'll change the neutrons before long, probably. I get closer to the bubble and start running into more systems that have been explored. Because so far on my way back, like 95% of the systems have been unexplored.
Scanning for
So that's kind of neat itself.
System scan.
We get a little closer to the bubble and it's just a star. Things start being explored more, we'll just hit the neutrons and get out of there.
Fuel scooping.
So we're not just jumping for the sake of jumping. Cool down just a hair. I like to get below 50%. I think this ship does 56% on a jump. There's 54. There's 54% on this ship. Maybe the Corvette's 56%. But the kind of way I judge on how much to let my ship cool before I hit my FSD jump in the next system,
Heading for the Pro AECGW
if you sit in the middle of space around nothing, no sun, stars, anything like that, and you target another system, you can be in Super Cruise, that don't matter. Target another system,
protocols.
hit your FSD,
are now at 88%.
and see what your temperature hits before your ship, before the countdown ends.
Stand by.
Fuel scooping.
And whatever that percent is the percent you want to let your ship cool down to, or thereabouts, before you engage it after you scoop.
Complete.
Maximum fuel.
See that? Like that took me to 64%. And this ship's really good about heat to begin with. So now I point away from it, and if I wanted to jump, I'd jump now. As long as I'm below that heat threshold, because if I was 55% heat, and I had the FSD charge, not always, it's 100% guaranteed, but more often than not, it will only jump to that 56 at 1 degree. Sometimes it might jump 2, and I don't know. I'm sure it's the math behind it, but that's how I do it, and it seems to work just fine. I've never exploded from overheating. I guess what do we got here? We got a rocky, icy, some ices, and 1 high metal. Let's find the high metal, and we'll leave the ices for the next guy. And somebody else can check it, although no one will probably ever come through the system again in the history of the game. I don't know, I say that. They've got to change. I'm sure they are changing something to make all this space valuable, at least in some way, shape, or form. Like, for instance, the way Eve made nullsec and long distances reasonable is because, well, one, you could build the player stations. But that aside, just the rarity of asteroids, and the materials that you could get from them, it made it worth it. You needed to go out there to have access to those kind of materials and get them in those quantities. Now, there was risk involved, obviously. But they've got to be doing something like that for this game. And oh my gosh, where is this planet at? I've done a complete circle. Not worth it. They've got to do something like that. I say they have to. They don't have to. But I can't imagine they wouldn't, because there's so much of this game. And the bubble's so small. There's so much that's useless space.
Jump in progress.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I would like to see, first of all, fleet ships, but I think that's pretty much everybody. Carriers, things of that nature. So you can make those extended distances.
Scanning.
But not only that, even if it's just some type of science or manufacturing or something that you can do off-site, or should I say on-site, but out of the bubble. Maybe it's industry-style ships. I was talking to a friend about this the other day, and I think this would be cool. I don't know if it was UKT or if it was somebody else. I think it was you. Maybe it was Eric. I don't remember now. But anyway, we were doing some mining, some T9 mining, some painite. And there was nothing here. I had filled up my hold in the T9. And he hadn't filled up his hold yet. And I thought, and it reminded me of an Eve where you can assign your drones to another ship. And I would do that like in the carrier. I would assign my fighters to somebody else, to one of the interceptors or something. And I mean, how cool would it be if you could do that here in Elite Dangerous with your drones? You know, if it's collector drone, not prospectors obviously, but like collector drones, you can assign them to another person in your fleet, in your group, squad, whatever.
Scanning now.
And then they can collect for them. And on that same token, if you could do that, then you could have an industrial type ship in the game, like not even industrial. They actually already have them, the haulers, the T9 and things like that. Fit out 36 bodies. Holy cow! Fit out specifically for hauling. You know, tons. Oh yeah, sorry, Casey. I didn't catch that. So just now, yeah, you're in there pretty much. But you could get a ship like a T9 or a couple T9s, and you outfit them fully for just cargo hauling. And then you have a couple ships. Maybe they're smaller ships. You know, I don't know. It depends on how you want to fit them and do it. The option's not there, so I've not really explored it. But you could fit those ships out for strictly mining in mass. As much stuff as you can pull out of a rock, as fast as you can get it out of there. So, you know, maybe those ships, the miner ships, have the drones. Or maybe you have a mining ship, a hauler ship, a drone ship, however you want to do it. But to give you those options, so you can assign your collectors to some other ship, so that ship, you can fill that ship up and they can go sell it. Dividends should be global. I don't know how they can get around exploiting that, but it should be global. then that person could take it or storage and drop it off or store it or whatever, and you could mine. But at the same time, they would have to give that material more reason than it currently has. I know it currently plays a little bit into the background game if you're giving it to systems that might need it or whatever, or bolstering a certain faction. But I mean purpose. Whether that's some type of manufacturing or manufacturing your own stuff, or manufacturing for the station, or whatever, you know, just you got to give it some kind of purpose to do that. But that's the kind of stuff that I always enjoyed in the space games. You know, give me purpose. You know, let me get involved with, and not just with the overall community, which the Elite Dangerous community has been stellar anyway. But I feel like the multiplayer, and I'm sure a lot of people agree, the multiplayer into the game is lacking. They've tried, and there's some great stuff in here as far as potential. But I want to get more involved with my group of friends that I play with and the community as a whole. I want to find that place where, you know, where I am doing something with maybe my friends, but I have the opportunity to do things, you know, I might interact with another player in the way I choose to interact with them. Or, you know, whatever, something to that effect. But right now, there's just not a lot. We would take and go on like Mondays or whatever. We only did it for a few weeks, but we'd pull kind of our crew together and we'd go out and just goof. We'd take the Corvette out or the cutter or whatever, and we'd get fighters, and we'd have people multi-crew. Now we couldn't group up and multi-crew because that's not a thing in the game. And we'd go out and we'd just run some sites and let people fly the fighters, and we'd have a lot of fun with that. But that's kind of where it stops. I mean, unless you just like, I don't even know, you could say you just like PvP and go do that thing, but even that's got to get repetitive. I'm not much of a PvPer, but that's got to get repetitive as well. Did I already check how many were in here? No. Yep, rocky, ice, icy. Oh, there's some few metal rich here. We should probably scan that. I'm sitting here rattling on my soapbox, so I'm completely ignoring this stuff. But yeah, having that purpose. I mean, like and I compare this to Eve because Eve is probably one of the best comparisons I have to the potential I feel this game has. It doesn't mean it has that for everybody, and not everybody wants it that way. And I'm not saying make Eve 2.0, but I'm talking about the things that kept me engaged in that game. And it for me, it was not the PvP. I was not much of a PvPer. I did it for the Corp. It was somewhat required, but it wasn't fun for me. I didn't get enjoyment out of it. It was long, it was boring, it was silly, it was for me. What I did like is I would do a lot of logistical work, and I don't mean combat logistics, I mean running the corporation logistics as far as systems and materials and stations and settings and what components were needed where and when, and keeping up with fuel, keeping up with planetary interactions and PI, corporate the documentation for the corporation. That's the kind of stuff I enjoyed. That, yeah, I'm a nerd, but that's the stuff I liked. And here they have the potential for a lot of that, maybe not in that way, of course, but a lot of that community driven, not community goals. That's not what I mean. Just that community building. When you build relationships with the other players, it's when it goes beyond the game. I've made a lot of really good friends through games. It's never the game. The game is the tool. The people are the real thing. For me, that's what it's about. It's about that community. It's about the people interacting. It's how I choose to interact with a lot of people. I like the diversity of the different cultures. I find it all, amazing. And that's what I like. And they could do a lot of things to promote more of that by giving more multiplayer interaction. And holy cow, there's a lot of something here. But back to the original statement about the industrials and being able to assign your drones to another ship. Even if it was just as simple as give us the ability to let us assign our collector drones to a different ship. Just that one thing, I think, would change a lot. It would change a lot about the way you could mine, group mine. Because right now, everybody's kind of hot. I mean, if you want to try to be somewhat effective about it, everybody's got to kind of be grouped in the same spot. You got to kind of scan together as you go. And then hope that everybody fills up around the same time, or you got to keep mining stuff off to help them fill up with whatever limpets they might have. I called them drones earlier, sorry. Limpets, drones, whatever. We know what I meant, right? And that to me, it just seems like a big missed opportunity. And I'm sure they probably know that. And I'm sure it's just a matter of deciding what features are important to them and their vision for the game and where they want it to be. But that's my hope for it. And did that? Yes, it did get both. It's kind of my hope for it and where it goes and that more community content. Because I've heard, I watch a few other streamers too that maybe play this game a lot more than is good for them. Healthy, whatever. And they complain of that too. Well, I mean, I guess you get burnout in any game when you overplay it, but I really sense where they're coming from. They're like, well, I've played the game for a while. I've pretty much got all the ships I want. I got the ranks I want. I got my engineers unlocked. What do I do now? And that's a good point, and that's a very good question. Why is it not lighting up? What are they supposed to do now? When you got your community goals, you could hop on the invasion bus, I guess. I don't know why I haven't really hopped on the whole Thargoid invasion thing. It's typically something that sounds like it'd be right up my alley because I enjoy PvE content, storyline driven stuff, getting involved in that way. But I watched a little bit of it, getting on the Thargoid invasions. And it just didn't look very fun to me. It didn't. First of all, and maybe it's just something to do. You got to unlock all the right gear. You can't do it just out of the box. Or you could, but you're going to get your butt stomped. So unlocking all of the Guardian stuff, or a lot of it, which I have unlocked the booster and the shield booster, or the shield booster? Yeah. Then I looked at the fights, and holy cow, this is a mess. I looked at the fights and what you had to do when you engaged them and what was what. I don't know. I mean, I've watched Commander Bays. He's done it quite a bit, or was a while back, a couple weeks ago. Really cool guy. And I don't know how he does what he does and manages to talk to his chat the way he does. Still scanning. But he was doing it. And I mean, it was almost like muscle memory, what he was doing. That doesn't excite me. That doesn't make me want to go out and grind a bunch of stuff to do that. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago it might have, but Geological 20. It just doesn't anymore. I'm just not interested in it. But I would like to see things in the game that help you build your community, your team of people, your group of people. Because when you make the game more about the people and the relationships that those people build, you stand a much better chance of keeping a long, healthy game. If the game is all about the game, then you build what you might call, for lack of a better explanation, a fad. People jump in it, people burn out on it, people disappear, the game goes away. Elite's been around for a long damn time in one way or another. It's got a lot of cool lore to it. It's got a lot of good stories to it. They've been developing it at, some might call it a slow pace. I don't know a lot of the details about how FDev does their development, what size team they dedicate to this, what kind of funding they actually get for just Elite. So I don't know if they're actually building at a healthy pace. I imagine they are. They're building at the pace that they deem most lucrative for the business and the brand. But I think they got a lot of potential here. Maybe they like the smaller community thing. I wouldn't think so. A bigger community would typically mean more money, but I mean, I think we were talking about this the other day too. I honestly wouldn't mind them putting more microtransaction stuff in the stores. Because I don't mind supporting them doing their development. As long as they show me that they're supporting me as a player and a community member and an asset instead of a number. I return the love. I mean, I did it for Warframe for a long time. I put a lot of damn money in that game. I'd buy those Prime packs because I enjoyed the game. I liked the developers. I liked what they were doing. But then they've decided, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, it just wasn't good. I didn't like it. They introduced the Kuva thing, which was kind of cool, but then they started doing the frame iterations. And it was pretty much the same frames, just a little better in this way or that way or the other. And I was like, I paid money to support the game, but I also expect a product out of that money, not something that's just going to be obsolete in 6 months. And that's what it made me feel like when they did it. But, same goes for FDev. I would gladly do some more microtransactions to help support the development of the game. As long as I know that that's what they're doing. They're taking that money and reinvesting it in the game. And they keep it on track. I'm a little concerned with that as well. And I know I keep kind of going back to it because it's the only thing I know of that I've heard of that I'm not a fan of. That doesn't mean that there's not a lot more. And that's the space leg thing. And I say I'm not a fan of it because it's not because I don't think that it would be an interesting mechanic or it would be good in a game or even maybe in this game way down the road. In my opinion, there's way too much missing from this game to try to implement entirely new systems like that, in my opinion.
This is your first visit to the system.
I would rather see him introduce things like we were just talking about, the
Scanning for
more
anomalies.
multiplayer content, getting the
Completing
grouping up and whatnot sorted out, getting the instancing sorted out. That's been a problem. I've ran into that quite a few times. I mean, I don't know exactly how many 23 bodies. I don't know exactly how many people in one place at one time that their servers will handle or the game will handle. If one of you know, please chime in. It doesn't seem like it's too many players. Now, I'm not talking people and NPCs. I'm talking players in one place. But it doesn't seem like it's that many. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'd like to see more of that. And I know that's a challenge. Not just a challenge from a networking side. It's a challenge from a server side. CCP did it through time dilation. Which, if you were ever so unfortunate to experience time dilation. And you couldn't see the NPCs after 30 minutes. Yeah, and that, I don't know, I'd be curious if that was just more of a memory leak thing or something going on there. I wasn't sure. But I know I've seen where we'd pop in to an instance or something, and you could clearly see one people or somebody in your group shooting at an NPC, or in some cases I've seen even other players. And this person, they can see their friend and they can see him shooting, but they're shooting at nothing. That don't work. That's a problem. And I know that they're well aware of it. I know they are. But now how easy that stuff is to fix, I don't know. I don't know how their system was built. Don't need to know. I would too, KT. I think that would be amazing. Fix the multiplayer stuff so it behaves So it's more enjoyable and increase the damn reward payouts. Since they introduced the whole mining gig where it's so easy to make credits, the only motivation someone has to do the multi-crew or multiplayer, unless they are group mining, which just adds a little bit of incentive, is to just go to enjoy it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But there's really no enticement to do that. And that's a shame. It seems like a big missed opportunity. I don't know if I want to scan any of this. Just gas giants, Rocky. Yeah. So I would like to see him refine that as well. Give it a little more purpose. The multi-crew in itself is really cool. That was a neat feature they added in. I don't know how long they've had that slated to be in the game, but I think that's really cool. Especially if you're trying to mentor a player. You can get them in your ship and show them. But there's so many damn bugs with it. And I know they have a lot of problems with it, and I know they know this. It's because the mechanics of it is not that simple, and I get that.
No unusual
But when, you know, everything breaks, we went out, yeah, it was you and I, Katie, we went out and just for the sake of doing it, trying it, we tried doing multi-crew core mining. Just to do it, you know, just to kind of hang out and do something. What a wreck that was.
Fuel scooping complete.
One of the first things that caught me completely off guard is that, and I think this is how it happened, and please Katie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you hadn't picked a seat, so you're just kind of in the ship, in idle. And I had just scanned a core. And so I found the core, it was a core, it was void opals, I wanted to pop it. I shoot a missile at it, and as soon as the missile, the collision boxes hit each other, the missile explodes. As soon as it hit it, touched it, nothing showed up on my grid, none of that. But he seen it. He seen it blinking and showed on a grid. So I effectively I was not able to core mine with someone else in my ship and have control of the missiles at the same time. Very weird. That's how that happened. The asteroid rotation is out of sync in when you're doing that as well, when you have other people with you. Because he'd be with me and we'd be near an asteroid that was moving. With the targeting, you know, if he had control of the guns and I was piloting, and that was an Asp Explorer, of course, so he's on bottom and I'm on top, which is a weird thing of its own, but no problem. I mean, that's the way the ship's built. That's a mechanic you should have to work around. And I would see the fissure right in front of me on the asteroid, but for him, it was like down here or over here. It wasn't even in the same place. And I didn't even know that was a thing until then. So there's a bit of a sync issue there. And I'm sitting here next to a son just cooking, no problem. But it's just that kind of silly stuff. That this game's been out for over 4 years now. Those things shouldn't be happening. I mean, again, in my opinion, those are some of the first things you should be approaching. Get your players playing together. This is not a single player game. I mean, you can play solo if you want. If it was a solo game, I wouldn't be here because I like playing with my friends and whatnot. So fix it. Holy cow. You know, don't give me new community goals. Don't add a new station 30,000 light years away. Fix my multiplayer so I can play with people effectively. To me, that's a core. Getting your players playing with people, with other people, if you got a multiplayer game. Fix that. That's a core functionality. Having a station 30,000 light years away is not core functionality. That's now maybe they're different teams. Again, I don't know what their development environment's like. And I'm not complaining. I think they've done a great job. I just wish it would go a little faster and a little differently focused, but don't we all? We all have our own agendas, right? But I enjoy the game. That's why I'm playing it. And didn't I decide to get the hell out of here? Nope, this is a new system. Icy. We got a high metal here. Let's see what it is. There's only 4 bodies here anyway. Weather service is calling me. Sun's shining. Nada. Nothing interesting, and these are all icy. But I don't think I've ever found anything interesting on an icy body. You guys? I mean, I have found some geologicals, but nothing else. I'm still zoomed in. Like, what else is there significant about icy bodies? Other than they're icy. Like, I don't think I've ever had an icy body that was worth a good amount of money. I see a lot of potential in the exploration stuff too. The site stuff is really cool. When you're in the bubble, you know, you get your crash sites and all that. It'd be cool to see some more sites, but natural sites. Or maybe old, and again, I'm kind of pulling Eve into this, and don't get me wrong, I don't want an Eve 2.0. I'm just talking about some of the things I enjoyed about the game, personally. When you can go out and just, for the sake of exploring, yes, you get to do like what I'm doing here. But you can start getting burnt out on that because it's pretty much the same thing. You jump to a system, you check it out, you scan it if you want, you map what you want. Next system, check it out, do what you want, scan what you want. Next, it's over and over. You know, Eve had sites in it too, as well. You know, like we get sites in the bubble, but they would have them everywhere. And they would have different things in it. You know, maybe it was an old wrecked station somewhere and you could get salvage off of it, or, you know, it was some mini PvE event, which, I don't know. Well, I mean, as long as it told you what it was. Sorry, not what that was. It'd be cool to have that kind of stuff in here too. So you kind of pick what you wanted to do. Sorry, my camera lenses decided to crash and burn. The covers, not the lens, sorry. But that was fun stuff. You know, it let you do things you wanted to do. It was productive. It was useful. You got stuff you needed out of it because, of course, there was manufacturing over there. And you could get... He's all rolled over, legs on the couch. You got useful stuff out of there, like if you were a rig builder and you needed that salvage to build your rigs. But it was all linked together. It had purpose. And something similar here would just be phenomenal. I would love to see it. And giving, holy crap, she's got the TV up loud. Giving it purpose. You know, give me purpose other than just kind of goofing. I don't know, I'd be curious to know what their opinion is on gameplay for this game. Like, if you ask them how many hours of gameplay do you think you have in your game? Now, on one hand, you might go, oh my gosh, it's unlimited. There's over 40 billion stars or planets or system or whatever the numbers are. It's some astronomical amount. To me, that's a little bit of a cop-out. I mean, it is cool, and yes, it's not a lie. There is that in here, but it's not. None of it's useful. It's not useful to you or the game to do it. Can you get some financial gain out of it? Sure, but it's minimal. And some people, they only play the game to explore, and there's nothing wrong with that, and more power to you. But in that particular case, 99.9% of the game is built for you, and 1% of the game is built for everybody else. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm sure that's not their intention. But there's not... I would speculate for gameplay that's in the game, excluding massive exploration, like out there exploration, and excluding things like overdoing the Thargoid invasion thing. I'm not talking about not getting involved with it. I'm just like grinding it, beating your head on it. 200 hours of gameplay? Maybe 300? I mean, that's not anything to scoff at, for sure, but it's not a lot for a large-scale game like this, I don't think. I did already scan that. But, you know, it's, again, this is all my opinion, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm streaming, and that's why I'm talking to you guys, and that's why I'm playing this game, because this is what I do. It's what I enjoy. I don't mind theory crafting, and everybody's got an opinion, just like me. Doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean they're right.
MC11-32 system. This is your first visit to the system.
But yeah, I've been really missing the community thing lately. I say lately, it's actually been for a couple of years, or at least a year. I like games where I can get in and play with my friends and feel like I'm getting somewhere. We are accomplishing something as a unit. And but I'm trying to stay away from anything that's too involved, like big MMOs, big name MMOs and whatnot, because I know me and I know my personality, and I'll get hung up on it, and that's not good for me. Especially just right now, I don't want to jump into that. I don't want to jump off that cliff right now. I like the little more of the freedom I get from playing games like this, where if I'm done, I'm done. I can go away. We got a water world. Rocky ice, ice body, and one high metal. Overall, I only got 9, so we can do that. Anybody been here? Before I go there? Nope. And where are we at now, anyway? Let's take a look at that real quick. Why is it showing a neutron? Is there maybe, I guess there's a neutron here I don't know about. Or is it a white dwarf? Because that's the other thing I don't like about the use jump thing. If there's a white dwarf in the system you're going through, it will use it. And I'm not a huge fan of using them. They're scary. 301. No, that is... Surely I'm highlighting the wrong one, because that's not my jump range. It says 301. I thought it was 270 something was my range. Am I wrong? Anybody remember? We'll see if there's a neutron in here, or what's going on. What, buddy? Are you wanting out? Are you wanting to go past your mom now? Are you done relaxing? And you're all wound up and ready? I should get you wound up and then send you out there. Mom would love that. You want to do that to her? Let me see if she's working. Hang on just a second. She's working, so she got a laptop on her lap and whatnot. If I get him wound up, he'll piss her off big time. Oh, but anyway. Well, this next destination says 64, so maybe that was the next system that had the neutron in it. Nope, it says this one. No, okay, no, because this is where I am. I'm jumping here. The next system is going to be a neutron. And that's fine. So where are we at? Well, we're a lot closer. We started out right over here somewhere. So that's probably 3 streams. 3 streams or so worth of jumping. And I don't think we'll do that. But who knows? Alright, I was going to scan this, wasn't I? Because we do have a water world in here somewheres. Icy with nothing. Icy. I see. Nothing. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen.
Pro AEC and GFC 1132 one scan value is 710,117 credits.
710,000 credit estimated value. Now, this has an ammonia atmosphere, so it's not landable. It's a water world. What makes this planet worth so much more than the last water world? The last water world we scanned was 300 and something. So what is it about the planet? Because I'd really like to know, just because it's been bugging me. What makes this planet worth, this water world worth more than the last water world? Like, how does it price things out? It's got a 1.3 G gravity. It's 1 3/4 Earth masses, so it's fairly large. Holy cow, it's got 11.4 atmospheres of surface pressure. Need your ears popped? It's 76% ammonia, 22% nitrogen, 67% rock, and 32% metal. Its orbital period is shorter than our year. I'm sorry, I know my camera covers that stuff when I'm reading it, but I can eliminate that for a second. But I don't know. I mean, I'm really curious what makes, like, I know there's, if it's a water world, it's worth blah. If it's terraformable, it's worth blah. If it's a high metal, it's worth blah. The basics I get, but I don't get the rest. I don't know what make, how they, you know, what, how do you evaluate the price of a planet? How do you know what it's worth? If I just want to look at this, if I didn't have Eddie to tell me this estimated value of this planet, how would I know what it was worth? By looking at it, by looking at the stats, or even have an idea of what it's worth. I mean, it could say, oh, it's a water world, let's scan it and hope it's worth something when we get back, which will likely still get you something. But, you know, this one being worth 710,000 credits? Why? Why is it worth that much? I don't know. But we've tagged it, so we will map it. Let's make sure nothing else is worth anything as we go through here. An icy worth nada. So what do you guys think? What do you think they could do? Or what do you think could be done to make exploration a group activity? I mean, obviously you could multi-crew. Because, and I think we had kind of been over this before. You can go do this in a group and you can get discovered and confirmed. You know, you each get that. And if you both don't want to commit to going out somewhere for a week, which is cool, I don't think that should change. I like the idea it takes time to get somewhere. You got to commit to going and you got to do it. I like that. I think they should keep that. But maybe both people can't or don't want to or whatever. You got multi-crew. They can come to your ship. Like if I found something here, it's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. You got to come see this. I can pull them in a multi-crew and they can come and see it firsthand. That's cool. But how can you make the group thing for exploration, or can you, more enticing for groups? Like, if you are interested in exploration, which I imagine you have to be to some degree to have been here, because that's pretty much all I've been doing other than expressing my own terrible opinions. But, like, what would entice you to go and play, go to explore with another person? What kind of mechanic, other than like, oh, well, increase my money I make? I don't know that that would necessarily be a selling point for that feature, but we're all scanned here, so we just need that one water world. Like, what would you do? What would you like to see? Because I'm not sure myself. I know one thing I used to do, and I know I'm going to jump back to compare it kind of to Eve, because it's the closest thing I have to compare it to. As opposed to something like Freelancer, which I think is just way too outdated. But I used to take a probe ship. It's a science ship, specifically built for doing science, finding things, more or less. And then I would have a court mate. They would bring a combat ship. And we would go scan, we'd go looking for wormholes. Which wormholes were really, they were really cool and really bad all at the same time. They were really cool because, and why I wouldn't mind seeing them in Elite, or at some capacity, or maybe it's some kind of other phenomenon that does it. But it would generate temporary bridges for you to cross great distances, which would allow for some very unique type of trading or gameplay, or combat if you're into PvP. But it also, they had a mass limit on the wormholes entrance and exit. If you've never played the game anyway. So you could only put so much tonnage through that wormhole before it would collapse. You had to be aware of this, because you could go through a wormhole with a big enough ship, or with a couple big enough ships, and close the door behind you. And you were nowhere land and had to find your way out. And sometimes that wouldn't happen. Sometimes you just have to yell in local, hope there was somebody nice in that wormhole doing some kind of manufacturing that was cool enough to show you an exit. But that had some very unique gameplay. But we would go exploring and find things like wormholes. And because the probe ship, the science ship, was so darn small, it was nothing to jump it into those wormholes. Jump into a wormhole. So you would basically probe and scan the area. You find a wormhole. You go, you jump into the wormhole. You scan the wormhole. What's in here? Is there anybody in here? Is there other exits in here? And there could be multiple exits inside of the wormhole. And a wormhole was in nowhere land. It wasn't mappable. It was nowhere. You were basically off the grid. I didn't want to map this, did I? I don't even want to map because I'm on, yeah, because it's the water world. So you would go in and you would map all the exits. And I would write all these down in a notepad and inside the game, what they were and where they went. And we'd decide whether or not we wanted to use the wormhole for something, and whether we didn't. We might go in the wormhole and run sites that were in the wormhole and then go back out. But there was lots of cool stuff to encourage you to, and yes, she would have killed me, to play with other people and do. You didn't have to. It's not like you couldn't do the stuff alone, but you could also do it with other people, and it'd be just as enjoyable for everyone doing the whole thing. And I would like to see more of that in this game, because I like the game. I like the community. I like the developers. There's a lot of potential here. I like what they've done. I like the VR. But that's what's going to end up killing it for me for a while, is if we can't get the multiplayer thing going better. And I know there's likely none of that going to change before the 2020 update, which is fine. I mean, I'm trying to kind of find ways to kind of keep the game interesting for myself and my friend. I didn't finish scanning that, did I? I didn't even hear what she said. I'll hit the back real quick. So yeah, and that's why I was doing a bunch of grinding and all that for my rep and my engineers, and getting them all up and trying to grind that next rank in my combats so I can get Jameson unlocked completely. I'm pretty sure that's who it was, right? Yeah. And I just kind of got burnt out on the grind thing, and I said, you know what? I'm going to head out. I'm going to head out across the galaxy and just kind of get lost in it for a while and explore and piddle. And that's kind of what I've done. And again, if you weren't here earlier, I'll kind of explain again. It'll take but a second. So when I left the bubble, my destination was actually over here. That was my original destination. And I just randomly picked a place. It wasn't anything specific about that place. I tried to pick a place that I didn't think was highly trafficked, but since then I've seen some traffic reports, and this is highly trafficked. Over here is not so much. But anyway, so at first I was headed over there. And as I was jumping, I was doing neutron jumps, getting out here. And when I got, I don't know, probably right in here or so away, maybe 10 or 12,000 light years away from the bubble, I thought, you know what? Because I had just seen that map about how kind of the foot traffic over here. And I thought, well, maybe I'll go over here. I'm going to stop and see Sagittarius A just to say that I had been there. And then I'll just head over here into the less mapped area. And then when we come home, we'll cut across this way. So I got about halfway over to Sagittarius A, and I thought, I don't want to commit to this. It's too much. It's just too much exploration. I like the exploration, but I just don't want that much at once right now. Maybe I'll do that in the near future. He's getting yelled at, Jackson. You know, maybe I'll do that in the near future, but for now, I just thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to stop here, and I'm just going to map a normal route back to the bubble, and we'll do some exploration as we go. Maybe we'll find something, maybe we won't. Maybe we'll get tired of it, and we'll just hit the neutron highway again and jump back to the bubble and find something else to do for a while. So now I am, I want to say we started out around 200 and something jumps away from the bubble. And now we are 99. So we've went quite a ways. Now I did recently switch back and I turned on the non-sequence stars and used boost. So now I am still kind of using neutrons, but I'm only using them when it's convenient for my normal pathing for the, when I plotted my course, when it's convenient for the course map to jump over to it and use it. So that knocked about 50 or so jumps off, maybe a little less. So that's kind of where we are now. We're fiddle farting. I'm jumping on and off my soapbox, asking questions. And that's, he is not happy. And that's, and that's why I stream, because I want to talk with the community. I want to engage with the community. And it's not just about Elite either. It's just game in general. Though the Elite community, if you're not an Elite Dangerous player, it's such a fantastic community. I mean, like every community, it has its people. You know what I mean? You know who I'm talking about. But for the most part, I thought I had a direct button for that. I did. But for the most part, it's a lot of really good people. Next destination.
Locking system destination.
And that's what I find. So that's what I really like about the game. I was actually a little bit worried when they did the. Just look at me when you said it right. I was a little bit worried with the patch that introduced all the new player stuff, and it was kind of a selfish reason. It was needed, and we all know it. I mean, we all know it. It wasn't Eve Cliff's learning curve stuff, but it was still pretty steep. If you've not played this type of game, if you've played this type of game, it wasn't too difficult. But it was a. I was a little worried about it because I was afraid that it was going to make getting into the game too easy, and we were going to get a lot of people that the community didn't really mesh with or didn't represent what the community currently is. Let me put it that way. And that's probably a bad way to look at it. But that's what it made me feel like when I heard it. I was like, well, how easy do we need to make something? And does that take away from the game and the gameplay and the community to make it that simple? I mean, there's a balance there. You were the get off my lawn guy, yeah. I have a tendency to jump on that box too, but I like the community here, and I get possessive about it. I do. I get protective of it because we've got such a great group of people. It doesn't matter if you're a PvPer, it doesn't matter if you're a stream sniper, it doesn't matter if you're a miner or a trucker or whatever it is. everybody's generally good-hearted about it. They're helpful about it. Some people can be shitheads. I'm not saying they can't, obviously. But everybody's really helpful, and everybody gets involved, and everybody enjoys the community, and they take some pride in the community. And I was afraid that a lot of that was going to get lost. And I haven't seen that. I haven't been playing a lot lately. I'm on mandatory overtime right now at work, and I already work a ridiculous amount of hours, and I'm hoping all of that is going to change before too long. But I haven't seen a big change so far. And I think I hit that too fast. Did I get it? Yes.
Range shift drive boosted by 400%.
So hopefully it's not. It's not going to. Hopefully it would just bring more people that represent the community that's already here. That would be amazing. That would be really amazing to see. More funding for FDev. I don't know, but I'm assuming that all the purchases of Elite Dangerous go into the development of Elite Dangerous. I don't know, or maybe they all go in one big pool. Did I? I did not. Why didn't that scan when I landed?
And class neutron star that has a dangerously high density core identified.
What do we got there? Just some rocky bodies. A couple high metal content. There's 6 of them. Yeah. Onward. But you know, I enjoy the game, and that's why I wanted to stream the game. I don't know, like on Sundays I stream. I'm a volunteer photographer for a local animal shelter. If you like pets and you like animals, or if you like photography, or if you like hearing me bitch about everything, I do that on Sundays.
This is your first visit to the
I
system.
try to start it around noon. Sometimes it's a little later. It depends on how long we spend at the shelter. 'Cause my wife and I go there, and depends on how many dogs we have to get pictures of. And I'll edit those on stream. Lightroom and Photoshop. Talked a little bit about that in the editing process. We talk a little bit about the dogs. I, of course, soapbox about animals and taking care of them and fostering and rescuing and all that. And then on Mondays, again, we start at noon-ish. I'm trying to get a regular schedule down.
Maximum.
I think I switched my weapons, and that's why I didn't do it. Get out of there. What just happened? Thank you. Mondays, evenings, day to evening, it's about the same schedule as today. Today I started 2 bodies. Today I started at 1 o'clock instead of noon because I was waiting for a call from business call. That never came in. So I started at 1. And of course, then they called like 20 minutes later. So I try to start at noon on Tuesday, or Mondays and Tuesdays. Mondays, I don't know. I didn't really want to get into this and be a variety streamer so much. Because again, like I was talking about Elite, I'm a community person. I like community. I like to try to build that community, the friendship with other people, other players all around the world. And when you're more a variety player, you get different types of people. Maybe I'm reading it all wrong. Maybe that's not the case at all. But that's why I worry about it. But for now, on Mondays, I'm playing kind of whatever I think might go well, or if somebody wants to play something or see something played, if I have it, I'll try to play it. I try to stick either story-based, sci-fi, something in there. And on Tuesdays, I plan to do Elite. It'll always be Elite on Tuesdays. I may change that and do Elite on Mondays and Tuesdays. But for now, that's my schedule. And the rest of the week, I work. And I work 12-hour shifts, so it's not feasible for me most of the times to get online and do anything. If I can, I will. But let's see, what was here? There was nothing here but stars. So if you're interested in any of that, make sure you hit the follow button. And it'll let you know when I go live. You can follow me on Twitter. I try to keep up with updates. If I'm going to be late starting or something's coming up, or I've just decided, hey, we're going to play this, I'll pop it on Twitter. So you can follow me over there.
Destination confirmed.
But, I really like interacting with the communities. I really like the more tight-knit communities. Elite Dangerous has been that for me. I enjoy helping other players. I enjoy being helped by other players. So it's been a good fit. And that's why I'm here now.
System scan. Stand by.
So what we're hoping for while we're out here wandering around nowhere is finding some new stuff. Not necessarily, oh look, no one's been here before, but more like, oh wow, here's a site, or a new type of planet, or a new life form, or something like that. We did confirm, what was that, a type G star or some weird, I would have to go back in the VOD to find out. Or T-type star. A G star. Yeah, we confirmed one of those earlier. That was kind of cool. That was pretty cool. What we got here? We got a water world. All right. We'll scan this down. There's only 8 bodies here. And I'm still curious if anybody knows, or if anybody's jumped in that knows, how, without the use of external tools, you can somewhat estimate the value of a planet. And maybe there's some post on the forums, on the Frontier forums or something that says these stars are worth this and that feature's worth that. Maybe I just haven't seen that. And if such a thing exists, please let me know. But I'm just very curious how that works. Right now I'm running Eddy, EDDI plugin. I'm running it on top of VoiceAttack. And I rewrote the scanning script. I think that was yesterday. This overtime's got me so screwed up. So that the only time we'll hear Eddy while I'm scanning is if the planet's estimated scan value is more than 250,000 credits. So if he says something, that's why. Because it has a...
Pro ADC LLYD 79 rescan value is 387,994 credits. You should map this body.
There's a script I wrote. So the script I wrote tells me, hey, this is worth over what amount you told me you wanted to see, so go map it. Turn the music down too much. So the music, for some reason, is louder for me than you guys, and I get distracted by it from time to time. If that happens to you, please let me know. We are still working kinks out of the stream, so. One more to find? Nope. 2 more. 2 more to find. Or if it's not loud enough. Maybe it's not loud enough for you. All the music you're hearing is by Justin Durbin. Durbin or Durbane. I'm not sure exactly how he pronounces it. He's out of Austin, Texas, and California. And I don't know if that means he has 2 homes or whatever, but that's on his bio. I've been listening to his music for 20 years. He's been producing this kind of stuff. And he does theatrical type stuff. Movie for like soundtracks. Everything you're hearing, you can buy on CD in soundtrack form. If you go down below in the panels, you'll see affiliate down there. I think I put it under, no, it's under credits. His is under credits. You see a link, you can go to his site, you can check out all these tracks, you can check out the CDs he has, none of them that expensive. Great guy. Highly recommend it. I did ask permission, he did give me permission to stream all this music. Just want to give him a little shout out if you like this kind of music. And I so blew by that because I was on my soapbox talking. It's a recon loop. That's what that was. I'll make sure there's no baddies on the other side so when I get close I don't get shot at. Maybe. You're not buying it, are you? Ah, different direction. Which way were you headed? You headed back to the bubble, Jace, or you headed out towards Sag A, or where you headed? Because I'm headed back to the bubble now. Beagle Point, yeah, Beagle Point, cool. Yeah, I was headed across the galaxy, like the other side. I don't know, something just possessed me. It's like, you know what? I'm tired of grinding this. I'm just taking off. And I got tired about halfway to Sag A, and I was like, no, I can't commit to this. So I stopped, turn around, and we're just kind of goofing around as we go back exploring. But yeah, man, best of luck to you. I hope you find some cool stuff, see some cool things. Undoubtedly you will. Yeah, it can get tough. Because it's that repetition. Are you like exploring as you're going, or are you just trying to get there? Because when I first started this, I was just trying to get there. Yeah, I hear you. About not, if you don't do it, you won't do it. I wanted to get out to that region of space and then explore that area, because I don't know, for some reason when I looked at the galaxy map, I was like, this looks like it might be a place that's not too highly explored. Might find some cool stuff. Oh, I got you. Yeah, and that's kind of, I mean, I'm not doing it as far as you are, but it's kind of what I'm doing. I've gotten down now to where I'm just, if it's got a lot of high metal content worlds, a water world, ammonia body, I'll scan it. If not, I just on to the next. Because there's so many jumps. We'd be here, I was looking earlier, from what I've went today, it would take me 4 days of streaming to get there. And I don't know that myself or you guys want to do that. I don't. I'd rather not. Although I'm not really certain what in the world I'm going to do when I get back to the bubble. There's a lot of things I need to do, but it's a matter of what I want to do. And I'm not for sure what that'll be. And I don't know that I even need that many probes. But yeah, I'm just kind of, at this point, and I don't know why the weather service is still texting me, because there's no bad weather here. But I want to get there. But I wanted to. Thank you. I wanted to see maybe I can find at least a few cool things. And we found a few neat things on the way. Are you flying? You got a jump anaconda, Jace? Is that what you're flying out there? Because I tell you, I really like this one. It doesn't go as far as it could, but I've kind of built it to be more exploration. It's not. It goes 70 light years. Yeah, 70 light years right now. And it could go a little further, but I'm running an SRV bay. Yeah, be prepared. And that's kind of how I built this one. I put the SRV bay in it. Actually running one small multi-cannon and one small beam laser. Just thinking, maybe I'll run across the site or Guardian site, or I'll have to charge a pylon or something. And it would suck to get out there that far, find something really cool and be like, but I don't have a gun. So I can't do anything with it. So I decided to throw that on there, and all those things kind of add up. They all kind of add up. Next destination?
System destination.
Mining equipment. Now that's an interesting choice. Selfie stick. Nice. Right? I don't know that. I mean, as far as I know, and maybe I'm wrong, but there's nothing really rare out there to mine. And if you mine, that means you got to bring it back with you. And if you're that far out and your tonnage lowers your drop range, I don't know if there's anything that important out there that you'd want to. Man, that music's loud. That you'd want to haul all the way back. Mats for synth, yeah. And that's another reason I brought the SRV. One, in case I found a cool planet I wanted to go check out, or maybe a site on a planet. But I got decent synth materials from all the engineering that I've done. 10 bodies here. So yeah, but I am curious that you have your ship outfitted for mining. Oh, I get. Okay, so you're talking about hitting asteroid fields for synth material. I just had it in my head. Well, if you want to mine materials, you get in your SRV and you find a planet and you go get them. No, you're talking about actually mining asteroids and rings for them. I'm with you now. I'm a little old and a little slow, but I get there. got you. I got you. I got you now. But yeah, I did. Oh, this is back to one of those. I really enjoy. If you look on down, you'll see which track is playing, if it's even readable. She's watching the hockey game. This is part of his Terminator track. Or Terminator. It's not a track. It's there. I don't think there's that many songs on that CD. But it's really cool. I really like it. It's kind of got that industrial, Terminator feel to it. Gas Giant, Icy, High Metal. Looks like there's probably 3 High Metal. Yeah. Well, thanks for the follow, Jace. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the support. It means a lot to me, especially kind of getting going here again. Again, if it's your first time here, you haven't been around. I haven't streamed in like 4 years, maybe a little longer. And even then, I don't know if I'd classify it as streaming. But I decided I want to get back into it. I've finally gotten kind of a place in my life. And there's a bit of irony I'll plug in at the end here. But got a place in my life where I had a little more time, a little more expendable income. And I wanted to put some stuff together and start streaming again. Get more involved with my gaming community again. And now, but the irony of all that is now my work's been kicking my butt. So, we'll see. But yeah, I really appreciate the follow. It means a lot to me. It makes it worth working a lot of 12-hour shifts and then spending my half days, you know, at least half my day off streaming. Because I would definitely... And I don't know why that I've removed that second thing so many times. It's ridiculous. The second... I don't know. I don't know why it's still on there. I think it's just there to haunt me. But yeah, it means a lot. Because it's a lot more. If I had to do it all over again, I don't know that I would. It takes a lot to get this stuff going. And obviously, I wonder if this is it. And you guys didn't tell me I was off my cam. I turned it off earlier to show you guys the planet information. I turned it off. And that's why you got the second alert. Because I hadn't removed the alert from that scene yet. That was when I was originally setting this up and playing with it. I was playing with those alerts. And that's why you got 2. But that's alright. You're worth it. Get 2. And my eye... something in it. But that's why. So I need to go through the rest of those scenes and kill those. 7 high metal content. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a yeller, really, honestly. And funny story, quick story behind that. My wife, she's not a yeller either. We've been married for over 16 years. When we first got married, she used to get mad at me. Because sometimes women just want to argue. I don't know why. They want to argue. They will try to say things just to get you to argue. And I'm not talking like knockout, drag out, just to be a shit. And she'd get so mad at me because I wouldn't argue with her. I'd be just like, okay. And if I'd get a little upset about something, I'd just leave the room and let it. She used to get so mad at me. But I'm not typically that person. I do hop on a soapbox a lot. I do express a lot of opinion. Right? Women know they never do that. I'm not saying they're bad. It's just something. My wife does it. I know there are others, but that music's loud again. So here we just got high metal content. There's only 8, so we might as well. What the hell? We're here. But she's great. We've never had a big fight, which is probably why we're still married after 16 years. She's a really good woman. She really is. I was very fortunate. And she supports me doing silly stuff like this, you know. She wasn't a big fan when we first got together, though, of my gaming habits. And at the time, I was playing World of Warcraft. The only thing she had played up to that point was maybe Miss Pac-Man. And you know, this was some time ago, of course. And she would get, understandably, she would get a little upset if I'd spend too much time playing a game and not spending it with her. And so what I did was, I spent some time, and sorry, my eye is still bugging the tar out of me. I spent some time and I made her a hunter in WoW. And at the time, I think you had to get up to level 7 or something to get a pet. I don't remember what it was. But I made a hunter, got it up to level, whatever it was it took to get a pet, got her a pet, went and told her and showed her how to get on the game. I said, just sometime when I'm at work, hop on and see what you think. Just hop on there and see what you think. Bam! Hooked. She played it with me. We raided Molten Core together. How much she got into it. And we did that for a lot of years. We had a lot of fun with that. And ever since then, she's always been cool with it. She doesn't have any problems with it. She doesn't really game much anymore. It's to that point, her computer isn't even in here anymore. It's not even put together anymore. She never used the thing. And I needed the office space. So, she didn't care. She didn't use it. She uses mine. Heroin video games, right? No, she doesn't really have the problems that I have. I mean, I get it's not that I have an addictive personality. Maybe it's just OCD. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. But with me, if it makes my brain grind, if I have to think, if I have to solve problems, if I have to do logistics, it's like crack for me. That just drives me. I love doing that stuff. But just grinding stuff, sometimes I can do it for a while if I know there's a really good reason to do it in the end, but that wears on me pretty hard. But that's the kind of personality I have. But yeah, I had a feeling it would get her. I had a feeling it would get her into the game, and it did. And we played for a lot of years, and we had a lot of fun because of it. And I kind of miss it. I do. I miss it sometimes. I don't miss the amount of time we put into it. That was a bit absurd, but it was a fun experience. And we had a lot of good memories out of it. And she's super supportive. Like I said, she supports me doing this.
Destination confirmed.
Something to be said. There's a lot of wives, girlfriends, or vice versa. Husbands, boyfriends, whatever. There's a lot of ladies stream too, or whatever. Some people just don't. I don't want to say they don't get it, because that's like saying they're wrong. I'm not necessarily saying they're wrong. It just may not fit their lifestyle. But I've met so many great people through gaming. I know people, I almost say all over the world, because it's not all over, but Russia, Brazil, South America, Canada, and I know there's some others in there, Germany. I've got friends in all those places. And I say friends, some people aren't their internet friends. Most of those friends, I would gladly meet face to face. Like if I wanted to say, hey, you know what? I want to take a trip to Brazil. I already know, and they might even be here, I already know where I'd go, and they know it too. Or if I wanted to go to South Africa, there's a friend there I know that I could go hang out with. That's cool to me. And I also get to, you get to hear about their culture and the kind of things that they face. While they are mostly similar, they are a little different. And I like that too. I think that's cool. There's 11 here, and they're all icy bodies.
Class round warp identified.
I think I'll pass on that. But I like that. For me, that's a cool thing. I like hanging out with people that have common interests and don't mind me soapboxing, and I don't mind them soapboxing either. I mean, I'll debate anything with anybody to a degree, or express my opinions about whatever, but I'm not an expert at anything. That's for certain.
All systems check out. No
But
unusual activity.
I think I'm getting to that point with Elite where
Scan.
a lot of the challenges have been removed because I've completed them. And no, I don't mean by completed them meaning, well, just do it again. I mean by I've had that challenge, I accepted that challenge, and I overcame it.
Eagle is now at maximum fuel capacity.
And now there's not a lot there. Or at least a lot that I've found that I enjoy yet. But that could change. A lot more that I found, should I say. So that either didn't scan or that star is the only body. I missed it. Yeah, it's... My wife's a good woman. I got lucky. I like to tell her she got lucky, but she always give me that look, you know? That eye roll look you get. Devolution version 2. It's an extract. Thing. Some of his music,
Into next system.
it has a lot of
Jump in progress.
really quiet ambiance to it,
JB50-1.
which makes it cool. It's just not the best streaming stuff sometimes.
Exit destination confirmed.
Excuse me.
Arrival in
Holy cow, it's 7:30.
4, 3, 2.
I need to take a break, get up, stretch my legs. Really do.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Not healthy to sit down for that long.
Cartography has now been updated.
29 bodies. Let's kind of take a gander at what's here real quick and get away from the star. It's too relaxing, makes me tired, yeah. And I know that this what I'm playing could probably do that too. Holy cow, there's a lot of stuff here. Some gas giants. Oh, we got no, we don't either. Thought we had. We do have a water world. I thought we had a. We do. Maybe. Earth-like? We got an Earth-like? We do. So we have an Earth-like. We have a water world. Oh, please tell me the system is fresh. It is not. Damn it. It is not. Shit. I was getting all excited.
Affirmative.
What do you mean affirmative? What did I tell you to do? I should have saved that till after the break. You know, it was a little bit of big shop to get to hang out. What a bummer. I got really excited there for a minute. Damn it. All right. On that note, somebody's been here, so we're just going to jump out of here. What a letdown. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. Get up, stretch my legs. I've been sitting down now for about 2.5 hours, and that's not good for me. And if you've been here with me, thank you so much for being here. But I highly recommend you do the same. Just get up and either take a stroll around your chair, go to the restroom, whatever. Get those legs pumping for a minute. Get you some water. But yeah, in about 5 minutes or so, we'll come back. We'll jump to the next system, chat some more, see what we got going. I really appreciate y'all being here. I'm having a great time with you. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Man, that felt good. Get up and stretch for a minute. So I got to thinking. I know that these have already had first discovery, but I wonder if they've been mapped or if they're worth anything mapping. So I'm going to take a look and see if those have been mapped at Waterworld. And I don't know, are Earth likes worth anything? It's my wife's phone, sorry. For mapping them? I'm not sure. Yeah, I can feel my legs again. They aren't bad, but it can get that way. So this is... I know I haven't mapped this planet. What kind, is this the water world? Looks like the water world to me. Okay, so Earth likes are worth something as well. This must be our Earth-like. Here's the rings. It says unexplored. It's not going to tell me till I FSS it, so I might as well just FSS the whole system and then find out if those... It was discovered, but it doesn't look like it's been mapped. And I think this is the water world, and it doesn't look like it's been mapped either. So we'll look and see. Maybe it has. I don't know. I've had conflicting information from this UI before, where it would say this, and then I'd map it, and then I'd look at it again, and it would say first mapped by somebody else. And I'm like, well, but you know, whatever. That's what we're here for, right? Let's see what we got. We got asteroid clusters, rocky ice. Let's figure out which one was this. Oh hell, I'm here. I might as well just figure it out and get through it and do it. It's one of our gas giants. Two cause had the best chance of being in water and earth. Yeah, getting in that Goldilocks zone. So there's our gas giant.
That's already done.
I didn't tell you to do anything. You didn't tell me it's done. That happens a lot because my HOTAS is clicky. And my voice training for voice attack is not that stupendous. So there's our IC, our scan. We're going to go ahead and we'll see if they got sights. I know they're not, but to think they're not, and then that random chance of that one having a sight on it of some kind would be cool. So we'll see. 33 geological. This has got to be orbiting with something. Turn that music down just a hair. And I apologize, it's a little quiet for you, but to me it just gets so distracting sometimes. And I don't know why. The headset, I use a Go XLR sound mixer for my streaming. And one of their selling points is that I can hear exactly what you hear. That way I know if something's going crazy. So why is the music louder for me than it is for you? That I don't understand. 24 geological. But, you know, it's not a huge deal. I know what happened. So if I didn't know it, which when I first started streaming here a while back, I didn't know it. And I need to, there's a lot of things I've found I need to do. I am working on, right. Yeah, it's, I'm also working on redoing my alerts. Right now I'm using some pre-canned stuff because I kind of used that as a procrastinating excuse for a while to start streaming because I didn't have any alerts. And I got tired of doing that, 48 geological. So I just grabbed some canned stuff. I am in the works of making some new alerts, tweaking some things. I want to move the camera because right now my camera's here, my main monitor's here. And it feels like I'm always talking to you guys with the side of my face, which isn't that great. I don't like it anyway when I watch the VODs. And I've also noticed with my voice, I get too quiet sometimes. And I'm normally a little bit softer spoken and my voice is a little deeper so it can get tricky for everybody to hear me properly. So it's not a thing I'm trying to get better at, but with time that'll happen. But, you know, everybody being here and following and helping out really encourages me to keep working on it. 'Cause at least I know I'm doing something right. Where are they at? More gas giants. Isn't it a class? I thought it was class 3. It's class 2. That are really rare. Or is it class 4? It's got to be class 4 because I found several class 3s. I don't know if they're really worth much, but I think you probably get some codex entries on them still in the class 4s. There's an icy. Another icy. We just need to map it. We don't, or not map it. We just need to FSS it so we get the information on it, and then we can just do it right from the system map.
Opening map.
Turkey. Not going to open my map because I'm already FSSing. Thankfully, it didn't. It has done that from time to time. And that's the wonderful voice of William Shatner. If you heard it, I do have a voice pack because, you know, I'm a geek and stuff. Or nerd, whatever you want to call it. And it's kind of cool. And I don't have it in front of me, and I haven't done it enough, but maybe one of these days here.
Lysugu JB50-41 scan value is 646,504 credits. You should map this body.
650,000 credits for that Earth alike. Estimated scan value. And I hope you guys heard Eddie tell me that there. And if I didn't mention it already, if you're just joined us or whatever, yeah, I rewrote the FSS scan script for Eddie so that it just tells me it only says anything if the planet's estimated scan value is over 250,000 credits. Because before it would tell me everything about the planet every time I would scan it, and by the time I got done scanning 8 or 9 planets, it was just telling me about like the 3rd planet still. And I would get systems ahead and it would be so far behind. I liked the information it was giving me. It was just giving me too much for what I was doing, so I rewrote the script. And if any of you use Eddie and you're interested in those changes, you know, maybe we can go over that sometime as well. It's pretty simple. It's just an object-oriented language. Scanning ice body. So we just need to find that water world. And then we'll look at them on the map again, the system map, and then we'll go map those two. 24 geological, no sites on that one of interest. It's going to be more geological, undoubtedly. I don't know. I was asking this earlier. If, I don't think I've ever really found anything of significance on an ice planet. An icy body. Other than geological sites. I can't think of anything. Like, is there any... I don't think there's any lore-related sites on icy planets. I don't think there was... I haven't done a lot of missions on planets. Like spy missions or anything. I don't think I've ever been sent to an icy planet. 4% arsenic. Yeah, and that could be. I don't really pay a lot of attention to the resources. I kind of metagame that. And I'll go to an external site to find out which nearest, if I'm looking for specific material, which planets will yield the most. So I don't typically spend a lot of that. Now, some of the planets earlier on the stream had some really unique colors to them. Patterning. So we did kind of look at what their makeup was and what their atmosphere was to see if it made sense why they were that color, and a couple of them didn't, but most of them did. Made sense why they were that way. 27 geological. And I'm sure there's rhyme and reason to it in the engine. I'm sure it's just not completely random. But yeah, we geeked out a little bit on that. Which, you know, I wouldn't even consider myself a hobbyist as far as astrophysics is concerned, because I do not know much of anything about it. But I've always been super intrigued with it. And if I had life to do over again, that's what I would have done. I would have went into astrophysics. It's because it just fascinates me how the world works. Giant with ammonia-based life. And I was talking about this earlier. It would be cool to have some, you know, we got the mapping probes. Maybe there's another kind of probe. They scored again. A probe that you could send into like a gas giant like this and it'd tell you what kind of life is there. That would be neat. I know, totally a nerd feature, but still. I'm not sure what you sent me there, but I'll look at it here in a minute. On Discord.
Isuzu JB50-42 scan value is 260,123 red.
260,000 in the water world. Not that much. And I was asking earlier too, because, you know, while I have done a lot of scanning per se, I'm still pretty new to it. And I was really curious how a planet's value was determined. I know there's category values. Mapped it's worth about $1 million. Yeah, okay. So as far as Eddie is concerned, it doesn't believe it's been mapped anyway. Of how it came up with those values. You know, is it, I know there's classification based, you got water worlds, you got ammonia world, you got, you know, those kind of worlds that are worth more. And terraformable is another feature on a planet or a body that makes it worth more. But what about beyond that? Determined by size and if it's terraformable. So it's specifically like those categories and size? Like it doesn't have anything to do with its resources or anything like that? Because I mean, I haven't really Googled that, so to speak. But I was curious, like if I wasn't running an Eddie plugin and I was scanning all these down, I'd be like, oh, it's a water world, I'm going to scan it. Oh, it's ammonia world, I'm going to scan it. Only because I have read that those are the ones that pay out the best. Size is the biggest factor. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you for that. So, you know, if I didn't have Eddie, how would I know just by scanning that, oh, that one's going to be worth a lot. Oh, that one's going to be okay, you know. How would you determine that? But that helps explain it. If it's mostly by category and then by size, yeah. Type is, well, of course, yeah, type, I'm sure. Terra and then size. Okay, good to know. There's an icy body with some rings. Do you or does anybody know when you go to a new planet, or even not a new planet, and you probe the rings, and you will get a discovery for it, is there actually a payout for that? Like, do they add a payout to the planet? Is it have its own payout? Does it not pay out? Because we've been kind of talking about that too, and I wasn't sure. I know you get a discovery for it. Did that patch fix the scanning bug that we ran into a few weeks back? Yes, it did. Anything over 80, I think it was 80,000 light years away when you were doing your FSS, would totally flip out? Yes, it did. It did correct that. And that was tough. Thankfully, they didn't leave it in the game too long. And they fixed a few other things too. I still have not read the patch notes for it. I know I'm a bad community member. Here's that other gas giant. Class 3. I haven't read those patch notes to see what all it did fix. Alright, so outdoor world with human breathable atmosphere and indigenous life. Awesome. And we're closest to that, so we're going to go map that first, because apparently no one has mapped it, but they have discovered it. So they must have just shot through here. Well, they had to FSS it, because just honking it, I don't think would put that on here. Yeah, I will. I'll put my name on that. Probably the size, the scale of this game, no one will ever see it again, but maybe someday randomly you guys will be out flying about, and hey, I seen him do that. That would be cool, huh? Let's go there and knock that one out first. Yeah, it could be the older scan. I remember the old scanning somewhat. You basically had to kind of zigzag around the system to find something. It was so bad. It was so bad. But, you know, they're still getting, but they're making it better. And there's so much hope for this 2020 update. And it's all a lot of people talk about because we're all really excited about it. But some people aren't so much. Some people think, well, you know, it's just slow development. Why are they dragging their feet? Why not give us more small updates? And honestly, my opinion, I think they should do smaller updates. And when I say smaller updates, I mean kind of like by feature. I hope that they don't say, oh, here's a 2020 update. It's added this feature. This, you know, one feature. That'd be disappointing. I would rather see them do smaller updates by feature. Let us get in there. Let us get our hands on it. Let us break it. Let them fix it. And move into the next feature. Which I think tends to be the typical development cycle of FDev, as far as I've noticed. So, you know, we were all, I say we were all, me specifically, I was a little thrown back by the, oh, by the way, we're just going to do some small bug fix kind of stuff, or small community stuff until 2020. What? Man, look at that ring. Look how far it is away. Yeah, flying to each planet and scanning it was crazy. Well, you know what? I'm going to hit that ring. I think there's actually 2 rings there. There is 2 rings there.
Mapping is now finished.
Surface scan complete.
See, I got discovered 1 new astronomical object. And I was curious if you...
Surface scan complete.
And I got new astronomical on that. But is there a payout related to that? Do you get anything for that? Just curious. Money's not an important thing. I just didn't know. I was asked. We got 6. Yeah, I wasn't for sure if it was maybe calculated into the planet's value when you turned it in. And if it was, how would you know? You know? Not sure.
Surface
I think that's enough.
50%.
80. 89. There we go.
Efficiency bonus awarded.
Complete.
Sweet. And there's that one. And now we want to do that water world. Which was this one, right? No, that was a gas giant. Which one was the water world? Was it this one? Yes, it was. Okay, cool. Close enough. Yeah, we've seen some pretty neat looking planets out here. Probably not that unique. I mean, we're not that far away from everything. It's not like we're out in the great undiscovered, unknown places. There's been a lot of people through here. Yeah, and I knew what you meant when you typed. I'm terrible at it too. I'm the world's worst typer. Because I typically type faster. My fingers move faster than my brain does. So I end up spitting crap out there. It's not too far, 150 light seconds. But we'll get some more monies out of this one. And we'll take a look and see. I'm curious. We were a little under 100 jumps out, I think. Last I looked. We're probably still there. Take a look, kind of see where we're at. And then keep on trucking along. I need to finish engineering my Corvette. But I believe I needed to unlock Glory to do that, I think. Or maybe I just need to go out and have it done. I don't remember which it was. I know I've got the materials for it now. I need to engineer those shield boosters. But other than that, it's about good to go. I would like to go unlock the Guardian fighters, just to have them. So maybe we'll do that one of these days, just to see how that's done. kind of a cool looking planet. It's like a purple. Maybe they got purple rain. Yeah, that was a bad joke. Check out that nebula behind it. Looks like a hole in space. It's cool. 6 probes. 4. We'll just do 5. That'd be plenty. Well, it wasn't 8 probe, but we may have to hit the back of it. I should probably just launch it now and be done with it, because it's probably going to need it anyway.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Yep, it's going to need that last one. So it was 4. That was 6 instead of 8. Which I do have these engineered for expanded radius.
Mapping of body lights to GU-JB50-42 is now complete. Efficiency bonus awarded.
Alright, it's all done. So, let's untarget that. Next destination.
Selecting next destination.
And away we go. Let's see what's next on the list. It'd be cool to find. I've found life once. It wasn't on this trip, and actually, I just confirmed it. I didn't discover it. I just confirmed it, and it was a.
This is your first visit to the system.
It was a type of tree.
Destination confirmed. Arrival in
It was the first time I'd ever done any biological
2,
site.
1.
Fuel tanks are now
But that was kind of neat.
Commander.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
You're not completing system scan because it was on the wrong thing because I didn't have it back. But that was kind of neat to see. 40 bodies. Good night.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Somebody already been here? And nobody's been here. Well, let's cross our fingers and hope for some good stuff. Oh my gosh, we got an Earth-like? No. Damn it. They're rocky, icy, gas giant. Well, we got a high metal. Maybe that one will be worth something. Asteroids aren't worth anything. Gosh, do we want to scan 40 worlds? Is that one on the edge of Earth-like? It's close, but I can assure you it's not. It's going to be that rocky ice. Oh, what the hell. We'll probably be very disappointed that I spent the time to do this. But you never find stuff if you don't look for it, right? Kind of like you don't win the lottery if you don't play. Guess what I don't play? Because I never win. However, I did win the other day. Yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Might have been the day before yesterday. I was watching Christopher Clever stream, and he was doing a giveaway for Undertale, and I won it. That was kind of cool. So I'm looking forward to checking that out. He said it has a really good story to it. I'm not typically a big fan of the 2D art style games. I mean, not that they're bad by any means. It's just not really my cup of tea. But if it has a good story to it, I think it'd be interesting to check out. It's also out of my genre that I usually play. The Black the Fall, which is what I played yesterday. Yeah, Black the Fall. It's a 3D game, but it's more of a puzzle style platformer. It does have a story to it. It's a little bit obscure, but it's kind of cool, and the puzzles are fun, easy to play, and it was really cheap. I think it was on Humble Bundle for a few bucks. But check that one out. It kind of falls into the sci-fi. It does have some robots and stuff in it, which is cool. But I like the sci-fi stuff. I do like role-playing games. I was mentioning earlier I'm just really trying not to get, I don't want my head stuck back in there again in those things because they eat up so much damn time. And my work is kicking my butt right now. And I just don't want to get wrapped up in it because I won't get anything accomplished. So I bought, I don't know, I was 6 or 7 games on Humble Bundle the other day to check out. And a couple of them, I did get Tales of Berseria. Came highly recommended. It was on sale. I got in it to see if it was going to be playable on the stream, and since it's a port from a controller, the keyboard was doing crazy stuff, and the camera was flying all over the place. And I think it was KT did explain to me why that is. My HOTAS throttle control was making a camera go crazy. I haven't been back in to try that and see if that works, but maybe we'll check that out next Monday. We'll see. All right, we need to finish that Black the Fall. I don't know how much there is to it, but I don't think there's that much more. But it was a pretty cool little game to check out. If you want to check out that game, or the Tales of Berseria, or any of that's on sale, or was on sale on Humble Bundle, I think it still is. There's if you look down the panel, there's an affiliates part. Actually, it's there in chat as well. If you do buy something and you go through my link, it does throw a few dollars my way, $1 or something like that. It helps. It lets me buy these silly little games to try out and play and dink with and play with you guys. So if you do buy some stuff on there, you know, I do encourage you to use that link. That's kind of a pink colored world. Probably mostly rock, some ice. It says icy, so it's got to be mostly ice, some rock, but it seems to be the wrong color for that. We'll see. Yeah, it's 82% ice, 16% rock. Doesn't look like that on the surface, but no atmosphere, water geysers. And that's what we were doing earlier. I know I mentioned a while ago we were checking out some of that, kind of geeking out on some of the stuff because of the way the planet looked. Nothing there. So much to scan. There's that high metal content. And the rest of these are going to be icy bodies, not worth anything. And unless that's a really rare gas giant, it's not going to be worth anything either. There's our gas giant, I guess. Along with a lot of our icy bodies. Class 1 gas giant. Icy. Icy. It'd be cool to see new SRVs in the game as well. I don't know why, but I just... The way they have it in the game, you know they intended to put more in it. It'd be cool to be able to fit them differently as well. I would like to fit mine with a non-VR motion sickness module. I wonder if they'll make that one. They have options in the view I think it's graphics options. Because I do play this game on Rift sometimes. I haven't streamed it. Probably won't. Well, I say that. Well, it's a pretty big determination, but it's just difficult to stream it that way because of the way my system is set up for streaming. And the way my sound cards work specifically. I have to reroute almost all of my sound to do it through VR. I don't know. We might check it out sometime, or check out some other VR games. There was a thing I was looking at. I have Rift, by the way. Movies. When I first got the Rift, one of the reasons I wanted it is not only to play VR games, but I wanted to watch. I have a lot of Blu-ray movies, and a lot of those are 3D because I have a 3D television and Blu-ray player and all that. But I wanted to be able to watch those with the Rift, and I know it's not the same as VR, but it still should be pretty damn good, you know, considering they're they're built to split the eyes and all that. And so I have a PlayStation 4 and I have Remote Play because I don't have a Blu-ray player in my computer. CD player at all, for that matter. Excuse me a second. Sorry, it took on the throat. And so I thought, well, I'll put the movie in my PlayStation and I'll do remote desktop and watch it. The minute you play it, you get this big message on your screen that you can't do that for licensing reasons. They won't let you do that. And I was like, well, son of a... So I guess my only alternative, unless somebody else knows of one. Well, there's a couple. One, you can rip the Blu-rays off of the Blu-ray player and put them on your computer on your hard drive and do it that way. I really would rather not. Or you can buy a 3D Blu-ray player external to plug into your machine. And that's probably what I'm going to have to do. But I was disappointed about that. Kind of broke my heart. I like my movies. Are we almost done with this thing? Damn near. And none of it's been more squat so far, so I figured we'd regret scanning all this. Where are these others at? Are they must be off axis. If you guys see him, holler, but I imagine there's a good 5 to 8 second delay on the stream, so by the time you hollered it would be gone anyway. Where are you at? Is it behind the... No, because we got a gas giant out there somewhere as well. Out here hiding. Let me do this the hard way. Apparently they are. It's another way to find these things if you have trouble with it. Is to just find it in your list and look for unknown. And it's not showing unknown. Why is it not showing unknown? Typically, you can find it in your list. It'll say unknown. You can target it, point at it, and then when you start in your FSS, you'll be looking at it. But it's not even showing up. That's new? I've not seen that. Will it show up? I bet it doesn't show up in the system map either. Oops, wrong button.
L-class brown dwarf identified.
So it was a gas giant that we were missing. I bet you it's out here. Because I found all those. Let's see where this one is. I'm just going to point that way. I don't see it over there anywhere. It's not there. Oh, did I? No, that was just that scanner flipping out. That's it, guys. We found Raxxla. It's the ghost world, right? It's there, but it's not. I'm surely just glazed by it 4 or 5 times already. Gonna look around here a little closer. I hate to leave the system unfinished, but I might if I can't find it. Nothing there. I mean, if you guys have seen it, just say, oh yeah, I seen it, you just missed it. Then I'll know I'm not crazy. But I have not seen it. losing my mind? Try it another way. So we aimed over this way, and we didn't find it over here anywhere. Yeah, because we've discovered all of this stuff. B4, B2. I mean, there's something missing here in the middle. I wonder if it's there in the middle. Which I should see it if I'm here. Get this damn thing to turn. If I'm here and I'm looking at that and it was in the middle, it would be in my line of sight, right? So where the hell is it? Doesn't look like we're missing any orbits there. I'm a little puzzled. So this is looking across the whole system plane. I mean, we did look off plane, and I didn't see it. Because we have, there's 4, so it's probably three icy bodies? Yeah, 3 icy bodies around one gas giant. Somewhere. I mean, you would think that's 4 bodies. Holy cow. We've got to be here somewhere. Whoa! Here we go. It didn't really have a glowy spot around it. There they are. That was a pain in the ass. So not only was there a lot of things to find here, it was a lot of worthless things, and one of them was extremely difficult. When I say extremely difficult, as difficult as scanning gets anyway. One more.
System scan complete.
And none of it worth a darn. Next destination.
Navigation for next system.
How far are we now? 90 jumps. So we've went 10 jumps since the last time we looked. That's not bad. I'll look at the galaxy map here real quick. See if it's going to bring us through any other neutrons anytime soon. Yep. We got 1, 2, 3 jumps, and then we're going to hit a neutron. Then we'll have another 3 or 4 jumps and we'll hit another neutron. That's kind of a cool way to explore but not kill yourself doing it. Is just to like, I've got all my fuel stars highlighted. I did do protostars and carbon stars just for the sake of exploration. Non-sequence stars to get my neutrons. Make sure you apply it to your route. And then on your routing, make sure you use jet cone boost, and then it will route you. It will use neutrons because they create fastest routes if it's pretty near your normal route. So it'll speed it up some. And that's been kind of cool. I didn't really know it would do that, and it wasn't until recently that this plotter would plot over. What was the distance? 1,000 light years? It wouldn't go past 1,000 light years until recently. I think that was in that update a while back. Must have been. Because I don't remember being the case. I never heard anything about it. I think KT, you mentioned it. And I checked it and I was like, oh yeah, you can plot. I plotted 15,000 light years. So it's definitely more than that now. Not comply. Did I jump here? No. I must have clicked on something I didn't mean to, because that even exceeds my neutron jump distance, so I know that's not what it is. What am I targeted here? Did I screw my route up? Might be. No, I didn't. So why is it being a turd? That's only 69. Oh, we're gonna fix it. I don't know, I must have clicked on something by accident. 'Cause I tend to do that from time to time. Turn my mic up here a little bit. I know it gets quiet, and I apologize for that. Trying to fix that. I did get a mic booster at one point. I actually think it's still on the gear list. But it introduced a lot of static
Systems are at
and stuff into the line. I mean, it wasn't a cheap one, it wasn't an expensive one either. So I took it out.
information.
'Cause it honestly didn't help that much anyway. So we'll go without it. I know you might have to turn me up a touch from what you're used to. That wasn't a scoopable. Okay, 5 bodies. Get away from the star a bit, so it doesn't get in the way. Brand new system. Yes, throttle down. What do we have here? We got an icy and some gas giants. I don't know. It is an icy. I'll get discovery on the stars. That'll do it for me. At least somebody will know I'd been here. I'll leave them the planets. She's warming something up. Some food up.
Destination confirmed. Is en route to the LISO RF-BB41-7 system. This is your first visit to the system.
Your first visit to the system. I think it would be. Furthest I went out before this trip is I went out.
Gathering information. Cartography
Is it
has
10,000 light years for the engineer or 5,000? It's 10,000 from the starting system. I did that to unlock the engineer a couple weeks ago. And again, I don't know. I just got possessed to go out and do this. Not the most brilliant thing I've ever done. I could have done something close to this right by the bubble. But it's not quite the same. Alright, so what do we got here? New system. Icy, rocky, high metal. There's 6. There might be 2 high metals. What the hell? There's not very many of them. We should be able to check them out pretty quick. As if I do anything pretty quick. Done. Time for more brisket. Now you're making me hungry. I'm gonna heat up my leftover Chinese from earlier. Time is it? It's 8:13. Holy cow. There's that other high metal. And an icy. So nothing worth anything there. We're fueled up. We're going to hit a neutron here in a jump or two. Do that jump, get us a little bit closer.
course adjustment.
She must have heated up hers because we had, it was like the equivalent of a late lunch because she was already out and she was by one of our favorite Chinese places, so she brought back a late lunch. I didn't eat all of it. Yep, that's what she did. She wanted it for Chinese. So I'm going to do the same here in a little while. 9 bodies. Kind of top off here.
Fuel at maximum.
Get pointed in the right direction. Get away from the star so it doesn't block our system scan if we decide to do it. And see what we got. Rocky, rocky. Couple high metal, 8 of them. Yeah. Oh, I got so excited earlier we hit that first Earth-like. Since I've been out here. I was kind of... You gotta wonder, though... Now, I didn't look to see where a neutron was in relation to that particular system. But, I mean, we were quite literally quite out in the middle of nowhere. We're even... I think we're above the plane by a ways. How did someone just get to that system? And know to go there for that type of planet?
Completing system scan. Stand
I'm
by.
pretty sure
Gathering
it
information.
was.
Cartography has now
So
been
many bodies in
completed.
there too. So there's probably... I'm gonna guess... There's this neutron. It'll either be a red dwarf or an M class. I think. But anyway. So that was just a few jumps ago. No, I'm not too high on the plane. I thought I was higher than that. But still. There's that nebula that we seen a while ago. Maybe we should have detoured over there just to check it out. I've never been in one. Might have been interesting to see why we were already all the way out here. You know? Another thing I don't get, and I've tried this before as well. I'm not going to jack with it in here, but I'll show you guys if you ever want to try it in game, or maybe if you know what the trick is. But non-sequence stars, I can't get them to show up on the map. Like if you uncheck everything except non-sequence stars, you won't see any stars. And I don't get that. I don't know if that's a bug or if I'm doing something wrong or I'm looking at something wrong. But when I was looking for a place to go, I was kind of playing around with the stars thing to kind of see what was around there. You're making me hungry again. But I went to go to the non-sequence stars to find out if there was some neutrons around there or something. And nothing shows up. I even went to systems that I knew had neutrons in them and the stars weren't lit up. So I must be doing something wrong. I don't get it. So what do we got? M class. Did I tell you or what? I knew it. So we could fuel here. I'm not going to. But just so you know, the way that I typically do it when I neutron jump. If you haven't done it a lot, or maybe you have your own way, I don't know. But I will land in a system if it hasn't like an M class in here and I want to go ahead and fuel. I will charge up first, then go fuel and jump out. Because there for a while, for whatever stupid reason, I would land in the system and go, oh, there's a fuel star here. I'm gonna go get fuel. And then fly back to the neutron, charge up and leave. Why I did that, I don't know. And also, if you're curious and if you don't know this, I found out this as well. Wow, this is coming towards us. FSD boosts last through a logout. So if I was to boost right here, get my supercharge up, and just log off, when I log back in, I'll still be charged. So that was something I found out the other day as well. I think I might have been going too fast. Oh, got it.
Boosted by 400%.
282. And we're going 246. I don't need fuel. I'm cool enough. I'm just going to get out of here. And, you know, again, I don't know. I mean, if you guys would like to see something in particular, I'm not a PvPer. Don't enjoy it. So I don't know if that's something you want to see, but I don't see myself doing that. But if you're curious about some other stuff, whether it's combat sites, mining, guardian sites maybe,
Systems are at optimal
let me know.
readying for exit.
I'm not against planning something. Oh, we're going to jump to another neutron even. I thought we looked at that. We had to go a couple more jumps to get to the next neutron. 20 bodies. And you can bet somebody's been here because it's got a neutron in it. Yep. Doesn't look like anything's been mapped. Yep, that one was. That was mapped. That is mapped. So we'll leave that be. Next destination is 200 light years from here. This one coming this way. Yep. Yeah, if you're curious about something, mining, bounty hunting, site combat, shipbuilding, missioning, whatever, let me know. I can do some of whatever. And let me out.
Range shift drive boosted by 400%.
Let me out, thank you. So we're gonna set 200. Probably it's 8:20 now. I've been streaming since 1 o'clock. It's about 7.5 hours. Probably gonna wrap this up here in the next 10 minutes or so. And since today is Tuesday, I will not be streaming again unless it's just a random thing. Sometimes if I get an extra hour or two, I might hop on for something for a little bit. But Sunday will be the next stream. And again, if you weren't here earlier, or I haven't mentioned, Sundays I do, I edit rescue dog photographs that my wife and I take. We volunteer on Wednesdays and take pictures. And I edit those. We talk about them a bit. And that usually takes a good 3 or 4 hours. It depends on how many dogs we have to do. And then if we have time after that and feel like it, we might do some games of some kind or something. I don't know, play it by ear. And then Mondays we play, I haven't determined yet if I want to do just some random game on Mondays or if I want to do Elite. And then Tuesdays are definitely Elite. But we'll see. Alright, what do we have here body-wise? Because I did not look like a baddie. I was too busy talking. 14. One high metal close by with 2 belts. So what do we have? We got icy, rocky, couple of gas giants. There's quite a few asteroid clusters. I'm not impressed. I think we'll just leave that be. Move along. Move on along. I don't know what those, what's the most valuable planet? Is it the Earth likes?
Telemetry obtained.
Like, what's the most valuable planet that you can scan?
Visit to the system.
Waterworld, Earth-like? Because I'm not sure.
Scanning for information.
System scan complete.
Supergiant terraformable water world. Good to know. Wonder why they're worth so much.
At maximum.
Like, what is it about a water world that makes it so... I mean, I know it's within the context of the game, but... what is it that makes a water world so valuable? I would think an Earth-like planet would be worth the most. You would think. I would think. So what is it that determines that? There's nothing here but the star. Well, I mean, I guess, let me rephrase the question. Why does the game value those types of planets so much over something like an Earth-like? Like, what about the game or the lore
Jump in progress.
or whatever
License 1E-3-1
makes
system.
a water world
Visit to the system.
so desirable? Like, if you had all the types of planets and they were all exactly the same size, you know, what is it about the game that makes those more valuable?
Fuel syncing.
Because I don't know what it would be. I could understand if it was like an Earth-like for obvious reasons.
Maximum fuel.
Waterworld, I don't know. Super giant Earth-likes, or they should be, or they would be. I'm not sure I follow you. So you're saying that Earth-like giants would be worth the most? I'm not sure I follow you. High metal. Gas. There's quite a few bodies here. Nothing I really like here, though. Oh, would be but don't exist. Super giant Earth-like. Well, I'm trying to think how that would play out. Like I actually understand science or something for a minute. If you got, if you the bigger, if you had an Earth-like, I guess it depends on what you would consider Earth-like. Like what criteria does a planet have to meet to be classified as Earth-like? I would assume it would touch on the basic things: atmosphere,
Maximum fuel.
of course, having water, gravity, I don't even know if material or if the content of the material would count for Earth-like or not. Because when I think about if you had a super giant Earth-like, would either to be Earth-like, I would think it would have to be composed of similar materials in some way. Would be have a super heavy gravity on it. The gravity would be tremendous. But then that would unclassify it as Earth-like, right? So maybe that was to your point. Maybe they don't exist, and that's why, because it's not possible. Icy. High metal. There's not metal rich. There's high metal. And there's one gas giant. I don't know. I have an inkling to just find this gas giant for one reason or another. And see what it is. Just a class 2. And why did I target it? Next destination?
Selecting next system en route.
An Earth-like that it could inhabit our life. Okay, I get that. But when a planet gets that size, the temperature and gravity affect it too much for us to have life there. And that was my point. And maybe you typed that while I was saying that or before I said that and I didn't catch it. But yeah, I would agree that it couldn't get... You couldn't have a supersize because if you did, it wouldn't be Earth-like anymore. At least if it had the same... Holy cow. This is what I was telling you about the other day, KT. This neutron I ran into that was nuts. But yeah, it wouldn't be Earth-like if it was that big. I didn't even hear him if I had been here. Holy cow, look at all the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think this was a 5-body system, wasn't it? Yep, 5 bodies. So that's all that's here. So 243, so they do want us to charge. Now the thing that I found most weird about these style of neutrons, I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen here. Which side's closer? I know which one I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess the right side is closer. Only because it looks like I can see the end of it a little bit. But that's the problem I had with it the other day when I landed on one of these to fuel on. I was like, which way am I supposed to go? Which way is gonna get me charged up? What in the hell? Give me my control back. There we go. For some reason it was misbehaving. Yeah, it's almost impossible to tell which is pointing. I'm guessing that's pointing more at me, but it makes the other side look very weird if that's not pointing at me. I'll check out those. That looks cool. The way those stars line up like that. It's pretty neat. Anywho. See if I can do this and not fry myself. Which I don't think I can go in this direction. It may just damage my FSD more than I want. Because these are tough to get out of. And they want to hang on. There we have it. What are we at on our 87%? I think we're just fine. One word. 80 jumps. Close to home. It's 8:32. I said I was going to get off here, didn't I? I need to eat. I need to eat some food and get some food in my belly. Besides that, it's General Tso's. I mean, isn't that the most Chinese thing you can eat? Actually, I don't know how that's going to taste reheated. I've never had good reheated rice. We'll find out. Wow, we're just neutroning the nuts out of it today. Which I auto-routed it, so whatever. I don't mind getting back a little sooner. 19 bodies. All been discovered. I'm not going to FSS them all just to see what type they are. They don't, any of them look Earth-like or ammonia or water world, so we're going to leave them. And we're going to charge, and we're going to jump again. I wish I was still seeing them. Nice. Stay in there. Stay in there. You bastard. I was going too fast. That's a really good song, too. I say song if you can call it that. It's more like just soundtrack music. It's also quite relaxing. And it's getting late. Maybe that's not a good idea. Alright. How far are we going now? 200. 200 behind me. Oh, this doesn't take me through that cone again.
Jump into next system.
Telemetry obtained. Those heading to the Cyroli MX-EB39-2 system.
Fast to the light
This is your first visit to the
velocity.
system.
Well, maybe we'll get into a normal system this time.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Fuel tanks are now at 68% capacity.
Well, if I had to guess,
System scan. Stand by.
I would say,
Gathering information.
well, first of all, if there even is a real General Tso's, or if that was just an American creation. But if there is a real General Tso's, I would have to guess it is nowhere near as sweet and a lot more spicy. That would be my guess.
Refuel.
because
Maximum fuel.
my understanding of international cuisine, and I really don't know much about it to be honest, is that in America we tend to have more sugars and stuff in our foods. How many planets were here? Seven bodies. Brand new place. Rocky, icy. It's only 6. We'll scan real quick. So, rocky ice. Nothing worth anything. Same. Just gonna have 2 in it. I'm gonna say something Vietnamese, but maybe something else. That's different. It's Taiwanese. I don't know. Again, I'm not that well cultured of a person to know a lot of differences there in Asian foods. Not that I'm against learning,
System scan complete.
but I don't know. I don't know what they are or where they are, where they're from, moreover. So let's see. It's about 8:37 now. We've been streaming for quite some time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find a place here. Who's online? Oh, Big Rick's online. I think we're gonna go over and raid Big Rick. Great guy. He's gotten up playing Elite not that long ago. He was one of the guys that I helped all I could. Not that I'm any genius at it, but I helped him out quite a bit. 48-hour marathon. No. Far too old for that. But we're going to go over there and raid him. Just say hi, hang out for a minute. He's a really cool guy. Pretty laid back. Ex-military. Really fun guy playing some Elite Dangerous. I really appreciate you guys being here. Again, I'll be streaming on Sunday. We're going to do some dog pictures. I do that because I have to get them edited anyway, and I'd rather just stream it. But the other days, you know, they're up for grabs. We can kind of figure out, you know, what we might want to do as a group or community, what we might like to see. Because I'm game for that. See if I can find him here. I don't know exactly how he... How does he put his tag in there? He puts commander in it. Why is he not showing up? That he's online. Is he offline and my thing's screwing up?
That's already done.
Yeah, he's not coming up. But he's coming up on the web. But he's not in the app. Now he's not on the web either. Okay, he's offline. Well, doggone it. He's a really cool guy. If you like Elite Dangerous and you haven't checked him out, I recommend it. Well, let's see who else. The Exegius is on. He doesn't really need the raid, so to speak. He's a pretty popular guy. And I don't know a lot of these other people. If you guys have a recommendation, I'd like to raid somebody that's around my size, which isn't a lot of people. Just to help people, you know, we kind of share the love. To introduce some new people you might like. I don't really know many of them. I mean, I know who Exegius is only from his YouTube videos. I don't know if I've ever watched him. What's the Biz? He doesn't need any help. I say he doesn't need any help. I'm not trying to be selfish, but he's got quite a few viewers already. He gets his exposure. Too many Blapkins napkins Esports Beer League. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what that means. But he's only running a few viewers as well. So again, just go by, say hello. I've not seen his stream, so I'm going to apologize if it's not good in advance. It's bound to be better than mine. But we're going to go there and say hello. Hope he's still streaming. But thank you guys for coming again. I hope to catch you next time. Make sure you hit that follow button so you know next time I go live. If you want updated information as we go, if something's going to be late or something, catch me on Twitter. Hit a follow. I try to post on there if I'm going to be late or something else, or maybe I feel like streaming, I'm going to do it then. So thanks again, guys. I really, really appreciate it. And we'll talk to you soon. I say soon, about 10 seconds. And we'll go